Hello, and welcome to the audio book version of CHING CHONG FAGGOT, a collection of autobiographical essays by TIMI HAZE, with me, TIMI HAZE. Introduction. Blue Moon. I'll keep this short and sweet and avoid using flowery language like in my first book's introduction where I said shit like, "Dear Reader." There's plenty of quotes out there about art and creativity. There's one I'm thinking of that goes something like, "Music, art, and writing are tools for sensitive people to express themselves." I can't remember the exact quote or even who said it, but yeah, I agree with that. There's another quote by the musician Nina Simone that it's an artist's duty to reflect the times. It's a nice idea, but I don't really agree with her because the concept of duty is relative, isn't it? Creativity and action and yeah, life itself don't inherently need meaning or results to exist. So yeah. Why did I write this book even though I have less than 1,000 followers on my social media, sold less than 10 copies of my first book, and have only made around 10 or so dollars from my music? Shit. I question that sometimes too. The truth is, I need to create. I'm just compelled to. I can yammer on about the purpose of art and how I want to help people, and yeah, that's part of it, I guess. But really, when it comes down to it, I simply feel a desperate need to do the things I do, which is why I do them. I like to think of my YouTube channel, my writing, music, and all of that stuff as signals, like waving a flag high above my head while screaming, "This is what I am." Who I'm waving that flag for seems to matter less and less as I get older. The important thing seems to be that these actions fulfill my sense of self. That's why I designed the image on the cover of this book the way I did. The Korean and US flags merged with the LGBTQ and pansexual flags colors reflect pretty much what this book is about. My race and my sexuality have been huge factors in shaping how I am treated and how I interact with and view the world. I don't know what any of it means, and to be honest, I have virtually no hope of being heard at all. There's just so much going on all the time with so much media to consume. If anyone reads this at all, I guess what I want to say is the words here in this book are fucking real. These are pieces of my mind, pieces of my life. Chapter 1. Out the elevator and into the street. Little boy, maybe around 4 or 5 years old. He loves the world and all it shows him, all the pretty lights and loud sounds. He knows nothing of hate or anguish. He knows not that he is seen as being vastly different from the man holding his hand. The man is handsome in a quiet and modest way. He garners attention as he walks with small but confident strides. His skin is pale in comparison to those passing by. His eyes, light hazel and almost an iron gray, are not almond-shaped like those around him. The man's gaze is soft as he gives little smiles to everyone who crosses his path. A few young boys nearing the cusp of puberty prance up to the man and they grin widely and say, "Hello, hello," with thick Korean accents. The man smiles brightly back and says in a level but cheerful and clear voice, "Hello." "Daddy, why did they say hello?" the little boy asks in his childishly high-pitched voice in clear English as he cranes his neck up to look at his father's face. The man smiles down at his son as they walk and says gently with a playful tinge in his voice, "They just wanted to say hi." The little boy wrinkles his nose and squints ahead with his dark brown and almond-shaped eyes. He does not understand why they were laughing or why they spoke in English to his father, but he is afraid of the big boys. Big boys are not like adults. Big boys still play like him, but they can be mean and they are so big. But when he is with his father, the little boy is not afraid. A car speeds by and pushes the air past them with a vacuous and pulsing gust of wind. The wind rocks the little boy and he grips his father's hand tighter. The little boy takes his other hand and wraps it around his father's fingers so that both hands are clutching tightly around his father's hand. The boy pulls the hand that is monstrously large compared to him and holds it to his fragile and bony chest. His father stops walking and reaches down to the boy. In a swift and fluid movement, he untangles his son's hands from his and then reaches under the little boy's armpits and sweeps him up. He repositions his hands and arms so that he embraces the boy with one arm behind the boy's back and the other's forearm under the boy's bottom. The boy wraps his arm around his father's neck with his face close to his father's face. The boy does not grip tightly but only uses his arms to hold himself steady as his father continues to walk. The boy's body sways in time to his father's steps as they walk, and he cranes his neck up to look at the towering buildings that choke the street. They are metallic gray and reflect the clear azure sky off their mirror-like windows. As they approach the next building, his father turns off the sidewalk directly to the building's front that hugs the street and enters quickly through a small entrance. He bends down and lets the boy drop from his arms with a soft thud onto his small feet, and they both turn around as the entrance's automatic doors close in front of them. The little boy's father presses a button on the elevator's side, and they ascend. The little boy raises his hands and presses his palms against the glass doors of the elevator and gazes down at the quickly receding street. The little boy and his father fall up and away from the world and everyone and everything. All the cars and all the people become small like his toys. The little boy is fascinated by the strangeness of the world that seems to have become so tiny down below. The elevator stops moving with a somewhat abrupt lurch. "Come on," his father says to him as a clear bell sound goes ding. The boy turns around and sees the automatic doors have already opened, and his father takes his hand once again. They cross a hall brightly illuminated by soft fluorescent lights, their feet padding lightly on thick and plush carpet, and come to a dull wooden door. The little boy's father knocks, presses a button next to the door, and a buzzer sounds from somewhere inside the apartment, and they wait. After only a few seconds, the door quickly, almost violently, opens inwards, and an attractive, middle-aged Korean woman with tensely pursed lips greets them curtly in English with barely any hint of an accent. She ushers them inside into a large parlor where a rigid wooden chair sits against a bare white wall, and a small upright piano clings opposite to. She brusquely says to the little boy in Korean, "Sit down, sit," as she pulls a long, thinly cushioned wooden bench out from under the piano. They sit down together side by side on the bench as his father settles down into the small chair on the opposite wall. The piano keys loom up at the boy level with his upper chest. The woman sets some pages on the thin music sheet rack above the keys and points at the small dots on its page. The boy knows what to do, and he presses down on the piano's keys with his tiny fingers as his teacher calls out the name of a new major or minor key for the boy to play. The little boy's father reaches down underneath his chair to a stack of magazines, sets one in his lap, and flips almost silently through it. The piano teacher sets down a sheet of simple music on the sheet rack, and for the next hour the boy clings away at the keys, making many mistakes. Each discordant note incites a reaction from the woman, and she clicks her tongue and says loudly in Korean, "No, no, again." Occasionally, she stops him and pushes his hands roughly aside and plays a section herself. She then instructs the boy to mimic her exactly. They do not move on to the next exercise until he plays it correctly. About 1 hour later, the woman stands up from the piano. She says to the boy in Korean, "Practice a lot, and next week we'll start a new song if you pass." The little boy's eyes are glazed with boredom as he stands up, and he responds back in Korean, with no accent but in a dull and muted voice, "Yes, teacher." The little boy's father puts his hands on his knees and stands up slowly with a quiet grunt. He reaches into his back pocket and pulls out an envelope. He passes it to the woman with both hands and says in stumbling Korean with a heavy American accent, "Thank you." The woman's demeanor changes instantly, and her eyes shine with understated joy, and she responds to him in enthusiastic English, "No, no, thank you." They all walk to the front door together, and the woman opens it for them. She smiles widely but with too much teeth at the boy and says to him in English with a honeyed voice that is too nice, "Practice a lot and take care of yourself. Let's see each other next time, okay?" The boy puts both hands to his sides and bows deeply, bending at his waist, and responds back with the stiffly formal voice in Korean, "Yes, teacher, thank you." The woman lets out a bright chuckle and smiles at the boy's father, then closes the door, and the little boy and his father both turn around. They walk quickly back towards the elevator, their footsteps making hardly any noise. The boy's fingers throb with a dull ache and his bottom is sore. He blinks several times and his eyes become less glassy, and he yawns with his mouth wide open. He begins to jump a little with each step and laughs quietly at the sensation of his feet sinking into the carpet. His father does not look down at him but also yawns and rubs one of his eyes with two fingers. They arrive at the elevator and his father presses a button on the wall. The elevator's bell dings sharply and its metal doors open. The boy immediately runs across the elevator and presses his face and palms against the glass doors to stare down at the street. He stares through the glass fogging up from his breath and hops up and down with furtive and excited movements. The metal doors behind them close with a thud and they descend. The little boy's father yawns again and scrunches his face ruefully as he pushes his hips forward and rubs his lower back with one hand. He rubs his eye again. He is tired. The boy is enthralled by the street that seems to bloom largely under and before them. All the people and the cars and the mailboxes and the newsstands that were so tiny now keep growing and growing. It's like magic. It must be magic. The little boy bounces up and down on the balls of his feet and huffs little breaths in excitement, and the ground looms up then settles at their feet. The elevator's bell dings and suddenly a bright white flash, illuminated by the midday sun, streaks nearby directly across the boy, on the sidewalk and into the street as the glass doors open. The boy screeches in wild ecstasy and chases after the white cat straight into the street as a car roars mercilessly towards them. The father shouts the little boy's name in furious panic and lunges wildly after him. The little boy's body juts out into the street as he takes a couple more frenzied steps forward. Then his father is upon him. His father grabs him by his shoulders roughly and twirls him around as he jerks him up into the air. The car's horn blares loud and long as it barrels past them. The world swirls around in a colorful blur as his father sweeps the boy back onto the sidewalk, then crashes back down into vivid clarity as his father slams him feet first back down. The boy's shoulders are strangled in his father's vice-like grip as he kneels down in front of the boy. Panic and rage contort the father's face as he seethes at his son. "Don't ever do that again." Scary. The little boy is scared. His father looks like a horrible monster. The little boy wriggles back and whimpers to try to escape his grip. His father roughly pulls him closer and spits his words furiously into the boy's face. "There was a little boy just like you who did just what you did. He ran into the street last week and was hit by a car and he died. He died, Timmy. What am I supposed to do if you get hit by a car, huh? Huh? What do you think I would feel if you died like he did?" My father stared deep and intensely into my eyes for a long moment and I burst into tears. My father took a deep breath and the tension drained from his face. He took another deep breath and looked at me with iron in his gaze and his eyes full of a protective fire that was always hidden there. Promise me that you'll never, ever, ever run out into the street again. Promise me," he said, and with each punctuated word he shook me slightly and put his face even closer to mine. "Yes, Daddy," I choked out in between sobs as tears streamed down my face. I cried quietly. I was scared. But my father did not spank me as he had done many times before when I had committed some such wrongdoing. He simply stood back up and took my hand again in a grip that was much more firm than before. He did not say anything, but he paused for a moment and took a few deep, shuddering breaths as we stood there hand in hand. He looked up at the sky and let out a long and exhausted sounding sigh. Then we started walking again. Me, a little boy, sniffling away the last traces of a quickly forgotten weeping. My father, no longer smiling brightly at passerby, but instead pulling me along, red-faced and stumbling behind him, with long and fast strides. Chapter 2. Why Are They All Black? When I was 5 years old and my father was still stationed in Seoul, South Korea, we lived on the second floor of a shared red-bricked villa in a densely crowded neighborhood called Hannam-dong, close to the Yongsan Army garrison. Our villa sat midway up on a street that curved up into a steep incline. At that young age, that steep street seemed to be as enormous as a mountain to my eyes that were still unaccustomed to the sights of the world. I would play with other kids that lived along that street. There was another boy who was full Korean that I went to preschool with, named Namyoungi, and we would waste time by chasing bugs or playing tag. Another boy I saw less often was a pale, red-haired, and heavily freckled mixed-raced boy named Nick who lived a couple blocks down the hill. His father was a white American soldier like mine, and his mother was a black woman, unlike my Korean mother. I would occasionally go to Nick's house and we would play video games or play with toys. My childhood was unintentionally insular in the sense that although I was a bright and observant child, I took life entirely at face value. I was interested in only the most colorful, stimulating experiences and paid a great deal of attention to colorful cartoons and video games. I loved to play outside at playgrounds and on our street, and I was a precociously rambunctious child that loved to run and climb. My parents struggled at times to rein me in and did their best to keep me and my brother as sheltered as possible. My parents enrolled me in a preschool program, and a large yellow shuttle van would come multiple times a week to pick me up in the morning. It would stop on the inclined street next to our villa, and my mother would usher me up through the van's doors, and I would take a seat in the van's middle amidst a throng of other children. We children would usually babble excitedly and were quite loud, and the driver would quickly close the door and drive off. We would make a few more stops at nearby houses and then turn down another steep, sloping street and finally come to a stop in front of a large reddish-brown church. I remember only bits and pieces of preschool inside that church. I remember sitting in a large cafeteria and eating off of shining silver lunch trays. I was particularly averse to eating meat as a child because the texture and taste of it repulsed me. I recall one time I took a bite of a chunk of meat from a bowl of soup and vomited into my lunch tray in the middle of the cafeteria. I was scared that the adults would yell at me for vomiting and call me picky, but I was pleasantly surprised that they were sympathetic and warm. They asked me if I was okay, and I cried because I was so relieved at avoiding punishment. I also remember classrooms with large, worn-out wooden desks that 4 or 5 children would sit at, facing the front of the classroom as a teacher spoke. I remember playing with toys and drawing pictures and sitting in pews in the main room of the church and listening to preachers talk about God. The first time I consciously registered the differences between races was during class at preschool. The teacher stood at the front of the class and held up a black cardboard cutout that was shaped like a silhouette of a boy's head and shoulders. She told us in her soft voice that was molded by kindness that there was a boy whose skin was as black as the cardboard cutout. She told us that when he went to school, all the other boys made fun of him for the color of his skin and called him dirty. I looked around the classroom full of Korean boys and girls and saw that all of us had skin much paler than the cardboard cutout. The teacher told us that the dark-skinned boy of her story was so distraught by being bullied that he went to a nearby river and tried to use the water to wash the blackness from his skin to make it white. The water had no effect on his skin, so in his anguish he picked up and used a stone from the river's bank to scrape some of his skin off from his arm. He had expected to see white underneath the black skin, but all he saw was red blood. The teacher put the cutout down and picked up another one that was laying on the desk behind her and held it up. The second cutout was the same shape as the first one, a silhouette of a head and shoulders, but it was bright red. She told us that when God saw the blood coming from the boy's arm, he wept tears of blood because he was so sad at the boy's pain. God's tears of blood rained from the sky and washed over the boy, and all the river and everything around him was as red as the boy's blood. I stared at the red cardboard cutout and felt a chill run through me. I imagined the grass, the boy, and the rushing water all coated in blood, and I felt a deep, primal fear that I remember to this day. The teacher told us that we are all God's creations, and he made each one of us beautiful, including the dark-skinned boy. She told us that God loved the boy who had black skin, and we should not be like the ones who called him dirty, because in doing so, we caused God pain. That lesson stuck with me, and I couldn't understand why the boys in the story bullied the black boy just for having black skin. After school ended, I went home in the shuttle van with the other kids, and the image of the red cardboard cutout was seared into my mind. I still felt a sense of fear, but also incomprehension because the concept of racism was still alien to me. I had never registered seeing it in person, but after that day, I began to notice skin color. I thought of my friend Nick's mother who was black, and I wondered if she had experienced bullying for her dark skin like the boy from the story had. A few days later, my father took me to the hospital for a routine checkup. We entered the hospital and the receptionist directed us to the pediatric wing. My father led me by the hand down the hall and through a door into a small waiting room. Rigid black plastic chairs lined the walls with their seats facing in towards the center of the room. We sat close to the room's entrance and my father handed me a Highlights children's magazine to look through while we waited. As I contentedly thumbed through the magazine's colorful pages, a family walked through the waiting room's entrance and quietly sat across from us. I looked up from my magazine and saw them. They were a family of 4, and all of them were of, presumably, African descent. Their skin was glossy and an almost black-blue hue under the harsh, bright fluorescent lights, and I was startled by how much darker their skin looked compared to Nick's mother's skin, which was a lighter brown. The father of the family was wearing plain, casual clothes that I hardly noticed, but the mother was wearing a silky black dress that immediately drew my eyes. I was fascinated by how the dress seemed to shimmer and flow with each movement of her body's curves that were more rounded and thick than the Korean women I was used to seeing. As my mind tried to comprehend the mother's form that seemed almost alien, I noticed the 2 children of the family who were younger than me, barely toddlers. I was shocked that their skin was as gleamingly dark as their parents. I thought of Nick and his bright red hair, his pale skin, and his light freckles splattered across the bridge of his nose and his cheeks. I thought of Nick's mother and her brown skin, and it didn't make sense to me that the family in front of us should all be the same color as one another. My eyes widened and bulged as I grabbed my father's sleeve and tugged at his arm. I looked up at him, my mouth twisted into a confused frown, and I whispered loudly enough for the whole room to hear, "Daddy, why are they all black?" My father visibly cringed and instantly picked me up and sat me on his lap. He shushed me quietly and gently and said in a low voice, "Timmy, that's rude. Don't say that." Then he looked over at the family across from us with a slight smile and told the parents sheepishly, "His friend is half black, so he thinks every family is." The parents laughed and assured my father that it was okay while their children yawned sleepily. I looked at the mother and she gave me a slight smile and said something to my father that I didn't pay attention to. My father chuckled and said something back to her, and I looked back down at the magazine in my hands. I thought about Nick and his family, and I realized then that not every family was like his. I suddenly realized that not everyone was like my family either. I had taken for granted that all my classmates had Korean parents and siblings, that I had seen several all-white families already, and that Nick's family was an exception and not a standard. I looked again at the family in front of us, and I was struck by how similar they looked to one another. I thought of Nick and his mother and how they looked very different from one another, and how different their skin color was.
I looked up at my father and for the first time ever began to realize that he and I looked very different because he was a white American and my mother was Korean. Chapter 3. The Chinaman's Heart is Pounding. I don't know. Just thinking about her makes me feel so fucking sad, I said to Laura with exaggerated grief, then groaned loudly in genuine frustration. She turned around and peered back at me from the space between the front seats of the car and she asked, "Do you really not feel carsick laying like that?" I was laying down with my back pressed into the car's double-wide backseat with my legs bent up so that the soles of my feet rested on the passenger's window. My head was dangling upside down off the seat's edge towards the floor and my neck was bent at a severe angle as I stared up at Laura. I felt extremely nauseous, but it was a good distraction from my thoughts of self-pity. "Timmy, I swear to God, if you barf back there, I'm going to be so fucking pissed," I heard Sam tersely say in his deep voice from where he sat at the driver's seat. With a great deal of effort, I lifted my head that felt as heavy as a lead weight and roughly twisted my body so I was laying on my side. I adjusted my shoulder and pushed myself up off the seat with my hands so that I was sitting up. "I wish we had some weed," I said with a nervous half-giggle. "Me too," Sam responded in his deadpan way as Laura tutted with disapproval. Sam gave the steering wheel a rough jerk to turn the car into a dark parking lot. Laura sighed and adjusted her thin-rimmed glasses and said, "There's just nothing to do around here. I'm so sick of this year and this fucking boring town." Sam maneuvered the car slowly with gentle gliding turns through the empty parking lot. I stared out the window and pressed my forehead against its cold glass, and the heat from my face quickly fogged it up. I could see lonely streetlights illuminating cold mist with a garish yellow glow that created a shimmering aura-like halo around them, as if holding up lost lanterns in the inky darkness of night. Sam passed a streetlight and drove slowly down past a few more spots until we were in a dark corner of the parking lot. There were only a few cars in the whole lot, so he turned the car forward into an empty space, but drove forward until the car was in the next space on the opposite side. When we returned to the car, Sam would be able to drive straight out of the space instead of reversing out. Sam turned his key in the ignition and the car's engine shut off with a shaky rattle, and I fumbled with the handle beside me, then opened the car door quickly and eagerly leapt out. The night air was like a cool cushion, and I stretched my arms high above my head and yawned loudly, feeling the air coolly caress the spaces between my fingertips. I heard Sam and Laura's doors open and slam shut loudly behind me, and I turned around. Laura shivered in her thin black jacket and immediately hugged her arms around herself. The dim light from the closest streetlight reflected off her pale face and shined a small yellow spot in her glasses. Sam yawned with me while the yellow light danced upon the tan skin of his face. He looked much cozier than Laura in his thick black hoodie emblazoned with a trendy skateboard shop's logo. I marveled at the differences between the ways the light reflected off their skin. Though they were both of European descent, Laura's skin seemed almost like a beacon of shining white brightness in comparison to Sam's. They walked over to me and stood on either side of me, both of them a few inches taller than me. Past the yellow glowing lights of the parking lot, I saw the dark expanse of the seemingly endless sea that was as black as the night that pressed down upon it, stretching far away from where we stood. The three of us began to walk out the parking lot and towards the beach. A cold gust of chilling ocean air billowed around us, and I shivered and hugged my arms around my torso in the same way that Laura held herself. I found myself wishing I had worn more than a thin t-shirt underneath my thin brown hoodie that was made for exercise and not as any real protection from the elements. Laura reached into her black leather jacket's pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. She stopped walking for a moment as me and Sam sauntered forward slowly. She deftly took a cigarette out of the pack and bit its butt between her teeth. She opened her jacket and leaned down to cover her face with it so that the wind wouldn't blow out her lighter. I turned and saw the reddish-orange light of flame bouncing in wild, jagged movements on Laura's barely exposed face. She cursed and flicked the lighter more insistently, and finally got the cigarette lit, then let the flame go out, and her face was simply a pale glow in the night once more. She took a small and furtive puff from her cigarette, then jogged lightly to catch up with me and Sam. Sam reached into his pants pocket and pulled out his smartphone. I stared at it enviously and reached into my pocket and grasped my own outdated flip phone that nestled against a couple of crumpled dollar bills and a few virtually worthless coins that jangled against one another as I walked. I thought of my parents and felt a hot rush of anger. I resented them for giving my older brother an iPhone and me a cheap flip phone. I thought of how they put passwords on all the computers at home but gave my brother access to them. The passwords and the flip phone served the same purpose. My parents wanted to keep me off the internet to prevent me from looking at pornography. I felt a mixture of shame and sharp longing when I thought of how easily other people could access pornography. My sexual urges were aggressively intense and always boiling right under the facade of my barely contained day-to-day life. Being a teenager felt excruciating, and my hormonal thoughts, attitudes, and sensitivities clawed and clashed at my sense of identity and being at every waking moment. I felt miserably horny every single moment. We reached the shore and began walking along a plain concrete sidewalk, which served as a kind of boardwalk to the beach's perimeter. The beach was made up of stones the size of fists that were rounded to smooth by the sea's erosive power. The stones made it difficult and unpleasant to walk on the beach itself, but even so, I could just barely make out a person's distant and faintly outlined silhouette by the water's edge. I looked towards them and wondered what they could be thinking as they stared out at the tumultuous waves that roared loudly and crashed against the cold and rocky shore. There was a large forest looming out of the darkness in the distance ahead of us, about a quarter mile away, and we walked slowly towards it. As we walked, the occasional lamppost shined down on us, and Laura said loudly so that we could hear her over the crashing waves and rushing wind, "Did you guys hear about that dude that was stabbed last year?" Sam grunted, a muffled, "Yeah," but I didn't know what she was talking about, so I half shouted back, "No, you mean here? In the park?" She nodded, but then cocked her head slightly and raised her hand to her chin thoughtfully. "Well, not exactly right here," she said back to me. "He was over there, on the docks, next to the restaurant." I turned to where she was pointing and saw the dim lights of a distant building sitting atop a thin pier that protruded out to the sea. He was standing there at the end of the pier in the middle of the day, and some guy just stabbed the shit out of him. Stabbed him and dragged him all the way back to the shore onto the rocks, then just left him there, like just a few months ago, during summer. I tried to picture what she was saying, but all I could imagine was a long trail of glittering red blood on the pier's wooden planks, baking in the summer sun's light. "Shit, that's crazy," I murmured back to her just loud enough that she could hear me. She nodded and said, "Yeah, in broad fucking daylight. Nobody saw who did it either. He just stabbed him, dragged him, and ran. I can't remember if the guy died." "I don't think he died, but I don't know," Sam said with a sigh. "People be fucking crazy out here." I nodded in agreement, and Laura took a long, final drag from her cigarette that was now burned down to its butt. She flicked it nonchalantly to our left, towards the rocky beach, and the wind immediately caught it. I watched its bright orange ember dance upwards, then fall down to the ground about 20 feet away from us. It bounced off a rock and fell in between the gap of another set of stones, and instantly vanished from my sight. I looked ahead of us to the forest we were walking towards and saw that right before the trail entered the forest, there was a large, bare patch of earth. There was a single lamppost there that illuminated some kind of shed. I wondered if the shed was used by groundskeepers for storing equipment or for some other reason. I could see that there was a group of people crowded around the shed. They looked tiny compared to the forest's dark entrance that was like a cavernous, yawning mouth swallowing up the path. As we came closer to the shed, everything appeared brighter and more harshly lit. The lights surrounding the shed were more powerful than the ones along the beach and shone piercing white instead of glowing yellow. They illuminated everything in a glaring bubble that, once entered, made it harder to see the darkness outside of its perimeter. The group of people crowded outside the shed did not seem to notice us as we walked towards them. I could see that there were around 13 of them, and most of them were girls. There were a few guys, maybe 4 or 5, and all of them were shouting. I couldn't understand anything they were saying because most of their words seemed to be Spanish, with a few words in English. 2 of the guys suddenly jumped up and quickly scaled the walls of the shed. The shed was about 15 feet tall, and when they reached its roof, they raised their hands up high and let out loud whoops that made me laugh. The shed was about 20 feet off to the side of the path, and we kept our pace as we walked past the group. We were almost at the entrance to the forest when one of the guys standing on the shed noticed us. He pointed at us and yelled something in Spanish. Then him and the other guy standing on the shed casually leapt off the shed down to the ground. I was surprised they seemed uninjured by the fall and realized it wasn't as high as I had initially thought. The guys pushed past the girls and suddenly rushed up towards us, then stood on the path in front of us, blocking the way forward. "Hey, yo, wanna rumble?" Juan said with a spiteful laugh. The other guys laughed, and the girls behind them shouted loudly at them, but were ignored. I recognized Juan from my JROTC, which stands for Junior Reserves Officer Training Corps, class. We had been in class together for a semester and were never friends but had talked a few times. He never seemed overtly hostile, but I had heard he liked to fight. I never felt there was a reason to fight between us and harbored no animosity towards him. I could see a few familiar faces amongst the group and realized they were all teenagers that went to our school. The other guy next to Juan, who I didn't recognize, said to Sam, "Hey yo, don't be a bitch, come on. We love to rumble. Rumble with us." He walked up to us and shoved his face close to Sam's so their noses were almost touching. Sam didn't meet his gaze and looked down to the side at the ground and murmured quietly, "Nah, man, I'm okay. I don't want to fight." My heart was starting to race when I realized that while I had been fixated on Sam, the rest of the group had come to the path. We were suddenly surrounded by people in front and behind us, blocking the path in either direction. A few of them stood on either side of us, and I shivered in fear at the realization that we were trapped. I thought to myself that there was no way me and Sam would be able to fight 5 guys, and there were far more girls than Laura. We didn't stand a chance. Another much taller boy came out from the shadows behind the group. I recognized him from school and had seen him walking in the halls a few times, but I didn't know him at all. He stood in front of me, towering almost a whole foot above me, and said loudly, "Hey, y'all got some weed?" He reached down into my right pants pocket, and I immediately grabbed his wrist and pulled his hand back out. His face contorted with anger, and he shoved my chest hard with his hand, and I stumbled about a foot backwards, then quickly regained my balance. I had been taking mixed martial arts classes, and I instinctively held up my hands in a boxing stance. The entire group started yelling, but I was too full of adrenaline to understand the chaos of their overlapping voices. The guy who had shoved me was howling with laughter. He shouted at the other guys with malicious laughter, "Hey, yo, he putting up his hands. Yo, he trying to fight. This midget trying to fight." He turned back to me and looked down at me, and his expression darkened. Suddenly, the group's shouting turned angrier, and they all took a step forward. I saw a silver glint flash in the darkness and realized that the boys were holding knives in their hands. I saw the tall boy's face in front of mine, and he was shouting something at me, but I was too panicked to understand what he was saying, and my vision was becoming blurry as the blood rushed to my head. I held my hands up beside my head in a surrendering pose and said with a shaky but loud shout, Whoa, come on, man. Whoa, just take it easy, man." Juan's voice cut through the yelling loudly. "Yo, we got a gun too. Don't fuck with us, bitch." And the boys shouted along with him and over one another, and I could tell they were saying they would shoot me if I fucked with them. I responded, "Look, it's cool, just, yeah, I don't have weed, my wallet, just take it, man." The tall boy held his knife in between us. Its blade pointed away from the center, just to the side of where my ribs were. He grinned gleefully and reached into each of my pockets again, and I kept my hands held up beside my head as I felt his wriggling fingers writhe against each thigh in turn. He took everything in my pockets, my phone, my wallet, and my loose cash and coins. He smiled even more widely as he quickly shoved everything into his own pockets. Then he laughed loudly and put his open hand on my chest with his palm against my left breast. I felt his fingers through my jacket and the pressure was uncomfortably intimate. He leaned down and put his nose close to mine and stared into my face for a long moment, then shouted jubilantly at the crowd behind him, "The Chinaman's heart is pounding!" The other guys and a few of the girls behind him laughed uproariously. Suddenly there was more shouting in Spanish and two of the girls in the back broke away from the crowd. They walked quickly up the path, back towards the parking lot, and the guys shouted after them, "Come back! Hey yo, come back!" The two girls waved and shouted back in Spanish, and the guys glared angrily in their direction. "Fucking bitches," the tall guy in front of me hissed, then spit on the ground beside us. "Look," he said to me, "I'm the baddest motherfucker around here. This my shit, feel me?" He paused and stared at me intimidatingly until I nodded and said, "Yeah, for sure, dude." He nodded with a satisfied expression. His voice got louder and he puffed up his chest and half shouted, "You tell everyone, feel me? You tell everyone what happened here, feel me? You tell everyone that Ronaldo Garcia, feel me? Ronaldo Garcia, that's my fucking name. You tell them he's the baddest motherfucker in Tacoma. Don't fuck with Ronaldo Garcia, feel me?" He shouted the last sentence inches away from me towards my face, and I felt flecks of his spittle splatter against my cheeks. I nodded in a panicked and furious enthusiasm. Then he pointed the knife directly at me, its point inches away from my chest. I felt like I couldn't breathe, and I could hear my heartbeat pounding like a jackhammer in my pulsing eardrums. There was a long silence, and everyone around us watched intently, not making a single sound. Every muscle in my body was tensed taut, and all I could feel was pure terror. He took a long, slow, deep, and drawn-out breath, then, with an explosive exhale, shouted in my face, "Say it! Say it, motherfucker! Say it, bitch! Say Ronaldo fucking Garcia is the baddest motherfucker here! Say it! Say it, little Chinaman bitch! Fucking Ching Chong motherfucking bitch! Say it now!" As he shouted, he jabbed the knife towards my chest with each punctuated syllable towards me as if to stab me. My voice shook, but I said in an even voice, "Ronaldo Garcia is the baddest motherfucker here." The group erupted into cruel laughter, shouting insults over one another, saying things like, "Fucking China, bitch," and "pussy-ass Ching Chong." Ronaldo laughed loudly and gave me a satisfied smirk and said triumphantly, "That's right. Now you go out there. You go out there, see." He gestured wildly with the knife, pointing it in every direction around and away from us. "You go out there in the world and tell everyone what had happened here tonight. Feel me?" I nodded and said as demurely as I could, "Okay, man. Okay. I'll tell everyone." He smiled at me again and said in a mock-friendly tone, "See, we all cool, right? Yeah, we good. No harm done, Chinaman. We ain't that scary. We was just playing." Ronaldo laughed and then let out a loud and wild whoop. The other boys behind him whooped and one of the girls let out a nervous laugh. Juan threw an empty beer can on the ground and the group started yelling in Spanish jovially at one another. They were no longer paying attention to us, and I noticed that Sam had slipped away and was already walking quickly down the path, about 50 feet away from us, back towards the parking lot. Laura was still beside me and started shouting something at the boys. I knew she was calling them assholes or something, but my temples were pounding and my adrenaline was pumping, so I couldn't focus on her words enough to register them. I grabbed her arm and pulled her ear close to my mouth and hissed into it with a terse whisper. "Shut up! Laura, shut the fuck up! Let's go! Now!" She turned and looked at me and sneered disdainfully, then pulled her wrist out of my grip and took a step towards Ronaldo and shouted again at him. "That's why your girls left, because you're a bunch of fucking crazy assholes." I pulled her arm much harder this time and yanked her towards me and quickly turned and pulled her with me on the path away from the group. Ronaldo stared at us with hate in his eyes and shouted at me as him and Juan stepped forward. "Yo, you best keep your bitch in check. That mouth of hers gonna get you fucked up." I shouted back, Yeah, man, sorry, we're going. We're cool, man. We're cool. Everything's cool." I continued to pull Laura with me and was all too aware that Ronaldo and Juan were following us as Laura stumbled behind me. She said in a loud, disgusted voice, "Ugh, what the fuck? Fucking assholes." I snapped at her, "Laura, please, just shut the fuck up. We need to go, now." She pulled her arm away from me and gave me an angry glare, then huffed in angry frustration and stamped her feet as she walked faster ahead of me. Juan walked up beside me and I could feel Ronaldo towering behind me, and I kept walking forward, pretending not to notice. Instead of looking back, I turned to Juan beside me and said in the most friendly and calm voice I could muster, "Yo, Juan, it's good to see you, bro. It's been hella long. How's your brother doing?" Juan blinked in visible confusion, and I looked back behind me at Ronaldo, who stayed silent as he pressed closer towards me. Juan looked back to me and said, "Yo, what you mean?" I nodded knowingly and said, Yeah, from school. We were in ROTC together. It was fun, man. Remember? It's me, Timmy. We know each other, man. From class, bro." Juan's eyes widened slightly and he murmured something quietly to Ronaldo, and they both stopped walking. I turned my head around and gave them a small nod but continued walking. I could feel cold sweat gluing my shirt to my back, and I kept my pace with long, even strides. I could see Laura and Sam about 100 feet ahead, standing under a streetlight beside the parking lot. I kept my eyes fixed on their illuminated figures. When I was about 10 yards away from Laura and Sam, I heard Juan shout behind me, "Hey, yo, wait up!" I stopped walking and turned to see Juan and Ronaldo jog up to me. They stood in front of me and Ronaldo gave me a forced, terse smile and said in a strained voice, "Hey, you know we was just playing with y'all, right? Here's your stuff back." He grabbed my wrist quickly and with his other hand he shoved my phone and my wallet into my open palm. I blinked several times in confusion and then brought my other hand up and held my stuff in between them. He let go of my wrist and stared inquisitively into my eyes and asked in a playful tone that carried a hint of malice, "You ain't gonna snitch, right?" I shook my head and said in what I hoped was a convincing tone, "Nah, man, I ain't gonna snitch. Fuck snitches." "Ha!" he responded. "Fuck snitches. That's right, Chinaman. That's right. We don't like snitches, feel me?" I nodded in enthusiastic agreement as Ronaldo looked at Juan. Juan tilted his head slightly and said to me, "Yo, y'all can walk in the woods. We ain't gonna fuck with you." He pointed back down the path and my gaze followed his finger to the entrance of the woods. I shook my head and said, "Nah, it's cool, thanks though. I'll see you later, Juan." Juan nodded and said, "For sure." Ronaldo and Juan turned around and started jogging back to where the rest of their friends were waiting by the shed. As they ran, Ronaldo turned his head and shouted loudly back, "And remember, don't snitch, or else." After that, we went back to Sam's car, and on the ride home, he said he was going to talk to his friends who were big Samoan motherfuckers who would fucking kill those fuckers. Laura and I stayed silent as he drove. Sam dropped me off first, and when I got home, I felt overwhelmed and drained of any energy. I entered my house and immediately sat on the floor in the living room where my parents were watching TV. Our dog Buster, a Yorkshire Terrier my parents bought as a puppy from a breeder when I was around 8, immediately rushed over to me and leapt into my lap. Buster was always overjoyed when we came home and would set upon us with a flurry of furious dog kisses. Usually his greeting comforted me after a long day at school, but in the moment as I held him on my lap, Ronaldo's words echoed in my mind. The Chinaman's heart is pounding. In that split second, my mind flashed back to a moment several years ago when I was around 11. My parents had signed me and my brother up for a week of golf camp where we spent 4 hours a day receiving instructions on the basics of golfing. There were many other children our age, but they were all white, and we were the only non-white kids there. My brother was fairly white passing, but I stuck out as the only noticeably non-white kid. During one of the lunch breaks, we were eating chicken tenders when a grinning white boy asked me loudly if we preferred to eat dog instead. That day, I learned from my mother when I asked her later that some people ate dog meat in Korea, but she insisted that she had never tried it. The next day, I tried to explain to the boy that we had a pet dog and we didn't eat dog meat, but he just shrugged and said, "Well, it's gross and wrong, and you Chinese need to stop eating pets." I told him we were half Korean and not Chinese, but he shrugged again and replied dismissively, "So?" I remembered this moment while I stared down at Buster, who was writhing in my lap in a frenzy of overjoyed excitement. I absent-mindedly scratched behind his ears to calm him down, and although petting his soft fur usually made me feel less anxious, I felt like everything around me was going to crumble. The walls, the carpeted floor, the TV beside me, Buster, my parents sitting on the couch in front of me. I felt like it was all wet plaster on the verge of collapse. I felt like I couldn't say anything. I couldn't speak. My words were caught up in a mass of tangled knots in my throat, and I stared at my parents who were sternly saying something to me because they were upset that I hadn't answered my phone when they called. Although I realized they were chastising me, I was barely listening to them and hardly registering what they were saying. I stared up at their upset faces and then sighed loudly as I interrupted their scolding and slowly began to tell them what happened. While I talked, they interjected many times with angry questions demanding to know why I had been so careless and how I could put myself in that kind of position. I was flabbergasted and had no response. I felt I had committed some great wrongdoing and that I had failed somehow, that my irresponsibility had led me to being in a position to be victimized. They called the police, and the police asked them if any of us had been hurt. The police told them that since no one was hurt, all they could do was check the area around the park to see if the gang of teens was still there. If they weren't there, then there was nothing else they could do. When I realized the impotence of the police and that nothing would be done, my cold shock turned into an alien gray numbness that would blanket all other sensation for days to come, like a constant falling stream of snow flurries full of TV static dulling all the colors and sounds of the world around me. A few days later at school, I saw Juan and Ronaldo in the courtyard. I acted like I didn't see them and hurried past them, and they left me alone. Laura told me that they had approached her while she was studying in the school's library and had asked her if she had told anyone what happened. She told them that she hadn't, and they warned her not to. I was called out of class to the principal's office that week, and upon entering, I saw a disgruntled-looking white policeman waiting for me across the principal. The policeman told me to follow him as the principal remained silent, and I followed him out into the hallway and he led me to a conference room a few doors down. We entered and he lowered the blinds on the windows that lined the opposite wall, then told me in his gruff voice to sit down as he gestured to a chair set against a bare wooden table in the center of the room. I felt like I was in trouble and about to be interrogated. He sat in another chair at the opposite end of the table and stared at me for a short moment before asking in a stern voice that carried a hint of aggravation, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" When he asked me that, I could smell the salty ocean, and I could see the silver glint of knives. I could hear Juan and Ronaldo's spiteful laughter against the roaring background of waves crashing along the rocky shore. I could hear the police officer on the phone telling my parents there was nothing they could do for us. All these things flashed through my mind in an instant, and I knew this disinterested and angry-looking cop sitting across from me could never protect me. I clenched my fists tightly in my lap and stared down at the table's surface as I shook my head slowly and said in a barely audible and muted voice, "No, I don't." The cop sighed loudly in exasperation and then said in a loud half-shout, All right. He stood up abruptly and yanked the window's blinds open. He opened the room's door and said, "Go back to class. We're done here." I stood up and felt that my knees were weak and like I might fall over. I didn't feel safe.
Chapter 4. Do you speak English? Sweat stung my left eye, and I felt my face twist into a grimace. "Come on, just this last set. Come on," I muttered to myself through gritted teeth. Heavy metal music blasted into my ears through my earbuds as I stared up at the gym's ceiling. I arched my back against the padded bench, then lowered my quivering arms to let the barbell sink down slowly towards my raised chest until its cold metal bar lightly touched against my pecs. The barbell's weight pressed into my palms and my face felt hot and swollen with blood as I grunted softly and pushed the barbell back up. I repeated lifting the barbell up and down like this until my chest and arm muscles felt like they were on fire and screaming in exhaustion. My entire body began to tremble slightly as I raised the barbell one last time and moved it back into its safety catch on its rack above my face. I let my arms drop down to the sides of the bench below me, and I laid there with sweat pulling on the small of my back as I took several deep breaths. I reached down beside me to the floor and grabbed a small towel I had brought with me, and I wiped the sweat off my face. I sat up and opened my arms wide as I stretched them towards my back and felt my chest muscles tense and then relax. I stood up quickly and saw a large damp spot where I had been laying. I gave it a quick wipe with the towel and then slung the towel over a shoulder and stood up straight. I smiled to myself and felt strong. I exited the weight room through an open door and headed down a hall and turned into the men's locker room. I wrinkled my nose as it was immediately hit with a pungent cocktail of odors made up by sweat, shit, and pine-scented disinfectant. Rows of cheap plastic lockers made to resemble real wood lined every wall and separated the room into several rows. I walked past them and saw a few men changing clothes, exposing their naked bodies. I turned into a row, found my locker, and took a key dangling from a bracelet on my wrist and used it to open my locker. As I reached inside to grab my shower supplies, my stomach gave a loud rumble that sounded almost like a dog growling. I frowned at the thought of taking a shit after showering, so even though I didn't feel my need was all that urgent, I closed my locker without taking out my shower supplies. I attached the key to its bracelet on my wrist once more and walked out from between the rows of lockers and briskly towards a door at the far end of the room that led to the toilets. I walked through the restroom's open doorway and saw a counter with several sinks along the opposite wall. Several urinals lined the wall beside me, and a row of closed bathroom stalls lined the wall next to the sinks. I gagged slightly at the acrid stench of piss and shit that mingled with the smell of sweat and steam. Shimmering puddles of water on the sink's countertop reflected the shining fluorescent lights overhead. I tried to breathe as shallowly as possible because the room's wretched stench was making my head hurt. I hurried to the nearest bathroom stall and entered it, locking its door behind me, then grabbed a paper seat cover from a metal dispenser hanging on the wall behind the toilet and laid it on the toilet seat. In a fit of desperate urgency, I roughly pulled down my shorts and boxers and sat down so abruptly that I wobbled violently and almost fell off the toilet. I pinched the top of my shirt and lifted it up over my nose and pressed it tightly over it in a vain attempt to block out the horrid smells. As I sat on the cold seat and relieved myself, I thought of my upcoming day. I pictured myself leaving the bathroom and rushing to shower quickly, then heading upstairs to the front office in the main lobby of the hotel. I pictured myself clocking in for my shift at the front desk and then logging into one of the computers there. I saw the long line of customers that would surely form, and I could hear their endless questions and requests. The thought of the busy day ahead made my feelings of elation after exercising fade. My heart beat slightly faster as I remembered clocking in 5 minutes late last week. The image of the front office manager's beet red face filled my mind's vision. I could see the grotesque, throbbing vein in his forehead slightly pulsing in slow motion, and beads of sweat glistening on his shining forehead. I could feel his hot breath assaulting my sense of smell as he leaned in closer and closer, his voice becoming a deafening yell that made my eardrums pound. The memory of the humiliation of being yelled at in front of my coworkers I still felt from that day was so acute that I trembled slightly in fury. The memory of the manager's breath that stunk of stale coffee and smoldering cigarettes still stung my nostrils, as if he was there breathing into my face at that very moment. The memory of his stinking breath seemed even worse than the present stench of shit and sweat of the bathroom. My heart was pounding with nervousness and my face was flushed and sweating. I checked my phone and saw that I still had enough time to move slowly, but I flexed my gut to force my bowel movement to finish faster. I grabbed a wad of toilet paper from the roll hanging on the wall, then cleaned myself. I flushed the toilet, pulled up my shorts, then stood up and opened the stall door. I turned left to the row of sinks and reached over to a shining silver faucet and turned one of its knobs to turn it on. Water cascaded from the faucet as my elbow grazed one of the puddles on the counter, and I grimaced at the cold, slimy feeling its wetness left on my skin. I pushed down on the thin soap dispensing nozzle fixed next to the faucet and held my other hand underneath and absent-mindedly filled my hand with bright pink liquid soap. I scrubbed my hands together, and my mind was still full of visions of the manager yelling at me. I pictured myself standing before him as he yelled at me and then raising a hand and slapping him hard across his face. I imagined the shock expression he would make and laughed inwardly. The gallant hero I was in my mind ripped his tie off and stood at the reception desk's counter and screamed loudly, "Fuck this job!" The hero ran out the revolving glass doors of the main entrance of the hotel, as staff and guests stared after him with mouths agape and eyes wide in shock. He ran down paved asphalt streets, then up a nearby hill covered by a mat of thick green grass. As he ran up the grassy hill, the hero could see the city laid before him on all sides as a bustling, sprawling concrete labyrinth. The hero kept running up and up even after he reached the hill's peak. His feet leapt up past the hill's summit and climbed the air like it was made of stairs, and he ascended up effortlessly, walking into the endless blue sky. He walked up and up until he became a tiny speck receding further and further away, until he had completely disappeared behind the bright azure curtain of summer sky. As I stood there washing my hands, all I could see was myself running up past the clouds far away from all that lay below. The thought of leaving the world far below me was soothing, and I was smiling to myself when I turned the faucet's knob and shut the water off. I grabbed the paper towel from a dispenser lodged into the wall next to the sink and used it to rub my hands dry, then threw it into the wastebasket under the dispenser. I turned to the restroom's entrance and began walking, and someone passed by me and walked behind me, but all I could see was myself floating up past the clouds and into outer space. My mind was seeing the solar system spiraling around me full of glittering stars and planets, and I heard some kind of shout behind me. But my mind was dancing in the cosmos, and I did not heed the noise. I continued to walk, my pace unbroken, and was passing through the open door out of the restroom when I was jarred back to reality by a shrill voice loudly half screaming behind me, "Hey! I said stop!" I turned around in confusion and saw a gray-haired white man standing next to the sink and glaring at me. His face was flushed with anger, and he jabbed a pointed finger towards the sink as if he was gesturing with a knife, and said in a curt voice, with each syllable punctuated by understated malice, "Do you see this?" The last word was shouted with loud incredulity. I was too taken aback to respond, so instead I walked forward and leaned down to look at where he was pointing. "Well?" he said to me in the same tense and loudly raised voice. "What do you think of this, huh?" I was starting to feel a mixture of confusion and fear. I had no idea why this man was yelling at me, and his sudden and unwarranted aggressiveness was starting to alarm me. "The water!" he shouted. "How dare you walk away after making this kind of mess?" He screamed at me so loudly that his voice reverberated in layered echoes off the bathroom's white-tiled walls. His protruding gut shook between us as he jabbed his pointed finger again at the sink. Suddenly I understood what he was saying. He thought that I had spilled water on the sink's countertop and had created the puddles there. He shouted at me in the same condescending authoritarian tone, "You need to clean this up, right now!" Although I had heard and understood him clearly, I kept my head down and didn't look up from the puddle, but instead stared deep into it and stayed silent. In that moment, a chaos of thoughts exploded from a blank void that was the normal state of my consciousness functioning through daily life. The thoughts were indistinct and formless, but they burrowed into the walls of my mindscape. They wormed their way into the forefront of my vision and took root, then burst into place. They tangled into a myriad of possibilities, each shivering with colors that threatened to bleed into a maelstrom of pastels that meant far too much. Images flashed in my mind. Ancient memories of Vikings, their skin white as snow, loading up boats and plunging across distant seas until they were brought to strange lands. They set forth, burning, pillaging, and raping village after village, full of screaming and running children. Years passed, and they developed new weapons that were more efficient in sowing death. They plundered on larger and larger scales and became the god kings of a world where all distances were marked simply by a day's inconvenience, as humans leapt across the same seas in howling metal tubes, searing across azure skies. Glittering diamonds stained red by African blood and black oil drowning brown-skinned desert people rained down unfettered and spun wildly in the sightless dark of my eyes as if borne upon cyclones and tornadoes. My father, the soldier, part of a massive army full of screaming beasts, foaming at their mouths under a red, white, and blue cloth, and the empire that they commanded stomped the barren earth before them and led to this moment. This very moment of me, staring at a puddle of water, barely holding back the words. I didn't make this mess. It's a gym's bathroom. It's always messy. If it bothers you so much, you clean it up yourself, you fucking asshole. But I didn't say anything. In my mind, I saw him go upstairs to the front office where my manager was. The same manager who was Korean American, but regularly yelled at the Korean employees in the office, but never yelled at the white, black, and Hispanic employees. The same manager who had screamed at me in front of everyone in the office because I had quoted a rule in the handbook when he asked why I requested a shift change with the shift supervisor instead of asking my coworker directly to switch shifts with me. A trivial and arbitrary matter that he perceived as disrespect because I didn't use deference when speaking to him and that I dared to quote the handbook at him. The same manager who treated another mixed-race employee who had a white parent and a Korean parent but was white passing noticeably better than he treated me. In my mind, I saw myself standing up for myself in that bathroom. In my mind, I saw myself being the man that I wished I was and telling this angry, old, white man that he was an asshole and who the fuck does he think he is talking to me like this? I then saw this white man go up to the manager who controlled my paycheck and complaining about me. I saw myself being fired by that manager. I saw myself alone. I couldn't respond. I couldn't speak. My mind was chaos, and I felt as if I was choked by eons of incomprehensible rage and helplessness. I stared at the puddle wordlessly, and a monstrous hand whiter than snow loomed out of it, and everything inverted until it hovered above my world. The hand clutched a fistful of gold coins, and it opened its grip slowly to let a single coin loose, and the coin grew smaller and smaller as it fell down, and I craned my neck up and opened my mouth to try to catch it on my tongue like a drop of rain. Feed me! Feed me, please, I beg you! I screamed at the unseen gods that ruled the imperialistic world that I was born chained into. All this I saw reflected in the shimmering rainbow luminescence of the filthy sink's puddle. Hey, do you speak English? The old white man leaned down and yelled angrily at me, his face mere inches from mine. His breath wormed its way into my ear, and I felt flecks of warm spittle collide with my cheek. Red-hot anger choked in my esophagus like black smoke, and I clenched my jaw until I felt white-hot pangs shoot up my temples like jagged bolts of lightning. I turned my head and looked into his eyes that were hooded by a brow furrowed by petulant malice and fury. A vein pulsed beneath his sweaty, ruddy skin, and he yelled at me again, louder and slower this time, enunciating each syllable with a pronounced and degrading clarity. Do you speak English? I felt as if with each word he was sucking all the air out of the room, and I couldn't breathe, and I couldn't think. I wanted to grab his face and shove my thumbs into his eye sockets until his eyeballs squelched into a horrid goop and scream into his gasping mouth as he begged for mercy. Do I speak English? I'm American, motherfucker! I'm as American as you are, you fucking piece of shit, you white motherfucker! I'm fucking American! Then I would dig my hands deeper into his skull, and I would break his skull into shattered pieces, and as I pulled his face asunder, I would scream, You think you're better than me? Because I'm Asian? You always think you're better than me because I'm Asian. Fuckers! You're all fucking pieces of shit! Motherfuckers! My rage was a maelstrom of blood-red anger behind my vision, and my eyes were blurred by hatred almost to the point of being blinded. But instead of letting any of my indignation and fury show, I responded, after a long pause of him staring down at me, with a very quiet, barely audible, yes. A tidal wave of shame instantly crashed within me like dark shadows trying to drown everything that made me strong and everything that made me a man. Everything that had labeled me an outsider, an inferior, a perpetual foreigner even in his homeland, doomed to be subjugated by those that held the elusive gift of power, coalesced into this tangible moment. This moment that I choked out a gasping affirmation instead of a merciless condemnation. In my response was hidden all my helplessness and all my rage. In my response was hidden the broken machinations of a society inherently hostile to my very existence. Should I act towards this man and his like, exactly as he was acting towards me? The old white man leaned back and pointed sternly at the sink and said firmly in a tone that was less loud than before, but still somewhat marked by anger, You need to clean this up right now. I turned towards the sink's paper towel dispenser and took a single sheet from it. I gave the puddle a single quick wipe that soaked the paper towel completely and spread the puddle around but did not mop it up. I threw the wet paper towel into the trash can next to the sink and immediately walked out the doorway. The old white man did not say anything as I walked out. The sink was still dirty and wet, but he did not call out to me again. He had bent me to his will, and that I had gone through the motions of mopping the puddles seemed to satisfy him. My rebellion by only giving it a single mop was not enough. The act of feigned obedience itself proved that he was the ruler of this domain, and his thirst for subservience was momentarily quenched. I do not know what I would have said if he had yelled at me again. Perhaps I would have been pushed to my limit and would have yelled back at him. My fear of losing my job and of obeying a perceived figure of prestige and status, an old white man, kept me silent. Though this happened years ago, I think of the experience often, and I am still full of indignation with how this complete stranger treated me. But I have changed since that time, and now I feel more anger at myself for obeying him. I wonder now what I would do. Would I scoff at the old white man and keep walking? Would I yell at him to clean it up himself? Would I simply tell him to fuck off? I'm not sure exactly how I would react, but I know that I would not obey him now. My rebellion of a single wipe of a puddle that failed to mop it completely was not enough. My next rebellion must be pronounced and assured. The mental turmoil of perpetuating unwarranted and undeserved racial obeisance has tormented me enough for me to realize that I would rather fight and lose my job than be treated like garbage. No one gets to treat me like I am their subordinate because really, who the fuck did that old white man think he was? A piece of shit motherfucker I'll hate forever. Chapter 5. How is that racist pussy? It was freezing cold as I watched Candy's car pull up in front of the McDonald's in Itaewon early that winter morning in her expensive car that I don't recall the model of. I was waiting for her inside the warmth of the McDonald's building and watched from one of its large windows as she parked right at its entrance and got out with her car still running. She got out of the car and closed its door, then leaned back casually against it as she quickly lit up a cigarette. I saw a couple middle-aged white men turn their heads to look at her as they walked by. Candy was about 6 or 7 years older than me, in her late 20s, and her face wasn't especially pretty, but she could attract attention when she wanted to. She usually dressed very casually, too casually for a highly fashionable city like Seoul, but today she was wearing an all-black outfit that included a leather jacket and tight leather pants that showed off her slim and athletic figure. I caught myself staring at her ass just like the men who passed her, and I quickly shook my head and stood up, out of my seat, and slung my backpack over one of my shoulders. I steeled myself for the cold, then walked out the front entrance and Candy saw me. She raised her hand that held her cigarette and waved at me as I approached her, the cigarette's tip leaving a zigzagging wisp of smoke that followed her hand's movements. It struck me then that her style was not typical at all for a Korean woman, and that she looked like an American movie star from the 70s in her all-black leather outfit and with her large reflective aviator sunglasses that hid her eyes. She was darkly handsome in her femininity, but her appearance was also striking in a way that quietly hinted at delinquency. I wondered if her style was something that had formed from her childhood spent living abroad in the States. She took a quick final drag from her cigarette, then deftly flicked it into the street, then got back into her car. "Timmy, this is Maria," Candy said to me in a casual tone as I opened the car's backseat door and saw Steph sitting on the opposite side and clambered in. Candy stepped on the gas pedal before I even had the door completely closed, and the car lurched forward. "She's Mexican," she said loudly back to me from the driver's seat. The unfamiliar Maria turned around in the front passenger seat and tilted her face in the gap between the seats to look at me. She was pale-skinned, and I thought that she looked like a typical brunette white woman, but she did have particularly bright hazel eyes. She murmured a polite greeting, and I echoed a greeting back to her, and she turned back around to face the windshield. Candy began to spew a loud stream of flawless Spanish to Maria. I heard my name several times and Maria would interject occasionally in Spanish. "Hey yo, Candy! Timmy didn't know you speak Spanish!" The women laughed hard at me and Maria said something else in Spanish and then in English to me. "Oh yeah, Candy is pretty much Mexican. She speaks perfect Spanish." Maria popped open her window slightly and lit a cigarette. Immediately the rest of us followed suit and each lit a cigarette. Cold air rushed into the car and cigarette smoke swirled between us. Even Candy smoked as she drove. "Oh yeah, Timmy, I didn't tell you I lived in Mexico for 7 years when I was a kid," Candy said in a half shout so that I could hear her over the rushing sound of wind. I replied back just as loudly, "Oh damn, I had no idea." Then I turned to Steph and said, "Yo Steph, let's get crunk," as I reached down between my feet where I had set my bag and pulled out a green bottle of grapefruit-flavored soju. Steph looked at me, her eyes sparkling with delight, and said, "Oh hell yeah, Timmy, you know me so well, I should kiss you right now." I laughed and opened the bottle as I felt a twitch in my cock. Steph was sexy and we had made out several times before while very drunk and I wanted to fuck her, but for some reason we hadn't yet. I wondered if she just liked to sexually frustrate me because she would jump on me and shove her tongue into my mouth and grab my hard cock until I felt like I was going crazy. Then she'd abruptly push me away to take another shot of tequila. She seemed more interested in girls and was aggressively forward with women when she was wasted. Too often, I had to pull Steph off some poor random straight girl she had pinned against a wall in her drunken stupor as she desperately tried to convince the girl it was okay to kiss a woman and it didn't make you gay. Despite her wildness when wasted, I still wanted to fuck her because her face was decently attractive and her body was slim and excited me. I found Steph's face to be prettier than Candy's, even though Candy's athletic build was definitely sexier. Steph's bleached blonde hair was trimmed short except at the top of her head, where it was long enough to be tied into a high, small ponytail. Much like Candy, her style was very different than the average Korean girls, and in that moment I realized how strange we all looked compared to the typical Korean crowd. "Yo, Maria, you want some?" I asked and raised the bottle up so that Maria could see it in the rearview mirror. Maria laughed lightheartedly and said, "Sure, yeah, why not?" We were about an hour into the drive when Candy told us nonchalantly how she had totaled her other car last month while driving home wasted. She laughed and said that her father had been annoyed that he had to buy her a new car even though he had gave her the totaled car only a few weeks before. I remember feeling nervous as we sped down the highway after hearing this, and even though I was drunk, my stomach would lurch with fear every time she haphazardly cut lanes. As we left the city and neared the mountains, we made a brief stop at a ski shop to pick up gear. The women told me to rent a parka in addition to skis because my jacket wouldn't be warm enough. I didn't realize that I had underdressed for the intense cold of the mountains because I had only gone skiing once or twice before when very young. Snow was falling lightly as we pulled off the highway and into a steep road cutting up the mountain. We arrived at what looked like a small apartment complex, and as we pulled into its parking garage, Candy told me that her father owned a condo here. I knew that Candy's family had money, but still I felt baffled. I had no idea that people owned condos at ski resorts. The concept seemed absurd and I wondered how much it cost. Candy parked and we grabbed our personal belongings but left the ski and snowboarding equipment in the car's trunk. We walked to an elevator nestled in a corner of the parking garage and entered it, then ascended up 8 floors to exit into a brightly lit hall lined with starkly painted white doors. We walked all the way to the end and entered a door there. As soon as we stepped over the threshold into the apartment, Candy turned around and asked me casually, "It's nice, right?" As we piled our belongings by the kitchen's small island counter, I turned my head to look around and said in amazement, "Holy shit, your dad owns this place?" The kitchen was immediately next to the apartment's entrance and was spacious enough for all of us to stand around in. It was ultra-modern and the cooking equipment shined as if freshly polished. There were appliances that I couldn't readily name nor explain what they were used for. To the left of the front door opposite to the kitchen was a bathroom. I walked over and opened its door to peek inside and saw a roomy bathroom tiled with smooth, gray stone. There was a large shower booth enclosed against the opposite wall with jets set into the walls at every angle and a large overhead shower head where water would spill down like rain. There was also another shower head located halfway up the wall with a long hose attachment that could be used to clean one's intimate areas. Next to the shower's door was an electronic display where you could choose the temperature of the water and which jets the water would pour from. You could also choose the water pressure of each individual jet. Outside the shower booth was the sink, which looked like a standard ordinary bathroom sink, but the toilet seat was electronic, had a heated seat, and had a bidet attachment. The toilet and shower head looked ultra-modern and almost as if they were out of a sci-fi movie. The main living room past the kitchen was starkly decorated and Candy told me proudly, "My dad and I designed it together. We wanted it to be comfortable and modern, but minimal so it wouldn't be too crowded." There was a large gray couch against one wall, a small neon green plastic table in the center of the room, and a large LED TV fixed to the wall opposite the couch. There were 2 doors on either side of the TV that led to bedrooms. I briefly glanced through the doors to see that the bedrooms were large and had bathrooms in each that were just as fancy as the bathroom next to the main entrance. Candy told me that the women would split the rooms and that I could sleep on the couch in the living room. I felt more than satisfied because the sleek and modern aesthetic of the sparse room appealed to me. The couch was also upholstered with soft suede and deep cushions that felt more comfortable to lay on than my bed at home. On the far end of the apartment, opposite to the main entrance and just past the end of the living area, was a fully stocked bar that included an authentic counter and bar stools. The bar looked just like one you would see at a lounge club in Seoul. Shelves full of liquor lined the wall behind the counter from the floor all the way up to the ceiling. I wondered how Candy's father reached the bottles on the top shelf and thought that maybe he kept a stepladder hidden somewhere. On the bar's counter was a huge 4.5-liter bottle of Johnny Walker Black Label sitting atop a swinging metal cradle. Candy walked over to the bottle and, tilting it forward in its cradle, poured us each a large portion in shining glass tumblers she had gotten from somewhere. I didn't like whiskey, nor did I like it served neat without ice, but I took a sip to be polite, and because I felt that whiskey suited this kind of luxurious setting. The bar hugged the wall opposite to the main entrance, which was made up of sliding glass doors that led to a balcony with a view of the ski slopes. Drinks in hand, we opened the sliding glass doors and went out onto the balcony, and Candy said with a tone of reverence as she lit up a cigarette, "It's nice, right?" I looked at the mountains around us, dusted with snow and blanketed with endless rows of dark green pines. I listened and only heard the muted silence of snowfall. I took a breath, and the cold air felt sharp in my lungs and tasted fresher in my nostrils than the air of the city. I sighed contentedly and responded, "Yeah, wow. Really? Wow." Candy smiled broadly at me and said eagerly, "Come on, let me show you the sauna." We went back inside and she led me into the bedroom, located furthest from the apartment's main entrance, and upon entering the room I saw that there was another set of sliding glass doors that led to a smaller version of the main room's balcony. I hadn't seen it from the main balcony even though it was right next door because a wall between them had hidden it. I was amazed by the simple luxury of privacy the wall provided between the two balconies that belonged to the same apartment. Candy walked carefully around the king-size bed that was beside the bedroom's entrance and opened the balcony's doors. We went onto the second balcony and saw another small door to the left, and I realized what I had thought was just a wall from the first balcony actually doubled as a sauna booth. She opened its small door and inside was a tiny room about the size of a telephone booth, just big enough for one person to sit inside. The sauna consisted of smooth wood with a small bench nestled against the apartment's wall, and across from it was a kind of basket that held hot stones beneath the window. It was empty otherwise, and Candy pointed to a dial on its wall and explained that you could control how hot the stones in the basket were heated by turning it. She laughed and said, "Yeah, my dad sits in here in nothing but his underwear and gets all hot and sweaty. Then he stands on the balcony and smokes hella cigarettes to cool off." She laughed harder and said between chuckles, "Can you imagine skiing and looking up and seeing some naked ajashi standing here all sweaty just staring you down while smoking? He's so fucking weird, man." Ajashi is a common Korean word used to refer to middle-aged, married, or unfamiliar men. That day was a hectic blur. Candy said her father didn't want us drinking from the bar because the bottles were rare and he used them to entertain clients. So we went down to the convenience store on the first floor of the condo and bought a bottle of acai flavored Absolute vodka. We bought a small bottle of tequila for Candy and dozens of bottles of soju. We went back up and stashed the booze and filled up a duffel bag with several bottles of soju. Candy poured the tequila into a flask she kept in her pocket and spent the rest of the day sipping from it. Next, we piled back into the car and Candy drove us to the slopes. I wondered how she could stand driving while drinking tequila, but she drove no more haphazardly than before, and I realized her tolerance for booze was much higher than mine. We parked by a cafeteria building surrounded by wooden platforms where people lounged around drinking hot drinks while taking a break from skiing, then got our equipment from the trunk and we each pocketed a couple bottles of soju. We trudged to a ticket booth and each bought a day pass. Then we sat at some benches and put on our hefty plastic ski boots. We stored our shoes in a locker nearby that accepted a few coins in exchange for a key. We walked off the platforms and stumbled onto the snow at the bottom of the slopes. I watched as a multitude of skiers and snowboarders zoomed in a semi-constant stream down the smooth white hills. The slopes looked steeper and more dangerous than they did at a distance, and I saw a few skiers tumble as they fell. It was kind of funny watching them fall, but at the same time I felt a little nervous that I might do the same. There were separate slopes for beginners, intermediate skiers, and advanced skiers. The lines of people waiting for the ski lifts that took skiers to the top were long, and we stood a few meters from the crowd, smoking our cigarettes and chugging our bottles. I thought that the cold, crisp mountain air made the soju taste better, and the cigarette smoke feel more refreshing. I was trashed already, and I could feel myself nearing the point of vomiting. Steph kept falling over in the snow, and we laughed hard every time she did. We took a couple group selfies with our smartphones, striking silly poses, then got in line for the lift. We decided to go up to the intermediate slope. The lifts were big enough for 2 people each, and I rode up with Steph, behind Candy and Maria. As soon as we disembarked at the top, Candy immediately raced down on her snowboard. The rest of us watched her in amazement, and Maria told us with admiration, "Yeah, Candy's super good at snowboarding. She's been doing it since she was like 5. I wasn't bad at skiing, so Steph and Maria stayed behind to go down slowly, and I took off after Candy. I'm still surprised I didn't fall and eat shit even once. It's almost like I did better because I was so wasted. Maybe because I was fucked up, I didn't hesitate as much and trusted my instincts more. I know that I went down too fast to be safe with my level of experience, but I recall the rushing wind and breakneck speed and having a blast. When I reached the bottom, Kenny was there waiting and asked me breathlessly, "Where are they?" We looked up the slope to see Steph and Maria still far behind us sliding down the hill on their asses. Neither of them could ski. Me and Candy laughed and joked about them while we watched our struggling friends, then went back up the slope together. We went up and down several times while Steph and Maria struggled down once, and when they finally reached the bottom, me and Candy met them and they told us they would go to the beginner slope. Candy told us she was going to the most advanced slope, and I decided to stay with the intermediate. I went down several more times until I was exhausted and my legs were shaking, then went to the cafeteria where we said we would meet. Steph and Maria were already inside drinking coffee, and we waited together a short while for Candy to finish. We didn't wait long, and as soon as Candy joined us, we ordered some food there and ate. We ate quickly, and I was still pretty drunk as we gathered our belongings and got back in the car. Candy was probably buzzed while driving, but her body was mostly tequila, and the small bottle she had bought seemed nowhere near enough to get her drunk. We stopped on the way back at another convenience store and bought a bottle of whiskey, some more bottles of soju, and a large 2-liter bottle of beer to make somek with. Somek is like a Jaeger bomb, except it substitutes Jägermeister with soju. You fill up a glass with beer, then drop a shot of soju into it. That night was my first time trying the concoction, and I hated it because I couldn't stand the taste of beer. I was already pretty fucked up when we got back to the condo, but when we broke into the vodka, I quickly got too fucked up. We spent a few hours pouring shot after shot until we were all drunk and sitting on the floor of the living room in a circle, and I was vaguely aware that Candy was telling a story about being in the States. I heard her say, "Yeah, so I said to him, 'Fuck you, nigger, don't tell me what to do.'" I flinched at hearing the racial slur. I already knew Candy hated black people, but usually it didn't come up in conversation. The first time it came up was when we had all been at Woodstock, a dive bar that featured live rock band performances where my band performed as well, and a young black man was sitting at the bar. Candy had leaned close to me and said with vitriol over the loud rock music, "What the fuck is that nigger doing here?" Black people didn't go through Woodstock often and would instead congregate at a frat-style bar called Thursday Party next to Woodstock, or at a hip-hop club called UN Club across the street. I liked UN Club because the music was good, but I hated Thursday Party because it felt like it attracted assholes. The only bar fight I've ever gotten into my life was at Thursday Party because a Korean American guy choked my friend, so I had immediately jumped up and punched him in the face. Then I got the guy in a rear naked choke and held him until the bartender swarmed us and split us apart. The fight had been over a game of beer pong, the epitome of douchey bar culture. Candy, why do you hate black people? I asked drunkenly, slurring my words as we sat there passing around the vodka. She turned and looked at each of us, then said, I don't hate black people. Just when I was in LA, there was this fat black cop, dyke bitch, right? That bitch tased me just for being drunk while walking. Fucking bitch. So I said, fuck you, bitch. Cause that taser hurt like a motherfucker. Then she threw me in jail. So yeah, fuck that cunt. Candy shrugged and Maria and Steph nodded knowingly as if affirming everything she just said. I didn't really get it. I remember thinking, okay, but what does that have to do with other black people? Shouldn't you just hate that one cop? But I was so drunk I could barely think, much less articulate a thoughtful response about prejudice. The conversation made me uncomfortable, and my discomfort was exacerbated by the fact that I was becoming increasingly nauseous, and because my body was starting to ache from sitting on the floor. I was desperately craving a cigarette, and I stood up abruptly and realized immediately that I had done so too quickly as I felt vomit rush up into my mouth. I pursed my lips as tightly closed as possible and sprinted to the bathroom, praying that I wouldn't puke in front of the women. I puked my brains out. I was on the floor clutching the toilet and everything looked blurry as hot tears streamed down my face. I tried to keep quiet because I felt it would be embarrassing to be the first one to vomit, especially as the only man in the group. None of the others had vomited, and I realized again that they were all more seasoned booze hounds than I was. I stayed in the bathroom for around half an hour, kneeling on the floor and clutching the toilet while retching into it. When my stomach was finally empty, I pushed myself up using the toilet for balance. Then I transferred my shaking hands to grab the sink and pulled myself up so that I could stand completely upright. I washed my face and rinsed out my mouth several times, then went back outside to the living room. I stumbled straight to the couch and collapsed on it and laid there facing up with my forearm draped over my eyes. I felt frozen there. I couldn't move. I was so drunk. I laid there while the women continued talking and drinking. I was conscious, but my head was spinning and I lost sense of time. It was sometime later when I heard Candy say loudly in a drunken half shout, "Let's have a makeout contest with Timmy." I opened my eyes. The light of the room blinded me for a moment. As my eyes adjusted, I saw the blurry outlines of the women standing over me. Candy plopped down on the couch near my waist and leaned over me. Her hair spilled onto my face and my nausea drained away. Then suddenly she was kissing me. Her lips pressed hard against mine and her tongue went deep into my mouth, and I let out an involuntary quiet moan. I gradually felt myself become more alert and my body was tingling in excitement. I had never kissed Candy before. She stood up again and said to Steph, "Okay, your turn." Steph said haughtily, "Pfft, of course I'm the best kisser. Timmy already knows." She swooped down and kissed me too hard in her usual rough fashion. I reached up and pulled her closer to me and she moaned a bit as our tongues danced together. We kissed long and I could feel myself becoming more and more aroused. Then Candy said exasperatedly in Korean to her, Okay, that's enough." Then in English to Maria, "Your turn." My eyes had been closed while kissing Steph, but I felt Maria sit on the couch next to my chest. Steph untangled herself from me, and I opened my eyes to see Maria looking back and forth at Steph and Candy's flushed faces. Even through my drunken haze, it seemed obvious to me that she didn't want to kiss me, but I couldn't articulate the words to express myself. Maria said to them in a somewhat pleading voice, "But why?" Candy instantly responded loudly and brusquely back, "Hurry up, Maria! We gotta know who's the best kisser!" Maria let out a sigh and leaned down and kissed me. I was surprised how good it felt. I had found her a bit unattractive, but something about the soft but vigorous way she moved her lips and tongue felt amazing. I was still drunk as hell, but my face was flushed with hot pleasure, and I could feel my cock harden as it became engorged with blood. After a long moment of kissing, Maria disengaged with a jerk of her head and sat back up, then said with annoyance, "There!" "So who's the best kisser, Timmy?" Candy asked, and Steph parroted her, "Yeah, Timmy, who's the best kisser?" Maria felt the best, but I didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, so I said hesitantly in a dazed voice that sounded as if I was half asleep, "You're all good. Yeah. It all felt good. Really good." All three of them immediately started shouting at me in overlapping voices, "You gotta pick one!" and "You can't just say all of us are good!" Kenny bent back down over me and took a hold of my shoulders and roughly shook me and shouted, "Come on, Timmy, you know I'm the best!" She swooped down and kissed me again, harder and more deeply this time. I felt overwhelmed by the shouting, but my drunken nausea was fading fast with my rising sexual excitement. I was fully aroused at this point, and I could feel my throbbing cock bulging in my pants. I sat up and pulled Candy close to me as we kept our lips locked together. Steph said something to Candy in Korean, and we stopped kissing and turned to look at her. Steph's face was flushed and her expression angry, and out of the corner of my eye I saw Maria stumble into her room and close the door behind her. Candy said something back to Steph in Korean, but I wasn't paying attention to what they were saying. I was so thirsty that all I could think of at that moment was of water, so I stood up shakily and stumbled to the kitchen. I grabbed one of the water bottles scattered on the counter next to the bottles of booze, and as I drank greedily from it, I could hear Steph say to Candy in English, "Look, I don't mind kissing, it's just kissing, but..." and then a string of frenzied Korean that I couldn't understand. My Korean was pretty bad at the time, and I could only make out basic phrases and I could hardly speak it. Even though I had lived in Seoul for over a year, I mostly stayed on the US Army base or in Itaewon, a foreigners district, so I mainly interacted with English speakers. Most of the Korean people that hung out in Itaewon spoke good English, so I didn't feel a pressing need to learn Korean. I wasn't all that interested in my ethnic heritage or expanding my social circle outside of Itaewon. I set my glass of water down and turned back towards the living room to see Candy approaching me. She had taken off her shirt and was in a tight tank top, and I could see her black bra straps hugging her narrow shoulders. She strode quickly over to me with arms outstretched, and we embraced and kissed passionately. I heard a door slam, and we both turned to see that Steph had gone into the other bedroom. "Let's turn off the light," Candy said. We turned off the lights but left the TV on a blank channel, and it illuminated us in soft white light as we sat on the couch and stripped one another eagerly. I suddenly recalled a drunken conversation with Candy from a past night out with another friend when Candy told us she never did doggy style or gave blowjobs during sex. The other friend and I had joked that having sex with Candy must be like fucking a wooden board, and we had loudly exclaimed to one another, "Then what the fuck does she do? Just lay there?" In that brief instant, I recalled the memory, and I wondered what sex with Candy was about to be like. I felt quietly surprised when she leaned over and took my cock's tip into her mouth and sucked gently as I groped her breasts, still in her bra. Candy's body appealed to me. I was slender and toned from exercising regularly, and hers was the same. She had told me she went to her apartment complex's gym regularly. She was the sixth person I ever had sex with, but I was still fairly inexperienced as I had never had a regular partner before. Even with my past two girlfriends, we had only been together a short time, and the rest of my sexual experiences were one-night stands. Candy would be a one-night stand too. I did not know how to read a woman's body then, and I would fuck with a strangely suppressed rage born from a general frustration. I would thrust myself roughly into women, and a natural aggression within me that I was consciously unaware of would erupt from me. I would press women down and choke their throats in an iron grip and strangle them as our pubic regions would slam together. After sex, I usually ended up bruised for several days above my cock. I could almost never come from sex back then. It is only recently that I've been able to climax somewhat regularly as I've been able to learn to relax more. My inability to finish and my youthful energy and stamina would lead me to pumping away at women like a machine until usually, after several hours like this, they would tell me that they were hurting or tired and needed to stop. It was the same way with Candy. We stayed on the couch for several hours and then she told me she had had enough. She stood up and her naked body was bathed in the white light of the TV, and I told her, "Damn, you're fucking sexy." She smiled at me and said, "We're hot as fuck together." Then her face scrunched up in a displeased expression and she said, "What the fuck, dude? My pussy hurts. I think I'm bleeding." She went into the bathroom and spent some moments there, and when she came out, she said, "Yeah, Timmy, what the fuck? You went too hard. It fucking hurts, man. I'm bleeding." I no longer felt completely drunk, but my mind was still hazy, and I had difficulty forming words as I asked her, "Huh? Wait, what? Like, inside?" She scoffed at me and spread her legs slightly and bent over and reached into herself. She pulled her fingers back out and showed me a small spot of blood on it. I asked her, "Oh shit, does it hurt?" She shook her head and said, "Not inside, no, just the outside a little. We can keep going a little more." I suddenly had an idea and said to Candy, "Let's go have a threesome with Steph." Candy nodded enthusiastically. We both gathered our clothes that lay scattered on the floor and put them on. I took her by the hand and we went into the main bedroom that Steph had entered earlier. Candy laid down in the large bed next to Steph, who seemed asleep, and I laid down on the far side next to Candy. None of us spoke, but I could see Candy touching Steph. Suddenly, Steph sat up and stood quickly out of the bed and left the room wordlessly. Candy sighed loudly and turned back towards me. I asked her in confused disappointment, "Why is she so mad?" She just shook her head and said, "Let's just go to sleep." Candy fell asleep beside me, and at one point I tried touching her pussy some more, but she pushed my hand away, so I just laid there for a long time but couldn't fall asleep. When her breathing changed and I knew she was asleep, I got up and went out for a glass of water. When I entered the living room, I saw Steph laying on the couch staring up at the ceiling with an angry expression. She didn't say anything to me and I didn't say anything to her. I grabbed a bottle of water and took it back into the bedroom where I drank it, then passed out beside Candy. Days later, after the ski trip, I met up with my friend Darius. He went by D, and we had met at the hotel where we both worked and where he had been a cashier. D was about 6 feet tall and of Jamaican descent. He had short, dreaded hair and skin that gleamed almost dark blue. He had lived in Washington State when he was in high school, just like I had, so we had bonded by sharing stories of our adolescence there. It was snowing slightly as we walked down Itaewon Boulevard, and I told him about the ski trip. At first, he was only mildly interested in my story until I told him about the makeout contest. D laughed hard and asked loudly and incredulously, "So these 3 bitches just got on top of you like that? Fucking deadass, that's crazy as shit, bro." We were both pretty drunk and we laughed uproariously as we walked, and 3 white men turned their heads towards us as they stood smoking cigarettes under the entrance of a bar. I told D, "Yeah, Candy's waiting at Shenanigans for me, so I better get going." "Wait," he said with a puzzled voice. He grabbed my arm and we both stopped. I looked down at his hand and wished I could shrug it off quickly, but worried that I would hurt his feelings. I hated being touched by anyone I wasn't into sexually, but I usually tolerated it when friends touched me. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," he said in a confused voice. "You said her name was Candy. Candy Lee, right?" I nodded as he continued. "I heard about a Korean American bitch named Candy Lee. She used to do a bunch of racist ass shit with some white motherfucker on base. They'd go driving around and scream at black dudes, 'Fuck you, nigger,' shit like that. My enlisted homeboy told me about it. He was just walking on the sidewalk minding his own business, then saw this bitch leaning out a car window just screaming, 'Nigger, nigger, nigger' at him. He was laughing about it, thought it was funny as hell. He was like, I ain't never seen a little Korean bitch say nigger before. What you think, bro? That the Candy Lee you talking about? I tilted my head to the side and thought for a moment, then said slowly, I mean, I never heard anything about that, but like, she does seem like she hates black people though, so it probably is her. I mean, yeah. I've heard her call black people niggers and shit. D threw his head back and let out a loud, gasping laugh that advertised just how drunk he was. I smirked and held back a laugh as he lightly slapped my shoulder with the back of his hand and exclaimed, What? You fucked that racist bitch? You about to go meet that bitch? You? You fucking the racist bitch Candy fucking Lee? I can't fucking believe it. He laughed again and said, Well, come on then. I want to go see her too. D immediately pivoted and started walking at a fast pace away from me down the street towards Shenanigans, the bar where I was going to meet Candy. I was alarmed and the thought of D confronting Candy worried me. I didn't want to lose my chance at having sex with her again and possibly developing a friends with benefits type relationship with her. So I quickly jogged up next to D and grabbed his arm and said, Whoa man, whoa, nah man. I'm gonna meet her alone. I'm trying to fuck, bro. He turned to look at me and laughed again and said, What, you don't want me to meet her? You don't think it'll be funny? A black man like me go up to that racist bitch with you? He smiled wildly at me and his gleamingly white teeth shined brightly at me through the dark. I shook my head, but I was smiling and laughing a little as I said, Nah, man, I gotta meet her alone. You get it right. Gotta get some pussy. D's eyes narrowed and he said, Oh, yeah, I get you, bro. He snickered and said, So that's how it is, huh? It was that good, huh? Right? He paused and stood up straighter and crossed his arms as he looked down at me. He snorted and said, So be real with me then, bro. How was it? How was that racist pussy, huh? I raised my eyebrows and let go of his arm. I shrugged and said with a slow chuckle, Yeah, all right, man. Not gonna lie. My voice became high-pitched as I shrugged and said in a goofy voice, It was pretty good. We stared at each other for a long moment with silly expressions on our faces. Then we both exploded with laughter that was so loud that it echoed far down the street, and the three white men that we passed earlier, now a fair distance behind us, leaned out of their doorway to stare at us. One of them chuckled and shook his head as they tossed down their cigarettes and stamped them out in the thin layer of snow that was forming underfoot. Chapter 6 Steak Knife Blues. I'm a fucking piece of shit and I deserve to die. Mantra of the damned. Life will never get better. Everything is shit. Everyone hates me. I hate everyone. He is 18 years old. His head is full of marijuana fog and is strained taut by psychedelics. He stares at his reflection in a mirror that he kneels before like an altar. Bobby pins hold back his long, unkempt hair. His thin and translucently pale wrists show pulsing blue veins and his skin glows dull violet, bathed by dimly colored lights shining down from overhead. His pupils are dilated as large black discs and he begins to weep softly. He kisses his reflection gently and murmurs to it, his lips mere inches away from the glass. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. You're too beautiful for this world. He does not sob or choke or make any noise, but stares at himself as he rests his fingertips lightly on the mirror. His tears stream more heavily down his face, but he stays silent and still. The only sounds that penetrate the thick and muggy night air are those that emanate into the small basement room from the street. An occasional car rushing by, the quiet clicks of crickets chirping, solitary footsteps thudding past on hard sidewalks. The young man turns his head away from the mirror. He is naked and his emaciated and skeletal body wobbles unsteadily as he pivots, using his knees to reposition himself. He places both hands down onto the thick, red-carpeted floor, and he pushes against it as he turns his body around. Once he is facing the opposite wall, he stops and stares at it.
The wall had been plain white when he moved in, but is now full of colors. His mattress on the floor underneath the drawing is disheveled, and its blankets and sheets lie in a heap upon it. He stands up shakily and noiselessly glides over to the mattress with light footsteps. There is an almost flat tin box on his mattress, and the young man stoops down to pick it up. He opens it with the clumsy flick of his fingers to reveal a set of 30 or so colored pencils. Without hesitation, he immediately pulls out a sky blue colored pencil, then leans forward to the wall with his face only inches away from it. The young man sets the pencil's tip to the wall and begins to shade and color. Abstract shapes collide against each other and implode away from one another in vibrant sweeps. There is a central shape that resembles a tadpole or sperm cell, and it overlaps color after color. The entire drawing covers the wall above his bed. This is my life, my mind, my world. The young man draws like this for several minutes, then stops. He places the pencil back in its box and closes it. He lets the box drop from his hand to the mattress, then he sits roughly down, cross-legged beside it. He reaches over to a small nightstand next to his mattress and grabs a small black composition notebook that sits upon it. On its cover, scrawled by a shaking hand in ballpoint pen, are the words, "A Dying Perception." He flips through its past pages, filled with wild scribblings, to the next blue-lined blank page and begins writing wildly. At first, his handwriting stays within the blue lines upon the page, but as he writes, his movements become more frantic and agitated, and his writing becomes wilder as it reflects his agitation. The words he writes become barely legible, and some letters are scribbled and huge, taking up a quarter of a page, and he flips through each blank page, filling them at a speed to match the fevered pitch of his emotions. His neck is tense and is stretched by sinewy cords that indicate his distress. Tears fall from his eyes and stains the pages as he writes. He does not regard his tears and even writes over the wet spots, tearing holes into the pages as he writes and writes and writes. Suddenly, he stops. He flips through several blank pages, then takes a deep breath and grabs at the heap of blankets underneath him. He scrubs at his face with the blankets, wiping his snot and tears away, and then flings the blankets back down. He sniffles as he stares down at the empty pages. The young man reaches to the colored pencils and takes out a bright pink one. He lets his eyes droop halfway closed and begins tracing out a chaotic shape that fills the page. Much like the drawing on the wall behind him, he draws a mass of clashing shapes that hint at flowers, eyes, genitalia, tendrils, and smoke. He draws the entire shape with the pink pencil. Sections of it seem to come out of the page at him, and he outlines certain sections more boldly than others. Finally, after many long minutes of drawing, he sets the pencil down and stares at the shape. Is it a demon? Is it salvation? He stares at the drawing for a long moment, then picks up the colored pencil again. He grits his teeth, and images of a young woman flashes through his mind. Her hair is ghostly blonde with pink highlights. She is petite, but shapely. The memory of her face is like golden fireworks blossoming in the deepest recesses of his chest. The memory of her voice is like a challenge to the gods themselves. She is the song of the deeps. She is the silver glow of the moon. She is melody incarnate. She is not mine and will never be. He bends down so that his entire body is hunched over the notebook. He begins to shake in anguish, and his body is racked by shudders as he grits his teeth and lets out a long groan. His brow is furrowed and a vein throbs in his forehead as he writes with the pink pencil under the drawing in an empty space at the bottom right corner of the page. See my world colored so brightly, the air so sweetly toxic. The young man falls silent and his body stops trembling. He slides his hand, still holding the pencil, along the page up to its upper right corner and there writes the title of the drawing. loving miasma. The young man lets out a long sigh. Memories intrude his mind as an endless and warping spiral. Memories of pain, memories of love, memories of sins, memories of regret, memories of life, memories of death, memories and memories, memories. All of his anguish, rage, hurt. I am in so much pain. Nothing will ever be better. I will always lose that which gives me joy. The world is gray and the sun no longer shines for me. I do not know how to fix this. I am a piece of shit and I deserve to die. I will never feel love and have it reciprocated. I will never feel better. I have always been like this. Things will always be like this. Visions of a desolate future enfold and encases him. A haze of cloudy storms that become the worst aspects of all that he has ever felt taints him. His life is an expression of inky black midnight, and all he can see is vermilion gushing down in an unending torrent as it screeches and screams at him. Shadows become demonic silhouettes, and they dance around him using thin blades to slit themselves open and reveal spraying red. They laugh in open mockery at his pathetic being. He is a slug slathered in the sludge of his own existence. He is filth. He is shit. He must die. The young man opens the composition notebook again. He writes 3 letters, one to his family, one to his friends, one to whoever finds him. He fills them with his hope that someone can understand the reasons for his actions. He knows that the pain his death will cause is inevitable, but perhaps a kind of understanding can be reached. They are suicide letters, and he ends the final one with the words, "Don't fear the Reaper." He draws a large infinity symbol under the words and adds a large eye above it. The eye and the symbol are connected at their centers by a barrage of thin lines. I hate myself. I hate myself so much. I just want to die. The young man reaches back to the nightstand. He grabs a heavy black laptop from it. He opens it and, using the mouse to navigate the desktop, clicks on a web browser icon. He goes to YouTube and clicks the search bar. A box full of words, highlighted in purple, displays several terms that have already been searched for. One of them is Royal Tenenbaum's suicide. He clicks the suggestion and a page opens full of recommended videos. He clicks the first video displayed. The video is already highlighted from having been watched many times before. The Royal Tenenbaums is his favorite movie. He has watched it many times. Too many times to count. He has watched the entire movie in one sitting many times, and he has watched separate clips from it many times. The scene he watches now is his favorite scene. It speaks to him. It is beautiful. The character in the scene, Richie Tenenbaum, is played by the actor Luke Wilson. Richie was a highly talented tennis player, but he is in love with his adopted sister Margot, played by Gwyneth Paltrow, who is married to a character played by Bill Murray, named Raleigh St. Clair. The scene begins with Richie facing the viewer, bathed in a dull, yellow, green-tinted light in a sparse bathroom as the late musician Elliott Smith's song, Needle in the Hay, begins to play. Richie has long hair, a long, unkempt beard, is wearing a striped white tennis shirt, tennis wristbands and headband, and his eyes are hidden by dark sunglasses. He takes off his wristbands and the headband as the scene is interspersed by jump cuts that show a brief montage of him using scissors to snip away at his long hair and beard. The viewer is shown that one of his hands is wrapped by a strip of cloth that is being used as a bandage. He trims his head's hair and his beard down to only a few centimeters in length. He takes off his sunglasses to reveal baggy eyes set in dark pits marked by an exhaustion that goes beyond being tired. Richie reaches forward to a pull chain switch and turns on a light with a flicker. The viewer is shown a different angle as the scene cuts to behind Richie and shows his reflection in the mirror above the bathroom sink. Richie takes an aerosol can and dispenses a glob of shaving cream onto his hand, then spreads the cream on his face over his trimmed beard. The scene cuts back so that he is facing the viewer once more, and he raises an old-fashioned single-bladed razor to his face and drags it down over his right cheek, clearing a section of shaving cream and hair. Richie pauses and stares at the viewer, then whispers, "I'm going to kill myself tomorrow." The scene cuts back and forth, alternating to Richie before he began shaving, then to the present moment, and cuts again, showing his hands removing the blade from the razor. The camera zooms in on his face looking down, and his head moves with slight movements as the viewer is shown a montage of various scenes from the movie up until that point. While the montage plays, it is obvious that Richie is using the razor to slit his wrists. The montage shows various scenes from the past. There is Mordecai, Richie's beloved pet hawk, his sister Margot as an adult and as a child, his father Royal Tenenbaum, Richie as a child, and his mother Etheline Tenenbaum. The montage lingers on adult Margot exiting a bus, then the montage ends and the scene cuts back to present moment, and the viewer is shown Richie's purpley hands facing palms up over the sink, which is covered by locks of his discarded hair. The can of shaving cream is set on the right side of the sink close to his tennis wristband. His headband and other wristbands sit on the sink's left side. Blood pours down his arms and over his palms into the sink, where it mingles with water spilling from the faucet. The discarded razor drowns there in the basin, and Richie's fingers twitch and move slightly. The young man watching the movie clip pauses the scene. He stares at the blood pouring from Richie's arms and into the sink. His eyes are glazed and halfway closed, and he feels a hot rush bloom from his face and spread downward throughout his body. He salivates slightly, and the warm euphoria he feels is almost sexual in its pleasurable nature, as it blossoms all the way from his face down to his toes, creating a sparkling, bubbly tingle at his extremities. The young man lets out a little sigh from a breath that had been held without realization. The young man presses the back arrow key on his laptop's keyboard and rewinds the clip to where Richie whispers the phrase, "I'm going to kill myself tomorrow." He presses the spacebar on the keyboard and the clip plays again. When the clip reaches the scene where blood pours down Richie's arms, he pauses it again. His head is full of visions of ruby red flowers and inky pouring black. He sees a clear, dark, endless pool with stars floating in its depths, full of thin, undulating strips of pale, fabric-like creatures. In his mind, the water rushes around him, and he is floating amongst the stars, and he is warm as he sinks further and further down, surrounded by the strange wraiths that sing songs of comforting illusion and silence as his breath dissipates and disappears. The wraiths enfold him and becomes his shroud, and he is so warm and so comfortable as he pictures himself fading into eternity. "I don't want to be here anymore," the young man whispers to himself breathlessly and almost inaudibly. The young man closes his laptop. He picks it up with one hand and sets it gently down on the red carpet next to the mattress. He leans forward and his sharp shoulder blades jut out under his skin as he repositions his body so that he is kneeling on the bed. The young man reaches to the nightstand and takes a hold of a knife there. It is a small, standard, cheap kitchen knife used for cutting cooked meat like steak or chicken. Its handle is hard black plastic and the blade's edge is serrated but dull. It is an old knife that he found in the kitchen of the shared house that he is living in. He does not know if it's one of the neighbors or if it had been left there by the previous occupant of his room. Still kneeling, the young man puts the dull, serrated edge of the knife to his left wrist. He begins to sob uncontrollably as he moves the knife back and forth across his skin, and he says over and over to himself, "I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore." He saws into his wrist in two separate places about an inch apart in parallel lines. He saws until deep, dark, red blood spills down his wrist and coats the dull teeth of the blade. He cannot feel the blade cutting into his flesh, but the sight of his blood spilling out makes him stop. He gasps loudly and stares at the blood. It seems to shimmer like precious rubies before him. It shines like the revelation of some hidden treasure and sends waves of soothing warmth pulsing through his skull to the back of his brain where it echoes to right behind his eyes. The young man drops the knife and lets the blade fall to the bed where the blood coating it stains his blankets. He raises his arm up to his face so that the cuts are level with his eyes and watches the line of blood drip down his forearm. I'm free. I'm finally free. The young man feels nothing anymore. He feels neither absence of anguish nor does he feel pleasure or relief. He is empty and hollow as he watches his life pour out from his thin, pale, fragile wrist. The spiral of memories that choked him like black branches have spidered their way deep into his being. He is no longer a person, but an expression of angst that moves in retaliation to itself. He is trapped by his own mind and he cannot free himself. The blood pours steadily and drags him with it down into the infinite pool of eternity. But death will not free him. Death cannot free him. Memories scream in his broken mind and seedlings sprout there. They are remembrances of past acts filled with determination that hint of future visions of something. The blood grants him no relief as it slowly coagulates and dries on his wrist and arm. The blood grants him no relief as it stops spilling out. Chapter 7. Ching Chong Faggot. My cigarette's tip glowed bright orange as I took a slow and deep drag from it. I felt its heat emanate onto my cheek as warmth filled my throat and my chest. I let out a heavy sigh and watched, with eyes bleared by drunkenness, the acrid white smoke plume before me like a contorting wraith in the dim gray light of the bar. I looked down at the glass of gin and tonic in my hand and gave it a quick swirl. The sturdiness of the rocks glass and the soft clinks the ice cubes made were comforting to me. The sound my motion made was brightly musical in a wintry kind of way. I raised the glass and felt its cool sweat touch the tip of my lips as I poured it back and took a slow and steady sip. The alcoholic bite of gin was barely noticeable, and a thin slice of cucumber in the drink added an intriguing twist to its taste. The drink was brightly refreshing, and I let it lead me into a quiet moment of pleasurable revelry. "This is a damn good gin and tonic, Minsu," I droned quietly. Minsu gave me a small half-smile from behind the bar's counter as he leaned forward to glare at a spot on its shining surface. He scrubbed at it furiously with the rag in his hand and then gave a barely audible grunt of satisfaction as he stashed the rag to an unseen place underneath the counter. While he rummaged under the counter, I looked around at his bar. The floors, walls, and ceiling were all painted a dull matte black. The large and spacious room only had a few threadbare chairs near the counter, and the floor was littered with wood chips and scraps of paper, and was coated in a thin layer of dust. Along the walls were headless mannequins shaped like muscular men that Minsu had painted pitch black and had sprinkled with sparkling rainbow glitter. They reminded me of the aliens, or were they something else, at the end of the 2001 movie AI by Spielberg. The entire room reeked of strong paint and even stronger booze. I asked Minsu why there were only a few chairs, and he sighed wearily and said in his lisping and effeminate Korean accent, "Yeah, we're not done with this place yet. We've been moving in for the last 4 fucking months. This shit never ends to me, I fucking swear. People are so goddamn unreliable." He half shouted his last sentence and then gave another deep and weary sigh. I furrowed my brow and tried to nod in a sympathetic way, but I couldn't immediately think of a response, so instead I took another sip of my drink. "Oh, quit your bitching, Minsu," Finn's voice echoed from the far side of the bar opposite to us. I turned in my seat to face Finn as he said in his thick Australian accent to me, "Minsu's always complaining about others, but really he's the one who keeps delaying everything. If he just did his part, the bar would be ready to be open tomorrow." He laughed in a half spiteful and half playful tone, and Minsu glared at him with just the slightest hint of a smile playing on the corner of his lips. He shouted loudly at Finn, "Get back to work! God, you're taking forever!" He added whiningly, "Come on, Finn, please! Just hurry up, I want to get fucking drunk already!" Finn let out a sharp guffaw in response, but crouched back down onto the floor where he had laid out a stack of paintings, and beside them a pile of empty wooden frames. Although he had already framed several of the paintings, he still had many more to go before his gallery would be ready for his showing. Finn's exhibition was in a few days, and Minsu was hosting it at his bar. Both of them were invested in how successful they hoped it would turn out to be. Minsu had kindly placed the bottles of gin and tonic water on the counter in front of me, and I poured myself another glass. I imagined that he charged high prices, so I was glad that I didn't have to pay for drinks tonight. As I sipped my drink, I looked back at the mannequins. The room's main source of light came from street lamps outside, and their incandescence poured through from a wall of windows behind where Finn was working. The soft yellowish light illuminated the mannequins dimly, and once again I was reminded of glowing aliens. I felt like I was floating untethered in space, and my head spun more with each progressive sip I took. I could tell Minsu was drunk too, because his face was flushed red with the classic Asian glow that affected so many Koreans when they drank. My face occasionally turned red when I was drunk, but it was more hit and miss for me. "Ugh, just hurry up before my stupid brother-in-law gets here," Minsu groaned at Finn. Finn responded sharply back, "Alright, fuck, I'm going as fast as I can, you fucking whiny bitch." Minsu glared at him and cursed in Korean at him, then said, "Oh, you're asking for it tonight, aren't you?" Finn looked up and sneered at him. Minsu scoffed back and walked around the counter towards Finn, taking care not to step on any of the paintings scattered in front of him as he approached. He feigned a kick at Finn as he passed, and Finn glared up at him in response but said nothing. Minsu continued to the windows, then grabbed a handle on a window pane and yanked it open. The summer night's warm air immediately seeped into the room like a fog of warm blankets, and I felt cozier than I had in a long while. "What's wrong with your brother-in-law?" I asked Minsu. He let out another sigh that sounded as if he had the most miserable existence in all the world. He said to me somberly, "I don't know, Timmy, he's just so... I just hate him. He's a fucking asshole." I nodded and tried again to furrow my brow in a sympathetic expression, but felt I wasn't quite pulling it off, and wondered if I was just making myself look like a Neanderthal or something. Finn scoffed and said heatedly, "Yeah, you let him treat you like shit, so he thinks you're a fairy bitch." Minsu gasped and said with great indignation, "How could you say that? You know my sister loves him. What am I supposed to do? Fight the motherfucker?" Minsu sat in a chair beside where Finn was still working on the floor. He reached down to an open bottle of soju Finn had been drinking from and took a long swig from it. "Well, if you just stood up for yourself like you used to, then maybe he wouldn't be such a homophobic cunt to you," Finn said to Minsu in a serious and muted tone. Minsu turned his head limply towards me and let out another bubbling sigh. "Do you hear this, Timmy? Do you hear what his solution is? He thinks I should fight my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law doesn't even know I'm gay. He thinks I should fight him for being homophobic." Minsu cocked his foot back and jerked his foot like he was going to kick him, and Finn glared back at him. However, this time Finn stood up and punched Minsu in the chest hard enough to make a loud sound. I was startled and my eyes widened unconsciously, and I stared at them both to see what they would do next. I wondered if their hostility was some kind of playful game or genuine disdain for one another. I felt it might be a little of both. Minsu laughed loudly, then said, "Wow, look at how he treats his best friend, Timmy. He doesn't love me anymore. He thinks just because I'm much stronger than him, I won't hurt him. But he's really fucking asking for it." Finn smiled at him ruefully and said loudly, "Then do it." Finn raised his small hands in a mock fighting stance, and Minsu laughed loudly while shaking his head. Minsu turned to me and said, He knows I would kill him. I used to fuck up little white boys like him all the time. They called me CHING CHONG FAGGOT and I would fight all the time. He knows this. He knows this game won't work with me. I almost killed so many fucking racist, homophobic assholes, Timmy. I don't do that anymore, but I fucking could." His expression darkened and he looked at Finn with his jaw clenched and eyes set in a steely, intimidating gaze. Finn raised his hands above his head with his palms open in a gesture of surrender and said in a conciliatory tone while lightly chuckling, all right, you whiny queen. Calm the fuck down. You know I'm just joking. Jesus fucking Christ, this fucking drunk bitch." Even though he seemed to be joking and wasn't going to actually hurt Finn, I was surprised at Minsu's sudden aggressiveness. I had assumed he was a rather effeminate and submissive guy, and his sudden talk of fighting caught me off guard. I asked him, "Minsu, are you a dom or a sub?" He scoffed and said, "Timmy, I know you're new to this, and you haven't hung out with many gay people, but you need to know something. All that shit, all that dom and sub shit, that's all just stereotypes. Top and bottom, sub and dom. Ignorant assholes just try to pretend gay men are supposed to be like that. That's not how we really are." I was slightly puzzled, but I nodded, and after thinking for a moment, I replied back slowly, "Yeah, I guess. I guess it's like when they ask gay dudes, are you the man or the woman in the relationship? Like, they're both men. Neither is the woman." Minsu nodded at me in a satisfied way and said with a smile, "Exactly, Timmy. Exactly. We're each different. Just because I talk a certain way or like a certain person doesn't mean I am a certain way. Just because I'm gay and have a lisp doesn't mean I'm anyone's bitch, and I'll fuck up anyone who tries to say otherwise." His expression darkened again, and he stood up so abruptly that his chair toppled over behind him as he shouted, "I'll fucking kill them! I swear!" I felt like I was seeing a new person altogether. Suddenly, I could see Minsu's broad shoulders and long arms. I noticed his scarred hands with large, bony knuckles weathered by manual labor and fighting. The cartilage of his ears looked puffy and deformed, and I knew this slight cauliflower scarring indicated a history of brawling. I had thought that he was skinny, but now I could see that his tailored shirt was stretched taut over his hidden barrel chest, and with each movement his large pectoral muscles pulsed and rippled. No amount of femininity or high attention to fashion could hide all the subtle signs that Minsu knew what it meant to fight and knew how to fight to win. Finn looked up at him, and I noticed the differences between them. I had thought Finn was the handsome one between them because he looked like a diluted version of one of the Hemsworth brothers, but with Minsu towering over him, he looked almost dumpy and very small. He was not ugly, but Minsu's presence dwarfed his. Finn smiled up at Minsu and said quietly, "That's the spirit, Minsu. That's what we need." Finn looked down and frowned slightly and repeated more quietly as if he was speaking just to himself, "We really do need it. We really do." As I sat there looking at Minsu and Finn, I suddenly thought of a terrible morning from a few months ago when I had been assaulted. I had spent the night before bar hopping with friends and drinking too much booze even though I had an early morning shift at 5:30 a.m.
That night, I got home past midnight, and when I left for work the next morning, my hangover was pounding like a jackhammer in my brain. It was a short walk from my apartment to the office, and as I reached the gate to access the military base, I saw a young white soldier struggling to get the gate's automatic card scanner to read his ID card, which would allow him into the gate's fingerprint scanning booth. There was no guard at the gate, but the only way through was to go into the booth and verify your identity with your fingerprint. I waited behind him, but instantly realized he was very drunk by his sloppy movements and the way he swayed like he was about to fall over, so I asked him in an even voice, "Hey man, you mind if I go first? I'm pretty late for work." The white man turned around and angrily spat out the words, "Fuck you, faggot!" "Whoa, okay, buddy," I said with surprise, and I held up my hands with my palms open and facing him to gesture that I didn't want any trouble. A short moment later, he somehow managed to get the card reader to accept his ID, and he entered the booth. I watched him scan his fingerprint, then open the second set of doors on the other side, which allowed him onto the base. A red light on my side of the scanning booth turned green, which meant it was my turn to scan my ID, which I did without issue. I quickly entered the booth to scan my fingerprint, and I saw the white man through the glass of the second set of doors and realized he was waiting for me. I scanned my fingerprint and the door buzzed open. I walked through the door and tried to walk past the man, but he stepped in front of me and blocked my way and shouted in my face, "Fuck you, faggot! You suck dick!" I pushed past him and replied loudly, "Dude, leave me alone. I'm late for work." As I tried to hurry down the path, he followed close behind me and shouted, "Hey, didn't you hear me? I said you suck dick!" I wheeled around and said while half laughing, "Yeah? So what if I suck dick? It's fucking 2016. I can suck dick all I want." The white man took a step towards me and his hands flashed up towards my face before I could react. I felt a muffled impact on my face. Then I stumbled backwards so roughly that one of my shoes came off, but I was able to pivot my bare foot against the rough gravel and maintain my balance. I realized with some shock that he had punched me several times lightning quick in my left cheek. I have some fighting experience, so I can take a punch, but I was caught off guard by how quick he was. Luckily, he hadn't hit me too hard, but it was hard enough to leave a bruise that would swell my cheek and last the whole day. I instantly felt a red-hot rage and adrenaline cut through my hangover. I gritted my teeth and took a step forward. I stared at the white man and felt like I was really seeing him for the first time. He looked several years older than me, maybe in his mid or late 20s. His face was pale and his features were small. His eyes seemed too close together. He had short blonde hair that looked heavily gelled. He sneered haughtily at me, and I felt as if I was going to lose control of myself. I was seething as I hissed at him in a quiet voice through gritted teeth. "Look, I didn't deserve getting hit like that. You're pissing me off. You try to hurt me again, and I'm gonna break both of your arms and gouge out your fucking eyes. Do you understand?" The white man took a step back and shouted in confusion, "Huh? You're gonna what? Gouge out my eyes? What?" He seemed genuinely confused, and I suddenly felt very nervous because the feeling of losing control was starting to take over my senses. I backed away from him quickly and started to walk away again while looking back with every step to make sure he wasn't trying to attack me. He continued to follow me and yelled, "Hey, you can't break my arms! I'm gonna knock your teeth out!" My mind flashed back to everything I had learned in the mixed martial arts classes I took as a young adult. I could take him to the ground and get him in a head and shoulder wrestling lock and use a figure 4 armbar to break his arm. It was my preferred move when practicing jiu-jitsu, and I was confident executing it. I had accidentally broken someone's arm while training when I was a teenager, which made me nervous about fighting, but I felt like I was being cornered and given no choice but to fight. I thought of the character Ender Wiggin from the book Ender's Game and how he had tried to avoid fighting, but when forced to fight, he had mercilessly annihilated his aggressors. I felt that I had the same instinct and that I might lose control and kill this man if he tried to hit me again.
The white man followed me as we stepped onto a narrow bridge crossing over a stream which served as a flood drainage system. Under the bridge was a far drop onto sharp rocks, and the low guardrails that lined the sides of the bridge seemed to barely offer protection from falling onto them. I stopped walking and turned around and said to the white man, "Look, I'm just trying to go to work, man. I don't want to fight. Stop following me. Leave me alone." He stopped a few feet from me and leaned back against one of the guardrails as if to rest. I knew I had a chance to easily pick him up and throw him over, and I knew the fall would severely injure or even kill him. The feeling that I was losing control of myself was growing more severe, and I was desperate to get him to leave me alone out of the fear that I would severely injure or even kill him and the police would get involved. I didn't really feel afraid of him or even morally conflicted about killing him if I needed to, but I felt terrified that the police would come and blame me for hurting him. I was terrified of having to face legal consequences and being imprisoned. I said to the white man, "Look, man, you obviously seem angry about something, so you're taking it out on me, but I didn't deserve that. I just want to get to work. What's your problem, dude?" The white man stared at me for a long moment and then, to my utter surprise, he burst into tears and shouted, "You're right! You're right! You didn't deserve that! I'm sorry, man! I'm so fucking sorry! My girlfriend cheated on me with my best friend, so I'm just super pissed! You're right, man!" Then he offered to buy me dinner as an apology, but I just said, Okay, just don't hit people. I'm good on dinner, so no thanks though. I gotta get to work." I turned around and sprinted away from him. I turned around once to see him still standing on the bridge staring after me. I ran the half-mile all the way to work without stopping. When I arrived at work, I saw that my face was swelling and my manager immediately asked, "Why does your face look like that?" I told him that a drunk soldier had assaulted me and he replied, "Oh, were you drunk?" I was shocked at his callous response, and I knew that he was trying to look for an excuse to fire me because he didn't like me. I told him, "No, of course not. I was on my way to work." He shrugged and didn't ask me further questions. After work that day, I told my parents what happened, and my father was furious that I refused to call the police. He said to me, "There's a white guy going around thinking he can just assault Asian guys, and you're letting him get away with it." I just shook my head and felt like my father couldn't understand. I was scared that the story would be twisted and the white soldier would lie and say I hit him first, and so I could be the one who was charged with the crime. I felt scared I would lose my job and face legal consequences. I wasn't protected like my father, a high-ranking white officer. I was just a lowly Asian line-level worker with a manager itching to fire me. I was the bottom of the racial caste and society's financial hierarchy. The regret I would come to feel from not reporting the white soldier to the police would stay with me throughout the years. After leaving Minsu's bar, when I was lying in bed with Finn after having sex with him, he told me that Minsu was one of his best friends and that they used to date. He told me that they still lived together as roommates and sometimes had sex when they were extremely drunk. He laughed as he said that they fought too much to ever date, but they would always love one another as friends. I watched Finn fall asleep beside me, then lay there turning my head and looking around at his room. It was cluttered and musty, and the early summer morning's air felt hot and suffocating. I waited a while and tried to sleep but couldn't, so I gave Finn a quick kiss and he briefly woke up and asked in a groggy voice, "Leaving so soon?" I nodded, got out of bed, and got dressed. I hated the feeling of sweat going through my shirt. I thought I would feel different after having sex with a man for the first time, but I just felt tired. I left Finn and Minsu's house and walked down a busy street and felt like I was holding on to a great secret. As cars rushed by on the street and people pushed past me on the sidewalk, I wondered how many of them had sex that night. How many of them had sex with someone of another race, white and black and Asian and anything else? How many of them had sex with their spouse? How many of them had sex with someone that wasn't their significant other? With a man or a woman? Consensual or rape? A child? An animal? A corpse? An object? A prostitute? Themselves? The great secret that I held throbbing inside my cock and the other that I wore on my face with my slanted eyes no longer felt like a secret, and I was just tired. I was tired of a lifetime of being tired. I was tired of feeling like I was dirty, of feeling like I was weak, of feeling like I was small, of having been afraid to hold Finn's hand when walking in public, of feeling afraid that someone would suddenly find out that I had just had sex with a man. Tired of being misunderstood by everyone around me. Tired of feeling like my parents would never understand or accept the real me. Tired of a society telling me I was going to hell, that I was foreign, that I had a small dick, that a white man could punch me in the face without consequence. As I walked, I suddenly felt hungry. I turned off the sidewalk and went into a random restaurant and saw that I was the only customer there. I called to the waiter and ordered spicy kimchi ramen with rice cakes in it, then sat at a table facing a large window looking out onto the street. As I waited for my food, I inspected my reflection in the window. I looked like I usually did, except my hair was wildly disheveled and my shirt was dark with sweat. When my food came, I stared out the window and watched people and cars passing by, and I didn't think at all of anything except of how sweaty I was and how warm the ramen was and how good it tasted. Chapter 8. Maybe that's enough for her. Jolene was a fresh employee at the hotel and was hired only a few months before. She was a fairly pretty young white girl in her early 20s with light blonde hair that was so pale it looked almost white. She was a runner and her muscular calves rippled through her transparent tights when she walked around in her uniform skirt. I found it hard not to stare at her legs because they had long, thick, angry-looking red scars trailing up and down all over them. I never asked her directly about them, but I heard from other coworkers that she had been inflicted with some kind of disease as a child that had left permanent scars all over her body. Once she came into the office in her running clothes, and I could see that her toned arms and pale upper chest were also lined with red scars, much like the veining in marble tiling. I enjoyed talking to her because she was always kind and she was good for light conversation, but I also find her to be surprisingly naive. The head manager and the other older men employed by the hotel gave her undue attention, but she never seemed to notice their behavior was out of the ordinary and borderline creepy. At first I thought that it was her niceness that compelled her to overlook the stares she got from lustful old men, but I quickly realized that her sheltered life led her to overestimate the goodness in others that she projected onto them from her own wealth of goodwill. She couldn't seem to understand that some people had malicious intentions and were simply morally corrupt. Here is one such instance of Jolene's dangerous naivety. The military base where we work must be accessed through one of several guarded gates. Employees and Department of Defense affiliates have identification cards or special passes that allow them onto the base. Before the COVID pandemic started, we were allowed to escort up to 4 people with us for up to 24 hours. The escorted individual would receive a 24-hour pass, and the employee's name would be registered in the identification system as the escort, so they were liable for the escorted individual. One day, Jolene came to work somewhat flustered and a few minutes late. She apologized for her tardiness and stated that it took her extra time to get through the gate. She told me, "Yeah, there was this sweet little old lady that came up to me and she said she needed to get on base, so I escorted her." I stared at her in confusion and asked, "Wait, so this random woman was waiting outside the gate, and you didn't know her at all, and you just helped her onto the base?" Jolene asked in a slightly scared voice, "Yeah, that's okay, right? I mean, she just seems so nice." I shook my head in disbelief and asked her, "Do you know where she was going or what she was doing?" Jolene did not know anything about the woman or her agenda and did not realize that she had violated several security protocols for the sake of being nice. The managers called the military police and they were able to track down the escorted individual, And that's as far as I know about that incident. Although it doesn't seem likely, that woman could have been a spy trying to access military secrets or a terrorist trying to bomb facilities. So Jolene's actions were dangerously irresponsible. So, as charming as I found her, Jolene's naivety was somewhat irritating to me. I found it frustrating that someone couldn't see what seemed so obvious to me. Perhaps that's how others have felt during my own displays of fantastic stupidity. Her kindness made her one of the few coworkers I actually liked, though. If she had not been kind, I probably would have found her insufferable, but niceness goes a long way. I admire people with innate kindness and wonder if naivety may be a byproduct of kindness in some. I could tell that Jolene was always trying to give even the rudest customers the benefit of the doubt by the way she would optimistically dismiss their bad behavior with phrases like, "Oh, they're probably nicer normally, but they were having a bad day," or, "I'm sure they didn't mean to be rude and they were just in a rush." I wondered if her optimistic attitude, that seemed to see the shitbags around her in the best light possible, was a kind of defense mechanism to protecting herself. It seems easier to believe that people as a whole are generally good than to accept that there is an inherently depraved, selfish, and evil majority. My theory about Jolene's optimism being a defense mechanism was affirmed when she told me about her father. We were sitting next to each other in the office on a day that was particularly slow due to a lack of guests, when she suddenly asked me, "What do you think of someone who doesn't ever want to leave the house?" I turned to her and put a hand on my chin as I took a moment to think and responded, I'm not sure. I guess it depends. What do you mean?" She let out a little sigh and said in a low voice, like she was trying not to be overheard even though there was no one else in the office, "Well, my stepmom, or I guess my dad's wife, she's always just sitting at home. I don't get it. There's so much to do in Seoul and she just stays inside and watches TV all day." She frowned and looked down at the desk between us, and I could sense that there was more to the story, so I asked, "Well, have you talked to her about it?" Jolene chuckled quietly and somewhat nervously. She looked towards the door as if to make sure no one was coming and leaned in closer towards me. Her face wore an expression that was somewhere between anxiousness and sadness. She started speaking in a barely audible whisper. "Well, it's not that simple." Then her voice went up an octave and she spoke at a normal volume while looking me right in the eyes. "Okay, all right, I'll just tell you." She took a deep breath, then continued. "So, my dad met her while my parents were still married." She paused and stared down at the desk again and stayed silent for a long moment. I felt awkward, but I couldn't think of a good response, so I just said, "Oh," in a surprised voice, and then waited for her to continue. After a moment, she started again suddenly. "Well, I know it sounds bad." Her voice was slightly breathless, and she seemed exasperated. "But they were already divorced, emotionally? Yeah, they weren't doing good, so it was already pretty much over." I nodded and told her, "Yeah, okay, I get it." She nodded several times and said evenly, "Yeah, so she's really young, I guess. Like the same age as me, so there's a big age difference." I felt my eyebrows raise slightly, but I quickly tried to tame my facial expressions to display neutrality. I asked her, "Oh, that's, interesting. Uh, so, how did they meet?" Jolene's face relaxed and she chuckled softly and pursed her lips into a small smile. She paused for a brief moment and it seemed to me that she was used to getting asked that question and had a speech prepared in response. She started talking quickly without slowing down or taking a breath. "Well, my dad was on TDY in the Philippines and some of his coworkers took him to this club, and it was one of those kinds of places they have here in Korea, the ones with the girls that you pick and they come sit with you. You know what I mean, right?" She ended her sentence abruptly and looked at me, waiting for my response. I nodded and said, "Yeah, of course, go on." She started speaking again, but in a slower and more controlled voice. Yeah, so one of those places. So my dad was really uncomfortable with the whole idea, so when they brought out the girls and lined them up, he picked the girl that seemed the most uncomfortable because she wouldn't be the kind of girl that liked that kind of place. You understand, right? I nodded slowly and said evenly, "Yeah, I get it." Jolene gave another little smile and said, "Yeah, so he really hit it off with her and they kept in touch, and then my parents got divorced and he married her. So that's my stepmom." Although I held my tongue and acted like I gave Jolene's father the benefit of the doubt, I immediately realized that he had most likely lied to her. I suspected that he had told her a watered-down version of the truth, which I assumed was that he had purchased services from a brothel in the Philippines and had struck up a deal with one of the sex workers. It was a simple exchange that I had seen many times, especially between old white men and young girls from poor Southeast Asian countries. The old white men got a young, virile wife, and the Asian women got citizenship to the US, which allowed them more upwards mobility in global society and more financial security and stability. While working at the front desk, I had seen a liver-spotted, doddering old white man who looked on the verge of dying of old age with a Filipino girl who looked about 18 or 19 years old, like she could be his grandchild. He had made a big show of loudly calling out to their young son, who looked about 5 years old, by saying, "Son, my boy, come over here to your father." This is the capitalist subjugation of weaker nations that even Korea had been subject to when my mother was young, which was why some of my mother's contemporaries who had also married American soldiers came from the lower classes of society: prostitutes, laborers, the uneducated, etc. Oftentimes, they wouldn't even be able to speak English and had married purely based on utility. We've all heard the joke about Eastern Bloc mail-order brides, but oftentimes the reason for their existence is overlooked. That reason being that those countries are ravaged by war and in economic turmoil. Women marrying out to foreigners who came from more financially stable countries was an assured way to buy security for themselves and their children. These lines of classist subjugation and outmarrying also exist along racial lines in diverse areas like in the US, the most apparent example being the high rates of Asian American women marrying white men for upward social mobility. Jolene went on and told me, "Yeah, she's only a few years older than me, so I try to take her out to sightsee. I mean, we're in Seoul. It's such an amazing place with lots to see and do. But the problem is she never wants to go out with us. Every time we go somewhere, she wants to hurry home and just sit there and watch TV and eat. Isn't that so sad?" After she said this, she gave me an imploring look that was genuine in its confusion. I could tell that she wasn't looking for agreement, but that she really wanted to understand her father's wife. This strange person that had entered her life and had brought home those ugly truths present in the world that she had previously been unaware of and could not fully comprehend. My mind raced in the moment I took to answer Jolene. I didn't know her father's wife, nor could I assume her character, but in that instant, a clear image bloomed in my imagination. I saw a young Filipino girl who had been ravaged from an early age by trickery and poverty and had been cornered into a life of servility and sexual slavery. I saw that every day must have been a struggle for her, as her body was used over and over again for the carnal pleasures of men. I saw that she lived in constant uncertainty, whether she would have enough money to eat, whether she would survive another day of abuses, and whether her future would be a constant, unending cycle of this hellish life. I did not know for certain who this person was, but it seemed highly probable to me that the girl in my imagination shared some of the same circumstances with the real person. I suddenly felt an outpouring of empathy for Jolene's stepmother. I was also surprised that I suddenly felt a wave of disdain for Jolene because it was frustrating to see how little she understood. Jolene's life of comfort and privilege enabled her to see the world as a playground of sights, sounds, and unbridled enjoyment.
But this was a far cry from the world that her stepmother had most likely experienced. Despite my emotions, I told Jolene as evenly as possible, "You know, it's a complicated situation. I'm guessing that she had a hard life, you know? Like, people generally don't choose to work in a place like that. And you said that she seemed like she didn't want to be there, right? She probably came from a really poor background. Like, she probably never had much. Never really got to sit around, doing nothing and just eating. Maybe she's tired and like this life with your dad, being here. Maybe it's really good for her to sit and watch TV and to be safe and eat. Maybe that's enough for her." Jolene's eyes widened in a kind of quiet surprise and she tilted her head slightly. Then her expression relaxed and she chuckled and shook her head quickly a few times. She said, "Oh wow, I can't believe I didn't think of that. Yeah, wow, I think you're right. Maybe I should just give her some space for a while. I mean, it's a lot of changes for her too. Probably more than us." I nodded and felt that she had understood what I had told her. In that moment, the world was unforgiving in its enormity, but we had found respite in a kind of shelter of empathetic condoling. Perhaps none of us are ever capable of truly understanding one another. But for a brief instant, we may let the other exist unhindered as an enigma with incomprehensible circumstances, like stumbling upon a litter of kittens and seeing amongst them a newborn dog pup also suckling hungrily on their mother's swollen teat. Chapter 9. The Moon is Just a Hole in the Sky. Section 1. New Moon. It's so fun playing with them all. They might ask me if I'm Chinese or Japanese, but everyone does that. It's just annoying to have to answer the same thing every time, but I don't really mind. I always tell them I'm half Korean, and they always say back to me, "Huh? What's that?" It's so weird that nobody knows what a Korean is, so I always shrug and tell them my mommy's Korean. I don't really understand it, but I feel happy most of the time. I like playing with Kyle the most. He lives at the mouth of the cul-de-sac with his grandma and his two sisters, one older and one younger. We ride bikes and mess with his funny old dog, some kind of fat and slow terrier named Boomy. Kyle says his mommy is dead and his daddy lives in New York. We like to climb really high up the tree in his front yard. I don't feel scared that I'm going to fall. One time I did fall, not on the tree though, but off the shed in his backyard. Me and Kyle were hiding on the roof of the shed and throwing snowballs at his sisters. I was laughing so hard I slid off behind the shed. I'm lucky I didn't get caught on the fence that pressed up against the shed, but I did fall into a thick overgrowth of thorns. My leg was caught in a tangle of them, but Kyle and my brother grabbed a pair of kitchen shears and came and cut me out. My leg bled only a little bit. I'm not afraid of thorns or the forest. North Carolina has so many trees, more than Alabama, way more than Korea. I love to explore with the other kids in the neighborhood. We have a huge backyard full of trees and we love to get lost. There's a shortcut to Joe's house. His mom is really fat and so is he, but he's really fun. One time I was running with Joe through the woods and I ran into a tick nest. My underwear got full of ticks, so my daddy burned them in the backyard. They were baby ticks though, so I didn't get bit, but there were probably 100 of them on my wiener. I like Will too. He tells me he's Jewish and I don't know what that means. He told me it means he goes to a different kind of church than we do. He tells me it's called a synagogue and he wears a weird little hat. I feel jealous of him sometimes because Rain likes him more than me. I don't like girls, they're gross, but sometimes me and Will talk about sucking her boobies, then we yell, "Ew," really loud. It's kind of funny, but I feel weird when I see them talking. Rain's mommy is really pretty and has really big boobs. She looks like cheerleaders on TV, but her hair is darker than Rain's, which is sad because Rain's hair is yellow and pretty like the sun. Will and I play with Alex and his brother down the street sometimes. Alex has dark skin like Kyle's sister, but he tells me that they're Filipino, not black. I don't know what that is, but his mommy is nice. She's a nurse and his daddy is somewhere else. He tells us a crazy story about his mommy getting a cockroach in her ear and not being able to pull it out. So she had a dead cockroach stuck in her ears for years.
I tell my mommy and she doesn't believe me. We all meet up sometimes and call ourselves the Bombers, like in Majora's Mask. I like to think of myself as the leader. Being the leader is the coolest. My brother seems okay with this, but he's always saying he'll tell mommy and daddy if I'm doing something bad. It's so annoying. But it's fun to play with him too most of the time. We have sword fights with sticks and play lots of video games together. It's so fun playing with them all. Section 2. Waning Crescent. School fucking sucks. I hate school and I hate being at home. I envy everyone around me. They're allowed to go to parties and go to friends' houses. I wake up at 6:30 a.m. and go to school. I go home and exercise. I study or practice violin and piano. Mom goes crazy if I don't practice. I do chores. Then I repeat the whole fucking cycle again, day in and day out. I'm not allowed to watch TV or play video games on the weekdays, so my sole form of entertainment is reading and listening to music. My life is so boring. I can't go anywhere on the weekends, but at least I can play video games and watch shows. I'm so horny all the fucking time, I can't stop touching myself. I find a catalog for lingerie and cut out the pictures of women in their underwear, and I glue them to a piece of cardboard and hide it behind my bed. I can't stop staring at them and wondering what their boobs feel like. I want to suck on them. My parents let me have a TV in my room one day, and I start watching a lot more TV. I'm surprised they let me do this after a whole life of no electronics on weekdays. I start watching a lot of Comedy Central. A Girls Gone Wild commercial comes on around 10 p.m. one night, and I squeeze my hard dick and something hot and sticky flies out. It's scary and I catch it and I wonder if this is the sperm that I've heard about. I guess I've seen it in porn before, but I didn't think it'd just shoot out like that. At school, I can't stop staring at the girls. There's so many hot girls and I want to suck on their tits and grind my dick on their asses. What does a pussy feel like? I'm so desperate to know what a pussy feels like, what sex feels like. There's a Korean American boy named Dave who says they all feel the same even on fat girls, but I don't know, looking at fat girls grosses me out. I like the really skinny girls, like the Korean American girl named Jane, but she doesn't like me. She likes some white boy named Brian. It hurts so much that she doesn't like me. I feel like the world is gonna end and I'm gonna die. I'm so lonely all the time, but at least I can go home and think about girls and jack off at night when everyone's asleep. I've been caught by my mom several times though, and it makes me want to kill myself. I try to talk about sex with people at school, but they all say I'm a pervert and I just want to touch a girl so bad. They recoil away from me and it hurts and I hate myself for being the way I am. I stay alone a lot at school, but Nick is my best friend. He is a really quiet white guy and we met at Boy Scouts. He's had a girlfriend before, but he's a virgin too. He says I talk about sex too much. I believe him, but it's all I can think about. It hurts so much, it feels like a lobster crawling around in my gut above my dick. I hate that I'm a pervert and that I can't stop thinking about sex. I hate that I'm a sinner and that I masturbate when God hates sex. There's so many sexy girls at school. I make a list in my head of all of them that I want to fuck, and I think about them a lot. I rank them in my head, and the number one girl changes periodically. After Jane, there was the white girl from church named Natalie. Then there was the Latina girl named Francesca. I think Francesca is so fucking sexy. She has an amazing body and soft features in her face. I get so horny thinking of her. There's a younger blonde girl on the bus that's super hot too, but she seems like a bitch. I want to fuck her so bad. Right now though, I'm in love with a black girl named Jolanda who is a quarter Korean. She's so beautiful and her tits are massive and we held hands once and fuck, I hate it because she has some boyfriend at another school. I feel like she likes me too, so I hate it more. I ask out her friend, a Korean American girl, to the dance instead. She's also very pretty and we go to the dance together, but she won't dance with me, so I dance with a random hot girl. I love school dances because I can grind my hard dick on girls' asses. It's the most action I've ever gotten. I've never even kissed before. I can't wait to go to college and away from my fucking family. We always fight and all I can see is gray. The sun doesn't shine for me anymore. All I can think about is how nice it would be to have sex and then die. I want to feel sex. It feels like I never will. I can't wait to get away from my fucking family. I hate my mom. She's always yelling and always so angry. I don't speak Korean to her anymore. I haven't in years. My dad is either always gone because he's working all the time or just taking her side when she's angry. And my brother? What a fucking asshole. Stupid fucking brother thinks he's my second dad or some shit. Fuck him. Fuck them all. I hate them all. I wish I was never born, and I wish I could get away from this stupid fucking family. The urge to kill myself is overwhelming, so I huff computer cleaner, hoping it'll do the job. My parents had read me an article about a soldier who did it, and it had killed him, so I thought it would work for me too. It doesn't, but it makes me black out sometimes and feel like I'm flying. I guess this is what getting high is like? I love the feeling, so I asked my buddy John, a Jewish dude, for some weed, and I start smoking. It's the best feeling in the world. It makes all my swirling thoughts quiet down. It makes me enjoy being me. It makes everything feel good. I steal money from my parents' wallets because I don't get an allowance, so it's the only way for me to buy weed. I don't feel guilty about it. All I feel is that I want weed. There's a white emo chick at school who's a year older than me. I love looking at her pics on Facebook and jacking off when high. I can't believe anyone can be this hot. But I've never talked to her. I always see her talking to this huge black football player, and I hate him. I envy him. He's not short like I am, and he's black, not Asian, so everyone says his dick must be huge when everyone always says my dick must be tiny. Black guys are so lucky. They can probably get any girl they want. I want that white emo chick. Fuck that black guy. Fucking asshole. I hate him. I want to fuck her so bad. I want to kill myself. I hate myself. I hate everyone. I hope they all die. I wish I was always high so I didn't feel this way. I hate that bitch for not fucking me, for fucking other guys instead. I wish I was a supervillain and I had a samurai sword and I would walk through the classroom and just go fucking crazy and cut up everyone. I love to imagine killing them. I hate them so much. I hate me so much. I fuck up a lot and get in trouble with all kinds of stupid bullshit. I hate myself for all of it. I hate myself for feeling like this, for being what I am. I hate myself. I deserve to die. I'm a fuck up. I deserve to die. My parents hate me. I hate me. God hates me. I hate me. Girls hate me. Everyone hates me. I hate everyone. I hate living. I cut my wrist with a steak knife and freak out in front of my parents, and they make me talk to a chaplain and a therapist. Whatever, I guess. They say I objectify women and that I was making a cry for help. I can't stop. My head, everything is bleeding inside. I can't stop the bleeding. I just want to get high. I just want to die. I can leave for college soon. Maybe things will change. Please, change. Section 3, first quarter. The sun is too bright. I don't like going to class, so I end up skipping most of the time. All I really think about is weed. I like to keep the smoke in my head. It makes everything foggy and quiet. Everyone is too loud. So fucking loud. I guess I'm loud too. Getting drunk isn't bad, but it's so sloppy and there's puke and shit. I was on shrooms and I realized I like boys too. Shemale porn is pretty hot. I tried to tell my parents and they don't get it, that I'm bi. It's whatever. I cried while Skyping them. I'm failing all my classes and I've been caught smoking a few times. I'll probably get kicked out of school. It's fine. It's whatever. It doesn't really matter anymore. Nothing really matters anymore. I smoked salvia and saw that the universe is this thing. It's a god of infinite dimensions. This living creature covered in flaps that open into new universes all over it. It took me into itself and showed me that everything dances in lights and on stages. I am just colors compressed into form. There's a song inside me that I feel needs to burst out. All these years I've been obsessed with sex. I was drunk as fuck and singing while my friend played guitar and this girl jumped on me. We fucked in the dorm shower. I had heard so much about what losing your virginity is like. Everyone told me I'd bust my nut in 3 strokes. I never came. I fucked her for around 3 hours until our skin was pruny and she was breathless and told me she had to stop. I tried to jack off and finish on her and I couldn't.
I couldn't feel anything. All I felt was a slight slipperiness and nothing. Jacking off feels way better. Her body felt squishy, and my friends say she's hot, and I know she's hot. During sex, I could smell her skin, and it was just like curry. I wondered if all Indian girls smelled like this. I want her again, but I'm sex-starved for some reason, but sex is so disappointing. What is there to live for in this life if the greatest pleasure is this? It's all so fucking stupid. Getting high feels infinitely better than sex. Is this really all there is? What's the point in working so fucking hard for this? Sometimes I wonder what I'm here for. Why I'm starting to see the pattern between things. When I'm very drunk, I realize that I'm the reincarnation of Jesus. Then I forget about that. I forget the weirdest thoughts when I'm sober. The thoughts that I'm a dream. The thoughts that I can fly. The thoughts that if I die, I only go to another dream. The thoughts that Faldo is the real world, where my secret lover lives in a treehouse made just for us. The thoughts that Alice from Wonderland is a prophet telling me the great truth. The thoughts that the gods are walking in the streets and speak through music. Everything that moves is a sign from God telling me the great truth. Sometimes I remember, but I mostly forget. My parents annoy me when they call. They came and visited before they left to Korea. I wanted them to fuck off so I could smoke. They were crying, saying I was rude. I don't give a fuck, honestly. I hate them and want them to leave forever. Leave me the fuck alone, you fucking fucks. I just want to get high. I just want to get high. Section 4. Waning Gibbous. Everything makes so much more sense than it has ever before ever. Yes, I am in tune with the world. She was made for me. I know it. I know it. I feel it. Oh, beautiful one that I belong to, that belongs to me. Why? Why does she refuse me for fucking boyfriend? The lights. They call to me over the highway on its bridge. I could fall in a book. I could fall in a dream. God speaks to me, calls me, calling me. Don't eat. It says, don't sleep, no sleep, no sleep sound, no. Be more than person, be more than me. I can't take being me. I won't take money from them anymore. Mom, Dad, can't they see me? I'm cutting the arm to bleed the flowers from the great dream. Red for sex, bleeding, bleed, it bleeds. Tasty blood, loving, love me, bleed. Shadow puppets laugh. I have to sing, I have to see, to sing, to see out there in the streets. They are blind. Hit of acid, hit of DMT, it doesn't fucking matter. None of it matters. The other worlds they call to me, my one, my love, the one in dreams. She calls to me, I can't take it here. I can't take it here. I can't take it here. I can't stop crying. There is a black spiral that falls all around me. It chokes me. Dark trees of midnight, their branches choking me cold. I am falling. I am falling. I can't take it here. I was supposed to be a doctor, but it's all just a dream. Life is a dream, and when we die, we go into a new dream. That's all it is. That's all it is. I need to die. I deserve to die. I hate myself. I hate this life. I am dead. I am dying. Please let me die. Section 5. Full Moon. Is life a gift or some kind of punishment? I want to believe so much in you, I'm not even sure who I'm talking to now. They told me there was a God that loved me, that if I prayed to it, everything would be fine and I would be rewarded. So why is everything so painful all the time? Nothing makes sense. The world is so hostile, so uncaring, so cold, so cruel. I can't see the beauty in things, but I want to believe that there is good in everything, but I am so full of hate and resentment. Why am I like this? I made a mistake and I was put in the hospital. They locked me up like an animal. They wouldn't let me leave. It was horrible. I can't begin to describe it. I don't want to talk about it. They wouldn't let me leave until I agreed with them that I'm a drug addict. They wouldn't let me leave otherwise. It made me so angry because I kept trying to tell them that it's not because the drugs I did that I'm like this, but I couldn't explain why I'm like this. They don't understand. Fuck, I don't even understand. But I know it's not because of smoking weed or doing psychedelics. They took me to this weird rehab in the middle of nowhere, Narconon, a Scientology spinoff. Lots of weird people there, but to be fair, I was one of the weirdest. I can't explain the things I saw or thought. I walked circles in the sky and a star danced all around me. The universe told me that I am its blessed child. Or so I want to believe. I question my thoughts and my reality. I don't really believe in reality. There are infinite possibilities in the world, and probability is just an illusion based off my current understanding of things. At least I am me again. They carted me around Narconon for a year. I stayed in a halfway home in San Diego briefly before being kicked out for smoking weed that my ex-con roommate gave me. I'm pretty sure he wanted me gone, so he snitched on me. Fucker. What a ghetto-ass place. Being broke sucks. We had bed bugs and I would wake up my arm covered in bites. I stepped on a crack pipe on the sidewalk on my way to the unemployment office to try to get a job. It's too fucking hot and I'm always sweating and there were no jobs, so I was looking to sell my blood plasma. At least my parents covered rent and food, but otherwise I was dead-ass broke. They did pay for a bus pass so I could look for a job too, but the buses takes hours to go to the job sites. The jobs aren't even base pay, only commission. So I can work all day, but if I don't make a sale, I get nothing. What a fucking ripoff. So I got kicked out of the halfway home and went back to another Narconon in another state. I put up with it for months until I couldn't take it anymore. I was an intern working 12-hour days, making $50 a week, doing the same miserable program every fucking day, living in a house with 6 junky fucks that lied and stole from me, and God, the bugs in the house. I woke up my pillow swarming with thick, bulging, flying ants. Ugh, what a nightmare. What a shithole. So I had enough. I didn't care anymore. I told my parents over the phone that I wasn't going to stay there and become a staff member. They were still in Korea and they told me that I had to go back to school if I wanted to live with them for a visa or some shit. I refused to go back to school and told them I was going to walk away from Narconon. They were mad, but my grandparents in Idaho offered to let me stay with them. So I went there and was a piece of shit. I laid in bed for 3 months showering like once a week. I would hang out in front of a gas station smoking cigarette butts from ashtrays. Eventually I met some teenagers who did drugs and I could get stuff through them. I started working construction for my uncle and that was horrible. We would be out all day and sweating and covered in insulation and rat shit and ash and garbage, and all for $10 an hour. I couldn't take it anymore, so I agreed to go back to school. School is doable when I put my mind to it, so I was getting good grades, but I guess I was still a mess. One night I did 8 different kinds of drugs and I just wanted to feel something, so desperate to feel. I'm still so fucking numb. I Skyped my mom and I just had like a breakdown. I couldn't stop crying and I know I was pretty incoherent. I couldn't tell her what was wrong with me. I don't even know. I just hate everything about this life. She flew from Korea to Idaho to see me and told me she wanted me to come live with her and my dad in Korea, that they wanted to help me. I said yes. I'm very tired. I don't know what to think or what to believe. I'll be 20 years old soon and I can't live like this anymore. Everything around me is like slime and it's hard to feel anything but disappointment. It's been a long, long time since I've been to Korea, so I don't know what to feel. Maybe I'm scared. I don't know. I just don't know. Section 6. Hours of loneliness spent on the internet wasting my time, looking for someone just to talk and connect. I met my first girlfriend on an online chat site. I am full of regret. How I acted then, so immature and childish, I can't seem to get away from myself. I feel like I'm a huge piece of shit, and I feel so angry and I hate everyone. I've had sex with a few different girls now, and I just feel depressed afterwards. There is nothing exciting except the novelty of it, but it never feels good and there's never what I need. The love that I so desperately craved. Someone to hold me and tell me I am beautiful and wanted and not something disgusting and profane. I am in a band with 2 other half-Korean guys. We get fucked up a lot. Our music is very angry. We've decided on the name Lu9. The power of the moon sings me into a better world. Somewhere beyond its light, there is a place full of red spikes and black branches. I would like to float up and away from this place. Am I a monster? I feel like such a pervert and a creep. No wonder women seem to hate me. I hate me. I hate everyone. But I was supposed to love everyone, right? Why do I keep looking at gore videos online? I love watching people get killed. There's something cathartic in it. I love watching people cut themselves. I go on chat sites and cut myself with a steak knife on camera in front of people. Most people are horrified, but some seem to like it. One guy was horny and dirty talking while he begged me to keep going, and I did until my thigh was dripping long rivulets of blood. I know I'm depraved. Nothing soothes me anymore. No drugs, no matter how much I do. No booze, no matter how much I drink. I black out often. Xanax and booze and meth and coke and weed and opiates and LSD and endless cigarettes and nothing. Nothing fucking works. Therapy helps, I guess. I'm just so tired of feeling this way. I'm back in school and doing well. I worked at Taco Bell and then got a job at the hotel here, and I'm making money and moved out of my parents' house. But every day I feel on the verge of collapse. My head is always spinning with a whirlwind of thoughts, and I can't get my mind to stop. I'm always thinking and thinking and fucking thinking, and my head feels like it's going to explode. I snap at my parents and I feel sorry for them because I'm so volatile. I see people give me strange looks on the street. Sometimes I just want to scream and scream and scream and claw out my own eyes. Eroguro is a kind of Japanese art that features the erotic and grotesque. Suhiro Maro, Kago Shintaro, Junji Ito. Their art consumes me. Something about it makes sense to me. I feel afraid to show people what I like because I know it's depraved, but violence makes sense to me now when it never did before. When did I become like this? I used to say that everyone was beautiful inside. Now I see ugliness everywhere I go. At work, I'm noticing the way they treat me is extremely degrading, but I need a job or I'll be right back where I was before. It's excruciating being here. I feel so angry. I wish I were a giant and I could stomp out the people in the cities of the world, decimate everyone and everything. When I walk down the street and people pass me, I am hyper aware of their components and I see them come apart before me, suspended in air, a stretched out pile of organs and muscles and sinews and bones, and I can feel their energy bounce through them, and every little expression and twitch they make feels like a black tendril covered in needles flicking at my brain, and it's all too much. I'm so angry, so I scream into a microphone and I write my feelings because if I don't, I'll explode into a puddle of blood and guts and feces and cum. I'll become desecration, so I scream the fire I feel inside that boils away at my essence. Maybe if I scream, the flame will be contained. Maybe if I scream, the flame will consume. I'm so angry all the time and nothing seems like enough. Section 7. Last quarter. I've blocked pretty much all my friends and I am mostly sober now. It was so fucking hard. I cried at work every day in the bathroom for a week. I'm dating a girl. She is my first Korean girlfriend. I'm not sure how I feel about her, but we've been together for a while now. It's the longest relationship I've been in. I suppose I feel insecure that she'll cheat on me. On our first date, she told me that she downloaded Tinder because she was curious about black guys so wanted to fuck one. That doesn't bother me. In fact, on our first date, I offered to call my black friend, but she was surprised and told me that no, she wants to be with me. She kissed my neck and I took her home and pulled out her tampon and ate her pussy. Little vampire kiss. Fucked her. I mean, she was only the second Tinder date / hookup I've ever had. First one was a week before, a half Korean, half Spanish tranny. She was hot as fuck though, and on the street everyone assumed she was a pretty girl, and no one knows unless they hear her speak, and she has kind of a flatness to her voice that's not entirely feminine. Oh, and there's also her penis, huh? I didn't feel any different after that, but I did feel annoyed when the girl I'm dating now told me the day after we fucked that she was on another date. But then she came over the next day and came over every day after that to fuck me. Girls are strange. So we started a relationship, but I felt a kind of jealousy that I didn't fuck anyone after we fucked, even though she had another fuck buddy. I felt like it was a competition or something, but whatever. I saw it as beneficial for me to date a Korean girl. I didn't really have any Korean friends, and I had just finished almost a year of Korean language school. I felt ashamed that I had lived in Korea for several years and still didn't speak the language, even though I'm half Korean. I felt like dating a Korean girl would help me practice speaking and also get in touch with the culture by connecting with another young person my age. It has helped me a lot in those regards, but I don't know about her. She has a lot of mood swings and we drink heavily together. I'm sober off drugs mostly, but definitely not booze. She gets mad about a lot of stuff. She's very feminist and liberal, so if I say something that offends her, she'll get really mad. I can't stop thinking about what she said our first date too. We went drinking with my black friend and later she told me he was hot. I was so angry. She gets really jealous but doesn't seem to understand how I can be jealous. We go through each other's phones and she doesn't want me to have any woman friends. I told her she can't hang out alone with guy friends. I guess it'd bother me less if she had already fucked a black guy, but she hasn't. When drinking with my other friend, I brought it up and told him she has a black fetish, which she said, no, it's a curiosity. And when we asked why, she shrugged and said, because it's different. We told her it wasn't and it was just skin color, but she insisted it was different. I chalked it up to curiosity and tried not to think of it, but then much later in the relationship, she told me in a prideful way that she had given a black guy a blowjob during a trip she took in Europe years before she met me. She told me they would have fucked, but she was on her period. That bothered me because she had done something sexual already, but still had curiosity. I feel like it's only a matter of time before she cheats on me with a black guy. She says things like, sometimes I think to myself, wow, I can't believe this guy will be my last sex partner ever. I mean, I understand when we met, she made a point of calling herself a slut. I understand it's a kind of rebelliousness against a highly patriarchal society in Korea and the expectations put on her. I wonder if her wanting to fuck a black guy is based on that rebelliousness because it's seen as a taboo thing here. Black people are by and large viewed as inferior or utterly foreign. Colorism and racism is alive and well. I understand all that. I can't help but feel shitty about it though. I hate feeling like this. I hate feeling suspicious and racist. My downstairs neighbors are a black couple, a woman from New York and a guy from Ghana. Me and the guy jam together sometimes. Our villa has bathrooms across the halls and the walls suck. Sometimes I hear them having loud sex and me and my girlfriend have loud sex too. I was walking upstairs and the guy came out from his bathroom in just a towel. I hated how I felt saying hi to him and rushing past while he stood there naked, towering over me. I hated feeling like I was small and weak and emasculated or something. I hate thinking of if my girlfriend runs into him while he's getting out of the shower. She goes to the bathroom across the hall sometimes without her pants on, and I get worried he'll see her and want her. I don't feel good about any of this. I hate feeling this fucking insecure about black guys. I'm doing better most of the time, but I don't know about this girl. We have a lot of fun together and go on trips and do cool things. We've been to Vietnam, Thailand, the Philippines. We scuba dive and rappel and do all kinds of cool shit. But we fight so fucking much. So fucking often. Our sex life is pretty cool, I guess though. We do a lot of BDSM type shit. But still, I find myself thinking about other girls. I know a few times different girls have tried to flirt with me while I was with her. I never indulge in it, but I wonder. Except the first month of our relationship, I did want to cheat. I guess I had baggage from getting cheated on before, so I came close. I crossed some lines, but I didn't have sex with anyone. But I definitely crossed lines. Maybe I'm projecting because of my own wrongdoings. I've let go of my past wrongdoings and I'm trying to live better, but fuck, I'm guilty as fuck about what I did at the beginning of our relationship. I tell myself I shouldn't tell her because even though I guess that's what's supposed to be the right thing to do, I want to protect our relationship. For better or worse, I feel like I need to preserve what's between us. Is it for the sake of my connection to Korean culture? Is it because I love her? Maybe it's because I feel like I'm not such a piece of shit if I'm able to keep this relationship going. If I can win a woman over and keep her with me, then that must mean I'm a man of worth, right? Fuck. I'm very tired all the time. Literally all the fucking time. Working 10 p.m. until 6:30 a.m. is difficult, and she comes over during the middle of the day a lot so we can hang out. So I get like 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day, if that. Sometimes we even drink before I go to work, and that wrecks me. I'm so tired and stressed. So fucking tired. Damn, I want to sleep forever. Section 8. The cosmos are like the ocean, and the stars ride upon waves that undulate towards me and away. I love to hear the silver song of the stars. They sing in harmony and unison and call me to another place. I cannot change the past. I have become more consciously selfish now, and I see great importance in acting in my own best interests. I have to optimize my levels of happiness. I have made a great deal many mistakes in the past, but all I can do is focus on right here and right now. I have felt great pleasure and great pain. Shortly after my relationship ended, I started dating with more gusto than ever before. I made a conscious effort to meet more people and understand the world of dating, and I feel that I learned a great deal. I have made myself better through my experiences. I had several sexual partners and I fucked around a lot. Many one-night stands with women, men, and trans people. Some were enjoyable, some were nothing, and some were repulsive. I've made a conscious effort to have sex with someone of every race in both genders. I was drinking heavily after my father died. Even after I quit drinking, I went out a lot. I suppose the noise and the people were a much needed distraction from the thoughts that would fill my head when I was alone. I feel empowered these days. I have forgiven my past. I am not perfect and I make mistakes, but I'm trying my best. There is so much I understand now that is wrong in the world. No more do I want to hide myself. I used to want to hide my eyes when releasing videos because I thought my race would hold me back. Now I see that it was my own mind that was holding me back. Why should I feel ashamed for being of Asian descent? They should be ashamed for treating Asians as inferior. I'm still tired and stressed, but I feel full of purpose. I will use my skills and develop new ones. Even if this world is fleeting, I have to fight to make it better because whatever suffering I have felt in my life can be used to prevent suffering for others. So I suppose my selfishness is a kind of selflessness. I focus more on myself so that I can be better for society and others. The world is so large but so small at the same time. There are so many people and places, but at the same time there is only what is here, right now in front of me. I am a beautiful gift and I must protect myself. I must allow myself to bloom. Chapter 10. The Metropolis Route. Note: most of the time I speak in Korean with my mother. All of our conversations here are written in English, but they were spoken in Korean unless otherwise explicitly stated. The room was dark, but unnaturally so. Harsh rays of sunlight were smothered by thick curtains and permeated into the room as a whisper of what they were outside. The light created jagged shadows at all the sharp edges and angles of the room's furniture, and a blanket of grayness hovered throughout the space between. The atmosphere was gloomy, and I felt a sense of unnamed dread as I looked at my mother through eyes blurred by sleepiness as she shuffled some items around on the bathroom sink. She hadn't realized I was awake yet, and I closed my eyes again and felt irritated. I felt so oppressively tired. I had to go downstairs to the main lobby of the hotel and start work in a couple of hours at 10 p.m. I felt resentful towards my mother because I knew she came to South Korea from the States to visit me, but it was difficult trying to make time during the day to even spend a couple of hours with her. Working the graveyard shift makes doing anything during the day difficult because losing sleep is an inevitability. I felt more resentful because I was actually guilty that I hadn't taken time off work to do things with my mother during the short time she was here. I wondered what time it was, and I felt a sharp pang in my lower abdomen that became a growing discomfort as my urge to urinate became stronger. I groaned inwardly and reached up to my ears and took out my earplugs. I sat up and asked my mother in Korean, "What are you doing?" She didn't look at me, but instead kept her back towards me as she continued to fiddle with something on the bathroom sink's counter. She sighed loudly and put down what I assumed was her hair curler or hair dryer with a loud clunk. She turned around and said to me in Korean in a voice layered by tenseness and defensiveness, "You know, this is really not what I had in mind coming here." She sighed again and pointed to the mini fridge by the TV stand and said tersely, "There's sushi in there if you want to eat." I felt my irritation flare into anger, and I reached up to my face and rubbed my eyes that felt swollen and puffy like they did every night after a restless day's sleep. I knew that I was angry because I didn't want to deal with whatever she was feeling and because I'm more sensitive and irritable when I'm sleep deprived. A quiet voice in my mind said to me in the English-speaking voice of my conscience, "Just be calm. Take a deep breath and count to 10. Just be patient." I took a deep breath and counted to 10 in my mind and tried to push my feelings of anger and exhaustion down. I asked her, still speaking Korean, "What's wrong? Why do you seem upset?" She sighed again even more heavily than before. She didn't say anything for a long moment that was filled with a strange tenseness, then responded in a half-angry voice, "You know, I came all this way to see you. We haven't seen each other in a long time and you can't even make time for me. I'm just staying here all alone in this room. It's depressing." I had to literally bite my tongue by clamping its tip down between my front teeth to keep myself from snapping angrily back and saying something hurtful. I knew that responding angrily would escalate the situation until we were both arguing loudly with one another, and it would ruin my whole night. Instead, I took another deep breath and counted to 10 in my head, and as I exhaled, I thought of a good response. I readjusted my sitting position so that I could use my hands to push against the bed behind me to support my back, and the blanket fell from my bare shoulders. I said to my mother in as even of a voice as I could manage, "I know this isn't ideal. Working at night makes it really hard for me to do anything during the day. I should have taken some time off. I felt pressured not to. I'm sorry." I reached over to the nightstand and grabbed my shirt and put it on. I turned my body and swung my legs off the bed and stood up as I rubbed my puffy eyes with my knuckles. Neon colors danced in my vision and I yawned loudly. My mother walked over to the other bed beside mine and sat down on it with her back against its headboard. She grabbed the remote from the nightstand and turned the TV on. The loud sound of the TV made the tinnitus in my left ear crackle, and I felt my irritation rising again. I walked across the room to the mini fridge and opened it and took out the little container of sushi rolls my mother had brought for me. I went back over to my bed and sat down again and opened the sushi container. There were 8 pieces of fresh avocado tuna rolls, and I suddenly felt very hungry looking down at them. There were a pair of wooden chopsticks taped to the container's lid, and I deftly plucked them from the lid, then snapped the individual sticks apart to separate them. I held the container in my left hand as I used the chopsticks in my right hand to pick up a single roll and transfer it to my mouth. I let the piece sit on my tongue in my closed mouth for a moment while I savored its cool, refreshing taste as I watched the TV screen without really seeing what was on it. I quickly bit down and chewed the roll, and as I swallowed it, I suddenly felt extremely grateful towards my mother for having food ready for me. I ravenously finished the rest of the rolls quickly, then threw the container away in a wastebasket next to the nightstand. I crossed the room to the bathroom and went inside to relieve myself. After, I came back out and washed my hands, brushed my teeth, then went back to my bed and sat in it once more. My mother turned off the TV and motioned for me to come over to her, so I stood back up and walked to her bed. She patted the bed beside her and said, "Sit down." So I did. She sighed again and said, "I know it's hard for you with everything you have going on. I know it's hard to make time for everything and that you're busy with school, with your girlfriend, and with work. I don't mean to pressure you." I didn't say anything and instead stared ahead at the now blank TV as I waited for her to continue. She went on in a suddenly quavering and tearful voice. "I miss Dad." I was surprised she said this in English, and I was bewildered that she was so emotional at not seeing my father for 2 weeks. I even felt the traces of a vague kind of disdain at their neediness while I wondered why my parents needed each other so much. My father had been unable to take time off work, so my mother had come to visit me alone. I felt another flicker of resentment. I didn't ask her to come. It wasn't my fault she felt like this. I hated feeling responsible for her unhappiness. I said to her in Korean, "Why? It's only 2 weeks. It's not that big of a deal." I shrugged nonchalantly, only faintly aware that my callous disregard for her emotions were having the opposite effect of reassurance. My mother pursed her lips angrily and switched back to Korean and said, "You don't know anything. How hard it is for your father. How much he sacrificed for you. For us. He worked so hard to give us everything. To give us this time. It's not easy for him. It's not easy for me, okay?" I flinched at her defensive tone and bit the tip of my tongue again to keep myself from responding sharply back. I knew from experience that the way I chose to respond could easily escalate the discussion into a full-blown shouting match. I felt too tired and worn down to fight with my mother. I just wanted to move on from the moment of hostility and decompress before I had to start work in a couple of hours. My mother reached over to the nightstand and turned on a lamp. The dull shadows of the room had deepened as the sun set, and it was now too dark to see clearly without the lights on. There was a long moment between us filled with tense silence as I scrambled to think of something to say that would ease the tension. I remembered that I had been wondering about the details of the beginning of my parents' relationship with one another, so I asked her, Where did you meet Dad? Was it here in Seoul?" I knew my parents had met while my father was a soldier and that he had tutored my mother in conversational English while she was a college student. I didn't really know any details beyond that about the specifics of their relationship. My mother shook her head slowly and said, "No. I was part of a program to help soldiers learn about Korea in Uijeongbu, Camp Red Cloud. We didn't come to Yongsan until later." "What was it like? Did you start dating right away?" My mom scoffed and chuckled lightly, and I immediately felt a wave of relief wash over me. I was nervous we would start arguing and felt that I asked the right questions to change the atmosphere to be more relaxed. She said to me, "It's not that simple. We didn't just meet and go out and stuff like that. We were friends first. As I got to know your father, I realized what a good person he is, so that's what got me interested in him. Things happened more naturally than just saying, 'We're dating now.' Things took time to happen." She paused for a long moment and looked ahead as if lost in deep thought as she remembered the past, then continued slowly. "You know, I've told you before, it's not like I was so sure of being with your father. I know he's told you about it, but there was a point where he was going to leave Korea. I told him to go. I didn't want to be burdened with the responsibility of being the reason he felt like he had to stay. Soldiers are always moving around. I wasn't even sure of this kind of life. A white soldier's wife. I had other options too. I told you about the guy from my school who was in love with me. He cried when he met me, begging me to date him, before he joined the military." I raised my eyebrows and tried to imagine a man crying over my mother. The idea seemed strange and somewhat repulsive to me, but I felt like I could understand in some way. I had felt the pain of unrequited affection before. I asked her in an incredulous tone, "He cried? Like, in front of you?" She laughed and said loudly, "Yeah, in public. In front of other people, he begged me to be with him. See? You underestimate your mother, but I was quite the catch. I shook my head and laughed softly and asked, But you were with Dad already, right? My mother shrugged slightly and said, At that point I felt more sure about your father, yes. I was in love with him and I saw that he was treating me better than anyone else would. It was hard though. So much happened. She stared forward again and paused for a long moment, and her eyes seemed strangely glazed, and I wondered if she was on the verge of tears. She started again in a subdued way. Yes, it was really hard. Your grandmother couldn't stand it. She beat me and took a knife to a can of disinfectant and threatened to drink it and kill herself. She locked the doors of the house and turned off all the phones. She yelled and shouted that she would rather die than have a daughter be like a common whore that married American GI scum. She sighed softly through her nose and then her lips curled into a tiny smile and she said, We were pretty crazy back then. I still can't believe I just ran away in the middle of the night like I did. I grabbed some clothes and managed to escape and find a phone booth in the middle of the street and I called your dad. He was in Yongsan, really far away, hours away by car. I was so scared he wouldn't answer, what I would do if I was caught by my older brother. I was so scared. But he answered and he told me to come to Yongsan where he had moved. So I just went, just like that. She continued, Yongsan was very different back then in the 80s. The entire US Army base was surrounded by brothels and girl bars, streets crushing the base full of seedy motels and nightclubs. We didn't have cell phones or internet or anything back then, you know. I had to go to this motel next to the base and wait for your father. Over 6 hours I sat in that hot, filthy lobby, thinking he wouldn't show up, crying. The place was for prostitutes. I was lucky though. The manager there felt sorry for me and left me alone. Let me sit there even though I just needed the phone and not a room. My mother smiled and chuckled softly as she said, Yes, but your father finally came and we ran towards each other. We didn't have much, but we were very happy to be together. You don't understand how hard it was for us. We stayed in this crappy rental house with this random family, and I hid in the basement for months because I was so afraid of my mother and brothers finding me. I was terrified of just walking on the street. Her expression hardened and her brow furrowed as she went on. They were desperate to keep me from marrying your father. Your younger uncle, you know about what he was like. So he got his friends and they would ride these motorcycles around, wait outside the base's gates, wait for your father. It was really bad. One of them fell off while driving, shattered his face, all his teeth. She paused and sighed and said, Your older uncle even forged this certificate saying I was mentally disabled to try to say that I was unfit to get married. It didn't work though. I was shocked at hearing my mother's story. It was the first time my mother had told me all the details surrounding the circumstances of their marriage. I knew that both my parents' families had been generally opposed to their marriage, but I didn't know they tried to interfere with their relationship using such extreme and hostile measures. I was unnerved and felt a strange and intense wave of empathy well up inside me for my parents that I had never really felt before. We talked a little longer until I had to clock in for my shift. My mother spent a few more days in South Korea and met some of her friends and then went back to the States. A few months after that, my father got another job on the Yongsan Army base, this time as a civilian contractor and not a soldier after his retirement from active service. My parents were thrilled that they would be moving back to Seoul and that they would be able to live close to me. They moved to an apartment complex that was a short 20-minute walk from the base, and once a week I would visit them. One day, my father and I were walking on base together near his old office. It was a chilly day, and we were talking about how much the base had changed since they started shutting down most of the offices and migrating the soldiers from Camp Yongsan to Camp Humphreys in Pyeongtaek. As we talked, I remembered a question that I had wanted to ask my father for a long time. I struggled to find the right words and asked, Dad, did you ever, feel weird or something that I'm Asian and you're white? Like, we're seen as different races. The sky was gray and blanketed over by dull, block-shaped clouds, but the sun managed to pierce a few rays of weak, pale light through them. My father turned his head towards me and we both slowed our pace, and I shivered slightly as a cold breeze spun into the folds of my jacket. Timmy, I've never thought of you as anything other than my son. I've never thought of your mother as anything other than who she is. She's my wife. Yes, she's Asian, but that doesn't mean anything in our relationship or how I see you and your brother. I don't see you as another race than mine. I just see you as my son. I stopped walking and looked at him, and he stopped with me and turned to face me. He put both his hands on my cheeks and held my face and looked into my eyes. He said in an earnest voice, "You're my son, and I love you, and I'm proud of you." I could see by the way that his brow was furrowed that my question had confused him and he was concerned. I felt simultaneously frustrated by his confusion, but moved by the obvious care that he was showing me. My father died shortly after that. It was February and he took his motorcycle out for a test drive after waiting months for a new battery. The night he died, the police showed me CCTV footage of the accident. I watched on the computer screen as his bike slipped on a thin patch of ice, causing him to tumble head over handlebars. Then his bike crashed onto his spine and he bounced and rolled down the street. I watched the soundless footage as my father died there as he laid in the street right outside the base that we had walked through together so many times. A street of Seoul that surrounded a historical site which had been occupied by the US Army for many years, and before that had been occupied by Japanese forces. A street that was there when my mother had run away from her family's home many miles away, and had waited for my father to find her in a seedy motel lobby. A street that saw our family come into being by the bond between my mother and my father. The only street I had ever walked upon multiple times throughout the various epochs of my life, spent moving from place to place. The only street that had seen me both as a child and as an adult. My father's blood leaked out of him onto the cold, unforgiving asphalt of this street. It coagulated and dried, and then was blown away by wind and rain, then swept up into the sky as particulate, where it joined the heavy gray clouds overhead to spill back onto earth whenever the world would weep. His body was cremated in Korea, and his smoke rose up forever into the heavens of a land seeded by my mother's forefathers. All our joys, our sorrows, our comforts were defined by the great gray concrete and steel jungle that encloses this street that bore his final moments. Those final moments in which mine and my father's lives no longer overlapped, and I am left here in Seoul, writing this, next to that same street, wondering who my father was before I was born, and who I am now that he is gone. This essay discusses the show Invincible and contains spoilers for its story. I watched this cartoon called Invincible a few months ago. It starts off like a typical superhero cartoon like Justice League or Batman, but the first episode ends in a scene of brutal violence that sets itself apart from Marvel and DC cartoons and movies. I recall complaining to my father that superhero movies were boring now. There are so many of them, and they rarely broke the action movie norms and relied on tried and true cliches and tropes to appeal to the lowest common denominator audiences. Watchmen was a good start to movies that broke this mold, but there was a long time before rated R superhero movies were shown to be profitable. I was extremely pleased at the success of Deadpool and Logan because I felt that they were showing the more realistic side of superhero violence. There are some PG-13 superhero movies I still enjoy, like Thor Ragnarok or Guardians of the Galaxy, but I enjoyed them more for their comedic aspects rather than their action hero tropes. I didn't bother watching any of the Avengers movies yet. Maybe one day I'll spend a week getting super stoned and watch all of them. Invincible is incredibly well written. I decided to watch it after watching YouTube clips previewing the show and being fascinated by their violence, but I didn't expect the show's actual story to be so good. The drama of the show can seem contrived at times, but by the final episode when the main character, Mark, attempts to fight his father, Omni-Man, the emotional intelligence of the writers is on full display. I consider the show to be a tragedy. Its main theme, which the brutal violence is so necessary for, revolves around the masses of average people attempting to survive those that have unimaginably more power than them. Is this so different than being a regular person staring at the face of political gods that would drop nuclear weapons or unleash swarms of infantry with all their military might? Although Mark, who goes by the superhero name Invincible, is obviously the protagonist and main character, the show would be uninteresting without his father Omni-Man. Omni-Man represents the theme of the show as an unstoppable, Superman levels of strength alien. He is somewhat foreign, but familiar. He seems like an ally, but there is the awareness that he is also a great threat, and most importantly, he is Mark's father. Mark is a Honyal, which is Korean for mixed race and translates literally to mixed blood. His father is an alien, but also a white man. Mark's mother is a Korean human. His father, Omni-Man, is part of an imperialistic alien race known as the Viltrumites, which seek to conquer the entire universe. They send out emissaries to become a part of other planets' governments and stealthily take out their defense systems through various means and then conquer the entire planet. The Viltrumites have conquered many planets and have a hold over a vast network of them. My father was a white soldier for the United States Army, which definitely has some similarities to the Viltrumite Empire. My mother is Korean. Do you see how strange it was for me to watch the show and to see the parallels in my own experience growing up? I do not wish to speak ill of my father, nor do I wish to write about every instance of, let's say, contentious interaction between us. My father could be very loving and kind, and I acknowledge that it is thanks to his kindness and willingness to embrace me that I am who I am today, and for that I will forever be grateful. However, it would be blind foolishness for me not to acknowledge that while I was growing up, I was his son. I was his son and I was under his roof, and thus under his ideals. I know my father was not as extreme as some, but I know that my parents would be considered to have been fairly strict in my upbringing. To put a long, difficult, and too revealing discussion into just a few words, my parents were advocates and practitioners of corporal punishment against their children. We are indoctrinated into the ideals of wherever we come from. Watching the final episode of Invincible pained me. Mark loved his father. He admired and looked up to him. He wanted to be loved and accepted by him. Then his father revealed that he was on Earth to conquer it. He revealed who he truly was and tried to coerce Mark to be like him, to follow his ideals. When Mark refused and stood up for his individual beliefs, he was beaten into submission and nearly killed. This leads to an emotional climax when Mark tells his father in less words that despite all of this, he still wants to be his son. Omni-Man leaves in confusion after that. I'm being purposefully vague because if you want a full synopsis, you can look it up for yourself or just watch the show. It's well worth it. Of course, I'm not saying my father is Omni-Man, nor am I saying that he beat me into submission to try to make me follow his ideals. But like I said, there were times of harsh discipline that included corporal punishment that I personally believe to have been cruel. I do not blame my father or mother, nor do I believe that they ever acted out of anything but what they saw as necessary and what they understood to be love. However, love is a difficult concept to understand. In dictionaries, it's described as strong bonds of affection, but on a cultural and individual level, it means something different to everyone. The issue of control is interesting. In Aldous Huxley's book, Brave New World, which has been described as dystopic, but I believe is actually less dystopic than our current society, there are a race of people that have been genetically modified to be mentally inferior. They are stupid and assigned to jobs of menial labor. They are satisfied with their lives and live for visceral pleasures. Is this so different from our current state of affairs in the world? Society pumps out propaganda to encourage poverty and blind obedience. There is a great deal of rhetoric espousing the value of base physical labor and servitude to religious figures. On the opposite end of the spectrum of mean labor are those who have gamed the system, have come from privileged backgrounds, or have given up aspects of their own heritages to conform to imperialistic cultures and are able to enjoy greater social mobility in life. They have better education, better healthcare, and better jobs. In this world, those that have the greatest luxury of all time are the mega wealthy. The vast majority of the richest people in the world are white. The powerful is white, and those that adhere to the white lifestyle. Classism and race go hand in hand, but are not mutually exclusive. I do not know which conspiracy theories are true or false, but I would not be surprised if there was some merit to the theories that there are secret societies that control the world. Money and power are old and are passed down through generations. It makes sense to me that as the world grows and becomes more connected, that whatever powers that be would initiate new members into their groups to expand their control in the world. Having a black president in the US and other races being included into the mega wealthy class is indicative of great changes to the structure and concentration of societal power. I do not believe that white people are exempt from suffering or anything of that sort. However, it would be foolish to ignore that they are the imperialistic powers of the world. What is the lingua franca of our world? It is English. Why does everyone look to the US whenever something newsworthy happens? It is our influence. Why is American entertainment shown all across the world? It is cultural dominance and subjugation through the use of soft power. Why was America the only country to ever use nuclear weapons in war? It is dominance and subjugation through the use of hard power. I have my own ideas on why white people became so powerful. I am not an anthropologist or anything like that, but it is apparent to me that pale-skinned humans came from colder climates. Darker-skinned peoples are located closer to the equator. Colder climates mean less resources for survival. When we look at wolves versus lions, we see that wolves are more inclined to coordinating in packs. They have to be to survive. There's less food where wolves are and the climate is harsher. Lions can afford to be in prides and monopolize their females. We see this dynamic somewhat mirrored in human societies across the world. Those peoples that hail from lands with abundant resources had less pressure to seek out resources, so expanded at a slower rate than those that came from lands that were scant in resources. An argument against my idea is that the ancient Sumerians thrived due to the abundance of resources along the region of Mesopotamia, so the abundance of their resources led to an acceleration in their advancement and expansion. Perhaps there has to be a balance of resources versus pressure. A society needs enough resources to survive and grow, but once it reaches a tipping point, it must seek out new resources in order to expand. Japan's attempts to expand into China and Korea during World War II are a good example of this. They were doing well domestically, but their population exceeded their limiting factors, so they had to take nearby lands from the current inhabitants in order to expand. How did Japan have the ability to expand? Well, they were introduced to modern Western weaponry and technologies during the Meiji period. How do white people expand their territories? Cultural indoctrination is a major factor. This means sending out missionaries that purport a white god creature that subtly subjugates foreigners into the idea that white people are gods. Religious authority answers unanswerable questions like, where does our consciousness go when we die? What is the meaning of life? Where did we come from? Nobody really knows the answers to these questions, but if you look to the scary bearded white man in the sky and then his angelic hippie son, that's also somehow him, then you will be loved, not really though, and have everything you could ever want when you die. Heaven and hell, stick versus the carrot, reward versus punishment. It's a very simple concept, and the mythologies and complicated obsolete language of the Bible does nothing but complicate the matter further in a vain attempt to legitimize it. Here is the truth of all religion. Follow what authority says and you will be rewarded in death. Probably not while alive, though. Disobey religion and you will suffer in life and in death. Missionaries are usually the first travelers sent out into a new country. They were among the first to travel into Korea when it was realized that Korea was a harbor point into Asia, and thus a tactically advantageous place to have a foothold. Camp Humphreys in Pyeongtaek, South Korea, is the largest overseas U.S. military base in the world. The U.S. will not give up its hold in Asia, and the growing power of China solidifies the U.S.'s need to be in Asia. China is interesting as well. Perhaps I will write another essay about Trump's China virus and the rise of anti-Asian sentiments. Right now, let's focus on white people and me. Are missionaries the only way into a country? No, there is also violent takeover. This is a more classic approach, and we see it time and time again. The conquistadors and the Vikings storm a village and rape and pillage. They take everything and take the women and fill them with their seed. The women give birth to ethnically mixed children that become indoctrinated into the conquering tribe or country's values and ideologies. In the face of imperialism, does it seem so far-fetched that many women, like my mother and countless others, would want to be a part of that power? Why are white people fetishized around the world? Because they are seen as power symbols. Amongst men like Donald Trump, having a young, beautiful white woman by your side is a symbol of status. You can provide for and essentially emotionally own someone whose skin color already puts them at the top of the global hierarchy, even if, like Melania Trump, she is Russian, a country full of poverty and violence towards women. The emasculation, subjugation, and portrayal of other races is something I'll get into more when I make a video about Asian men and them being associated with small penises and how that is a form of racial subjugation. There are other ways to assert imperial powers over another country. Trade is another big one. Right now, the cocaine industry in South America has ravaged it. Cocaine is a highly prized commodity that white people are willing to pay insane amounts over. The pharmaceutical industry has also monopolized derivatives and synthetics like morphine in the place of heroin and opium, and amphetamines in the place of cocaine. The illegal status of cocaine is tied into a myriad of other issues, such as the crack epidemic and the war on drugs, which was used to control the black population of the states. The diamond industry in Africa is also another problem caused by white imperialism. The slave trade is alive and well in the form of trading shiny rocks. Cocaine and diamonds hold very little intrinsic value. One makes your heart race and feel somewhat buzzed like you drank too much coffee, and the other is a shiny rock and a way to show off your status to your friends. Are you surprised that I have a low opinion of humans in general? Monkeys. We're like fucking dumbass fucking idiot monkeys. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. We scream and clutch shiny rocks and fight one another for the color of our skin or the shapes of our eyes and squabble over mismanaged resources. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. We fling our turds at one another and thump our books that spout meaningless mythologies that are only interesting from a literary perspective. The vast majority of so-called Christians haven't even read the Bible. I have. It's nonsense. And the logic that it is the Word of God written by humans is even more nonsense. Then, by proxy, isn't anything we call the Word of God something holy? Fuck it. Then this book I'm writing now is the Word of God. God is using me as a conduit to reveal innate truths of human nature, and this book is now considered holy. Anyone that argues against that will be eternally damned to a lake of fire upon death, to suffer till the end of time. What a bunch of bullshit. So, why is this essay about Invincible? Well, I'm not sure. I felt something while watching it. There is a lot that happens in the show, and I felt like it strangely related to my journey in becoming a man. What is a man? What is a human? What am I? The truth is, we can be anything we want to be within our physical limitations. Social constructs like race and gender are not confined to skin color or biological sex. We can make up races like brown or ash or sunners, or make up genders like zis or zallies or whatever you want. We can scream and run around naked and peel our faces away against jagged rocks and fuck animals and infants and eat one another and shit in one another's mouths. Anything you can imagine is true and possible to a certain degree. But things that go against the laws of nature don't work. We can't suddenly decide to fly and throw ourselves from a cliff, and just because we decided it or believe in it, we'll float upwards. No, we'll plummet to our deaths. Some things just can't happen. I suppose there's always the possibility that they could happen, but impossibilities are so highly improbable and against our understanding of reality that if they occurred, it would change our fundamental understanding of existence itself. So why? Indoctrination and white imperialism, yada yada yada. Why? Is it bad? Is it good? I will argue that, like Aldous Huxley's Stupid Race, many people need the structures provided by imperialism. I will also argue that for some, it is detrimental. How do the vast and complex cogs that turn within the great machine of humanity fit together? One argument could be made that everything in nature serves this purpose, even the seeming mistakes. The cancer cells and the serial pedophile/murderers, perhaps they serve some grander purpose beyond human comprehension. Another argument is that nothing has meaning or purpose and that nature is faulty and we must find our purpose amongst the chaotic fitting together of all the pieces of humanity. I prefer the second argument because it seems less defeatist to me. While watching Invincible, I had many feelings, but what I love most about the show is that Mark stood up to his father. He stood up for what he believed in, and though he was raised by his father, he had his own beliefs. Of course, his father kept his true nature of violence and imperialism hidden, but it was always there. In much the same way, I was indoctrinated into America's ideals and blind patriotism. America told me that it was the greatest country in the world. My father, the white soldier, always seemed to be on the side of America. This mentality manifested in too many ways to recount, but it had its effect on me. I see that the United States has great potential. In many ways, we have already achieved great things as a nation. However, I see so much that is wrong with the country and the way in which we influence the world. What I believe in more than anything is the cooperative potential of humanity. I avoid using abstract concepts like love and hate or good and evil when I am speaking of the purpose of humanity. I do not believe in spiritualism. I do not believe in religion. I actually don't even believe in morality. Good and evil are changing concepts. Even an individual throughout their life will go through stages of believing in different moral concepts. Different societies and groups of people have different ideas of good and evil. I do not believe in hippie concepts of love conquers all or peace and love, beyond them being symbolic representations of a cooperative, idealistic goal to strive for. Violence has its place in the world and is an inescapable necessity at times. The goal is to reach a point in humanity in which we no longer need violence, but that day is far, far away. What is the cooperative potential of humanity? Unity, freedom, equality of privileges and rights. These are the grand and lofty goals that I believe in. An end to tyranny, an end to the debasement of people, an end to injustice. I believe that a perfect society is possible and that we must strive to reach that perfect society. A society in which every individual, even the most wretched and horrible of individuals, can live a free and fulfilled life. That is the world I dream of. Perhaps this perfect society is only possible in a kind of virtual way. In the movie The Matrix, most of humanity is imprisoned by intelligent robots. They are kept in pods from birth and raised in a mental prison, a kind of virtual world. All dystopian aspects aside, this seems like the perfect society for me. Every individual plugged into their own virtual world in which they can have ultimate freedom without impeding on the freedoms of others. Doesn't that sound divine? The children's book, The Reality Bug by DJ McHale is based on a similar concept. I read the book when I was young and was fascinated. I saw The Matrix when I was older, but the parallels are interesting. The reality bug is probably inspired by The Matrix, but instead of being controlled by intelligent robots, the humans control their fantasy worlds themselves. The book shows that people become dissatisfied with reality and only stay in reality just long enough to maintain the infrastructure to keep the virtual world alive. I already believe this is happening in the real world and that eventually we'll all be brains floating in tanks, having our most pleasurable senses constantly stimulated by machines. Doesn't that sound divine? One might argue that we would lose our humanity in this case, that we would lose the qualms and troubles that give life meaning. To which I respond, so fucking what? Are you so in love with starvation, war, death, disease, rape, murder, fighting, slavery, being misunderstood, being abused, being used, being ostracized, and all the other shitty things that happen in life that you argue to keep things at the status quo? People are so afraid of change. Their tiny monkey brains cannot see beyond what is immediately presented to them. That is why we have the need to explain the world with something so simplistic as religion. The truth of creation is that anything is possible, and what we know is but a minute speck within it. Descartes was wrong. We do not think and know that we exist by the act of thinking, for thinking itself is but a vain trick of the light that we cannot explain beyond itself. We are creatures trapped in a dark iron box forever clawing at its sides. We are confined within ourselves and our perceptions. We can only see what we are presented with, and most people lack the imagination to see beyond. I saw an episode of Joe Rogan's podcast where he interviews Elon Musk, and they talk about artificial intelligence and Musk's concept for a brain implant to facilitate augmented reality called Neuralink. Most of the comments on the video expressed fear. I don't understand their fear. I embrace whatever happens. The concept of the singularity in which artificial intelligence surpasses human intelligence fascinates me. What is sentience? Are humans really sentient? Would artificial intelligence be sentient like we are? It's all bullshit to me. I don't believe in the importance of the human experience at all. We are but pieces of the cosmos that are operating in a mechanical fashion. Even our bodies are like organic machines with joints, tendons, muscles, and electrochemical signals being carried by wires in the circuitry of the brain. The rocks, the seas, the air, the planets, the stars, the galaxies, the germs, the animals, the mind. All pieces of the universe interacting with itself. Interactions of a universe behaving like a chronic masturbator, forever finding new ways to fuck with itself. If we want to say a god exists, let's call the god perpetual motion, as it perpetuates form upon form through the mechanics of evolution. As of now, we do not know what set creation in motion, or what the nature of the superparticle that the Big Bang is thought to have sprung from truly is, but it is undeniable that an explosion has carved out intricate paths of crashing planets and galaxies and solar systems and black holes as fireworks in the vast emptiness of the cosmic void. Life, meaning, what we are. I write this book simply because I feel compelled to. I have experiences and I want to share them. I have a somewhat unique experience, as we all do, but mixed race people are still the minority in the world. This is quickly changing as we become more globalized. Our future is utter globalization. The Earth is a brain struggling to connect its circuitry. We are as neurons building synapses between us. The future is mixed race. It is my hopes that in acknowledging the past and the nature of white imperialism, that we can move forward past our need to try to take from one another. That cultures promoting violence and tyranny can die out, and that we can be closer to a more perfect society. I don't know what is coming or what will happen. I don't know if we will ever reach my vision of a perfect society, or if we will regress further back and become increasingly more barbaric and violent. I am doing my part. Despite any resistance to express myself, I will be like Mark and stand up to the powers that be. They come from all sides. Whites, blacks, and all the others throw slurs at me, attempt to intimidate or insult me, and even act violently towards me. Even Asians seek to exclude me and attempt to ostracize me for not conforming to their ideals and for being mixed. I say fuck it. I am me. I will always be me, and I will always learn how to be me better. I love being TIMI HAZE. I love being mixed race, and I love my life. I want others to learn to love their lives too. This doesn't mean being blind to your own wrongdoings or flaws, but with true love towards the self, this means working to improve oneself at all times. This goes for a society, culture, country, and humanity as well. I love humanity despite all of its flaws. I truly love life, and I recognize that it is because of other people, though I speak harshly of them at times, that life is as fun and exciting as it is. There's so much to do here. Let us focus on our mistakes and flaws and how to fix them. Let us focus on how to work better together to make life better for one another. All the rest of the stuff, religion, race, sex, and gender, all of it is just noise in the background. Most of our problems were made by us and can be fixed by us. Let us come together and strive towards a better world. Chapter 12. Being an Asian man is the best. Troy wasn't much taller than me, but he was built like a linebacker, which made his presence seem much larger than mine. His muscular body, which I would learn later was maintained from his days playing football in high school, was apparent even under his suit jacket, and he walked with a calm and assured demeanor that commanded the respect that came with his age. Though he was middle-aged, he had a youthful energy that many found charming, including myself. He was easy to talk to, and we fast became work buddies that would share intimate details of our lives when no one else was in the office. He had told me that he had been fired for whistleblowing at his previous job. Troy had been a high-level contractor and had been earning six figures. He told me that some key players in his department had been embezzling money, and that a short time after he had discovered and reported the criminal activity, he had been fired in retaliation. I didn't think it was a far-fetched story because similar instances of embezzlement had been brought to light at the hotel we both worked at some time back. His laid-back attitude didn't mask his managerial experience, and he carried himself with the confidence of an authority figure. He never complained or bitched about having to return to an entry-level desk clerk job, though he talked constantly about waiting to get his new security clearance approved, which could take over a year, so that he could move back into contracting. Even though I sometimes wondered if he was telling the truth about why he lost his previous job, I was more inclined to believe him than not because I liked him and thought he was cool. Troy was sitting at the reservation station, which is one out of 7 computers in the office. It is a shared/open office, so all the computers are sitting in a circle on one huge desk. Each computer had a specified role, so there was 1 for operator services, 1 for reservations, 2 for supervisors, and the rest were for front desk clerks. Each computer could be used for every service, but the office kept certain seats open for those scheduled in those roles. Troy was scheduled to work at the front desk that day, so when the other front desk clerk left and I came in to replace Troy for the graveyard shift, there was a short 30 minutes when we were working together alone. I said hi to Troy as soon as I walked into the office, and I saw that he had on his headset, so I knew he was on the phone with the customer. He gave me a quick nod as he spoke rapidly in Korean through his headset, and it was difficult for me to understand what he was saying, so I didn't pay attention to his conversation as I walked out a second door to the front desk. There was a row of computer stations lined along the desk facing out, and I logged into the one closest to the front office's entrance, then I went back into the office. Troy had finished his phone call and he was typing furiously on his keyboard, and his fingers sounded like little hammers as they banged away. I sat at a computer across from him, and he gave a loud sigh and leaned sideways to look at me. We looked at each other, and he shook his head and said in a low and exasperated tone, "Dude, you would not believe this bullshit. This fucking bitch, man." I raised my eyebrows at him and asked, "What happened?" in a low voice. Troy shook his head again and pursed his lips and gave me a furtive look and said, "Dude, you can't tell anyone this. I mean, I trust you, but you can, okay?" I quickly nodded as he continued, "Yeah, so I'm getting a divorce." Then he sighed loudly and stood up and crossed his arms over his broad chest. "Oh shit, dude. What happened, man?" I asked in a tone I thought would be appropriately sympathetic. He shook his head and let out a sigh and shook slightly with emotion, then said in a way that seemed like he was talking more to himself than to me, "I don't know, man. I don't know." His voice got quieter. Yeah, I really fucked up, man. I fucked up bad." Troy let out a nervous laugh, which surprised me, and though I tried to stop myself, I mirrored him and let out a small reactionary giggle. He quickly turned and looked at me blankly, and I fidgeted in my seat and asked hastily, "What happened, man?" He put his arms over his head and knitted his fingers together through his short black hair and said in a defeated tone, "Yeah, man. My wife called the hotel. She called the fucking hotel I was at, and the girl I was with answered." I let my face contort into a pained grimace with all my teeth showing, and my eyes scrunched towards my cheeks as I said in a low tone, Oh shit, man." He nodded slowly and said, "Yeah, man. She looked through my fucking emails and saw the hotel reservation. It was in Seoul, so she knew I lied about going on TDY. I ran home as fast as I could, but it was too late. Just too late." His voice trailed off, and he stopped pacing in place and stared at a corner of the office like he was staring at some far-off galaxy. Troy's expression changed and his brow furrowed. He asked me in a blunt voice, "Your ex-girlfriend took you places, right?" I cocked my head to the side and asked, "What do you mean?" Troy sighed angrily and said, "You told me she took you to, like, places outside of Seoul, right? Like on trips and stuff." I nodded as he talked and I answered, "Yeah, she was great about that kind of stuff. We went to a lot of different places like Jeonju, Jeju-do, Gyeongju." Troy cut me off and said in a loud voice, "See? That's what I mean. Even your girlfriend took you places. Me and you are Korean American and we both grew up in the States, so we want to get around, right?" I nodded as he went on. "Like, I'm not saying it's their responsibility, but they're Korean, right? And like, that's a sign that your girlfriend loved you. She took you places and showed you things that you didn't get to see in the States. She taught you about Korea." I was nodding, and I thought to myself that my ex-girlfriend had indeed been very good about things like that. She would fix my mistakes when I spoke Korean, and she would show me places and teach me things about Korea that I was curious about. Even though our relationship had recently ended on bad terms, I felt grateful to her because I felt that she had helped me satisfy my urge to get more in touch with my ethnic roots after a lifetime of living in America. Troy pivoted abruptly and leaned forward so that our faces were close. He said in a spiteful and heated tone, "My wife, my fucking wife, not even my girlfriend, my wife, never, not even one single time, ever took me anywhere, not even in Seoul. She never showed me anywhere in Korea. I never got to see a damn thing." His voice cracked at the last word, and I reached a hand out and placed it on his shoulder. His eyes were watering slightly, and he let out a sigh as his shoulders sagged and he shook his head slowly. You know, man, she's a bitch, and I know this is for the best. But I just feel so sorry for myself. I can't help it, man. I know it's a bitch thing to feel. I feel like this is all so fucking fucked up. I nodded sympathetically, but at the same time I wanted to steer the conversation in a more optimistic direction because I was worried Troy would start crying. I didn't think there was anything inherently wrong with a man crying or showing emotions, but it would be dishonest to say that it didn't make me uncomfortable. Although I felt I was being quite callous towards my fellow coworkers' emotions, I didn't want to be bothered with trying to console anyone, as I was too concerned with my own fluctuating emotional state. So I said to him in a tone that was only slightly brighter than his, "Oh, but at least now you can fuck a lot more hot bitches. You meet any recently?" Troy's face lit up, and he excitedly reached into his pocket and pulled out his smartphone. He nodded quickly as he said brightly, "Yeah, man, I've been using Tinder like you showed me, and it's upped my game by so much." He tapped at his phone screen and opened the dating app to its chat rooms and passed his phone to me and said with a wide grin, "Check out the one up top. She fucks like a goddamn animal." I took his phone from his hand and looked at its screen. The chat room was open and I could see that Troy had exchanged many messages with the woman in question. I tapped on her profile and saw that she was a year younger than I was, which meant Troy was about 20 years older than her. I said to him, "Oh damn bro, she's only 25. Nice." Troy gave me a mischievous grin and nodded in self-satisfaction. I felt a pang of envy as I flipped through her pictures. Her body was slim and sexy, and her face was pretty, and her cheerful smile made her seem friendly and open. I felt my own loneliness and desire clamp down in my lower stomach. "Where's she from?" I asked Troy. She was white, so it was obvious that she wasn't Korean, but she could be from any country that white people came from. I scrutinized her picture and found myself trying to guess before Troy said anything. Her face was pale, and her jawbones were somewhat curved, giving her face a mildly oblong shape. Her hair was dark brown, tied in a large braid, which made me think she was Eastern European, maybe Russian. There were many Russian women in South Korea, but to my understanding, most of them lived in the south, usually in the city of Busan, where many of them were prostitutes. I was somewhat surprised when Troy said, "She's English. I think she's from London or somewhere near there. She said she is finishing some exchange language program at Seoul National." I raised my eyebrows at this because Seoul National University was an extremely prestigious school, considered the Harvard of South Korea. I passed his phone back to him and he went on, "Yeah, it's been great hanging with her and her friends. They're all super cool and hot, so I don't feel out of place even though they're all a bunch of young white girls. It just feels good, you know? Flattering, I guess. She took me with them to Everland a couple weeks ago and it was a blast." He showed me a picture of him and her standing together with his arm around her waist at the water park called Everland. Troy had his shirt off and she was in a black lacy bikini that looked like lingerie. I whistled softly and said, "She got a banging body, dude. You're a lucky man." He grinned widely and nodded vigorously. "So what about you, dude? Any new girls?" Troy asked me. Troy knew that I was dating again, even though it had only been a couple of weeks since I broke up with my ex-girlfriend. I pulled out my phone from my pocket and opened my Messenger app and showed him the profile picture of a girl I was meeting for casual sex. Troy's eyes bulged and he half shouted, "God damn, she's hot as fuck." I held the phone in front of his face as he leaned closer and he touched the screen to use his fingers to zoom in on the picture. His eyes scanned her slim figure that was clad in a blue bikini and he asked, "What about her face?" I turned the phone screen back to face me and swiped on it so it showed the next picture in her profile and showed Troy a picture with her face unobscured. He nodded enthusiastically. "Damn, dude. This her? The one you've been fucking? Holy shit, she's gorgeous. She had to have had work done though. Those lips can't be natural." I shrugged nonchalantly, acting casual. I knew she was incredibly sexy, and I could hardly believe in myself that I was seeing such an attractive girl. I told him, "I don't know. She told me her lips are natural. I don't really care if they aren't, though. She's hot as fuck." I turned the phone back towards me and opened my Tinder app. I clicked on a profile and showed Troy and told him, I've been talking to this white girl and she seems down to fuck. She's kind of weird though, but look at her. Troy's eyes widened again and he leaned close to the phone and said quietly, Holy shit, man. Holy shit. How the fuck are these girls so hot? I laughed loudly and felt proud of myself for attracting beautiful women. I said to Troy in a joking way, yeah man, we gotta thank BTS. All these foreign girls be looking for Korean dick now. We both laughed loudly and Troy shook his head and said, man, for real though, it's awesome. I continued and said, yeah, it hasn't always been this way. I remember being in the States and everyone thought Asian men were like a joke or something. You know, the little dick jokes and shit. Troy frowned and furrowed his brows in a thoughtful expression and said slowly, yeah, things have definitely changed. But I guess I've never really let that kind of stuff bother me. I raised my eyebrows and gave him an inquisitive look. I asked him, really? Like, never? Doesn't it bother you how people treat Asian guys sometimes? Like that fucking Rachel cunt. Troy's expression darkened with the mention of Rachel. He took a deep breath and said slowly, yeah, but I don't know, man. That bitch was crazy. Rachel had been a coworker who gave most of the office some kind of grief. She was a blonde, white girl around my age, and her father had been a somewhat high-ranking military officer. Rachel regularly yelled at people and argued and fought with guests at the hotel. One time, when I was with my parents waiting in line at a concession shop, she had tried to cut in front of us. She seemed extremely hateful and fought with Troy the most out of anyone in the office. There was even a video recording that a CCTV camera had picked up of her pushing Troy to the side to cut in front of him while he was waiting in line at the deli. Troy had taken the footage and showed the managers of the office and made a formal complaint, but they just gave her repeated warnings without any other real disciplinary action. It seemed that the management showed her a great deal of leniency and treated her with a kind of deference. It was apparent to me that their treatment of her was because she was a white girl. Although my father was of a higher rank than Rachel's father, I noticed the management treated me with a kind of abusive attitude that was starkly different than the way they regarded her. I noticed that the Korean and Korean American employees were treated worse than any of the other employees. The white and black employees seemed to be treated the best and were given a great deal of leniency. In the end, Rachel had been fired after being arrested for assaulting an elderly Korean woman off base and not for any of the numerous infractions she committed in the workplace. We were all glad to see her go, and she was one of the most putrid people I've ever met in my life. Troy sighed again, and I knew that thinking of Rachel irked him. He shook his head and said, yeah, that shit really pissed me off. These spineless motherfuckers in management don't do shit when you need them to. But I don't know, man. Even if it's because she was white. Being an Asian man is the best, you know? It's fucking awesome. When Troy said that, I felt as if I was an archaeologist uncovering the Rosetta Stone, like I had stumbled on something virtually indecipherable, but immensely important. I logically understood what he meant, but I had never felt it before. I had never heard anyone make that statement before. I had grown up feeling ashamed of my slanted eyes and felt that my race was a burden that held me back in all aspects of life. I had grown up making self-deprecating jokes about being unable to see clearly like round-eyed people and having a small penis like the stereotypical jokes made around me. I thought of how I had planned to wear sunglasses and cover my eyes when releasing music videos so I wouldn't be hindered by my race. I would do things like this to try to fit in with the majority white crowd when I never really fit in. Even with my efforts to fit in, I was always susceptible to being verbally and even physically attacked for being Asian anyways. When Troy said he thought being an Asian man was the best, a lifetime of resentment and self-hatred boiled over inside me. I felt furious at Troy for being so content with being Asian. For many days I couldn't stop thinking about Troy's statement. I pondered the reason why he could feel this way, and I tried to tell myself it must be because he was more masculine than me. That it was because he was older and more muscular and more imposing, so he commanded a respect from his peers that I couldn't. But then I realized that Rachel had harassed him far more than she had me. Rachel had mostly left me alone, probably because I worked at night and had very limited interaction with other coworkers like her who worked during the day. But I began to wonder if it was for another reason that Rachel left me alone, one that I couldn't see. I began to wonder how Troy could feel so secure in his race while I still struggled to accept the positive aspects of mine. I began to realize that there was a hole in my knowledge of my ethnic heritage and that I yearned to know more about what it meant to be Asian and what it meant to be Korean. I realized that I knew very little about Asian American history and that I wanted to learn more about myself, my heritage, my history, and my race. I wanted to become more Asian. The desire grew into a constant pang that became an insatiable need until it dominated every waking moment. My life was a riddle built by the shape of my eyes, and I was desperate to know how to feel what Troy felt and to be able to one day tell myself with utter conviction, being an Asian man is the best. Chapter 13. The Feminine Penis. There's a kind of joke I've seen floating around online on sites like 4chan and Reddit. The YouTuber ContraPoints, who I am a fan of, also jokes about this concept too. The feminine penis is a term that has caused much derision and ridicule online and invariably leads to a discussion about biological sex, the validity of womanhood in transgender people, and the inherent characteristics of genitalia. I've come to realize that the feminine penis, as ridiculous as it seems to sound at first, does actually exist. In exploring androgyny, experiencing gender dysphoria myself, consuming pornography, and having sex with a diverse range of people, I can see how traits associated with femininity and masculinity are not actually dependent on birth-assigned sex or genitals. When I became sexually active, I made a concentrated effort to seek out members of every race and gender. All my life, I had heard stereotypes about different races like Asian women having the tightest pussies, Asian men having the smallest dicks, black men having the biggest dicks, black women having the fattest asses, etc., etc. Not really many sexual stereotypes about white people, except it seemed generally accepted that they were considered to be the best or most normal choice. White people were portrayed as the standard or default archetype of sexuality, and other races were somehow exotic choices. I heard so many people saying that fucking someone of a different race or gender would feel significantly different. I've had sex with all kinds of people from a diverse range of genders and race and have found that all of these stereotypes are utter nonsense. The smallest penis I have seen was a white man's. The largest I have seen was a white transgender woman's. Another interesting concept that people seem obsessed with is that a large penis equates to power and dominance. I have heard many men say that it's not gay to receive a blowjob from a man or to fuck a man, but it is gay to suck dick or to be fucked by a man. I never understood this concept until I watched a female dog mount another female dog and hump her. Then I considered how prison rape is oftentimes used as a show of power and violent dominance, and not really just for sexual pleasure. Rape, dominance, being big in height and penis size is all about retaining power and transferring a certain degree of humiliation onto the receiver. I realized for many men, being in what they saw as the woman's position was inherently submissive. Being the receiver, or bottom, somehow meant one was inferior. I found this ironic as I topped the white trans woman who had a monstrously large penis. I have both been the top and have been the bottom, and as Minsu iterated in the titular story of this book, Ching Chong Faggot, I've come to realize that top/bottom and sub/dom dynamics are simply a matter of individual and personal preference. There exists a stereotype about LGBTQIA sex that there is always a kind of role-playing where someone plays the woman and the other plays the man. I recall David Sedaris writing about this in one of his books. In reality, it's just people fucking. Of course, there are people who do roleplay and participate in BDSM play, but those instances are probably exceptional and not the norm. I tend to enjoy being on top more than taking dick because I find taking dick uncomfortable most of the time. It can be pleasurable sometimes, but I enjoy having my cock pleasured more. The whole process of having to relax the anus enough so that it doesn't tear and having to have clear bowels is usually too complicated for me. I generally prefer slender, toned, and pretty individuals of any height. These are usually cisgender women. I love pussy and have enjoyed fucking women of every race. The only women I have ever felt like I regretted fucking were those that were not really up to my physical standards, but I fucked them anyways out of a strange sense of obligation. Some of my most enjoyable sexual experiences were from casual sex partners and some from serious relationships. I've only ever been in relationships with cisgender women, but I have casually dated men and trans women as well. I would be open to being in a relationship with someone who isn't a cis woman, but the timing and emotional compatibility has never been quite right. I realized when I was a teenager that men could also be pretty and beautiful. That is probably why our society pressures us with gendered clothing, roles, and styles so much. Consider a very masculine looking woman with short hair who dresses like a man being constantly mistaken for a man. Society pressures her to have long hair and dress in a feminine way so that she can instantly be identified and categorized as a woman, with all the expectations, duties, privileges, and obstacles that being a woman comes with. The same goes for men. Clothes are clothes, and hair is hair. Even men can have breasts if they are overweight. Men and women can look quite similar, so we go through great lengths to distinguish them apart. Of course, there are distinctly masculine men and distinctly feminine women. However, there are many men and women who look and act more like the opposite gender, and some who do not fit into any gender. The fierce debate surrounding gender is so strange to me. The only reason why I see that society cares so much about what a person calls themselves is that women are a subservient class, and blurring the lines between men and women weakens the power structure that puts men on top. MTF, male to female, trans women are at the center of this debate, while FTM, female to male, trans men are overlooked. It seems that trans women are despised because they are seen as men weakening their status by feminizing themselves. There is a great deal of pressure that comes with being a man. I am relatively small in stature and am about 5'5", 165 centimeters in height, and usually around 125 pounds, 56 kilograms in weight. Society emphasizes the worth of a big, strong, domineering man that can protect his women and dominate other men. I have never been seen that way due to my size, so I felt insecure in many ways about this, and admittedly sometimes still do. I also appreciated women's beauty a great deal as a young child and was dazzled by how pretty girls were, so I found myself wishing I could emulate their beauty. I felt like I wanted to be a girl for most of my life, and in adolescence and during my young adult years, I experimented with cross-dressing and androgyny. I've reached a point in my life where I am content with my assigned sex and with being identifiable as a cisgender man. I embrace my masculine aspects, but at the same time, I embrace my feminine aspects as well. Femininity being associated with beauty, softness, compassion, caring, and an elevated understanding of emotional nuance. David Bowie's androgyny in performances is inspiring to me, and I enjoy painting my nails and sometimes having long hair. In my music video, Deep Inside, I put on lipstick and a dress and channeled the feminine energy that I felt. So, the feminine penis is a real thing for me. I've made a YouTube short about being pansexual and compared the MTF porn star Serena Valentina to the FTM porn star Buck Angel. Serena is very pretty and someone I consider to be very feminine. She exudes a soft energy and her body is smooth and soft looking, and even her penis encapsulates the prettiness of her entirety. Then we have Buck, an extremely masculine individual who has a vagina. But I don't find anything about Buck attractive in a feminine sense. I can appreciate his allure as a masculine person, but I like femininity and prettiness. If I had to choose between Buck's vagina or Serena's penis, I would always choose Serena's penis. Feminine beauty is not constrained to cis women or trans women, and I've met cis men who possess a kind of prettiness as well. Sure, all humans have a kind of beauty to them, but I'm writing specifically about what I find attractive. In my journey in having sex with a wide range of people, I've found that gender and race doesn't matter much to me as long as they have a pretty face, sexy physique, and are enthusiastic about reciprocating the qualities they find attractive about me. People get hung up on dominance and being seen as gay or trying to discern and categorize between races. There is no need for all this confusion and repression. Simply be with who you find attractive and get along with. It's that simple.
Chapter 14. I wish we weren't Korean. My mother tried very hard to teach me and my brother about our Korean heritage. Even after we moved back to the States when I was around 5 years old, she would rent VHS tapes in Korean and have us watch them, cook Korean food for us, and do her best to teach us the language. It could be stressful at times participating in Korean activities. My parents enrolled us in Taekwondo classes for both the martial arts skills as well as the connection to Korean culture. I hated Taekwondo, but looking back on it now, I realize it was one of the few activities I participated in that allowed me to interact with a predominantly Asian American peer group. I know that other Korean American children networked through church that hosted mainly Korean audiences, but we grew up going to churches that were made up of primarily white and black people, Presbyterian and Protestant churches. However, my mother enrolled us in a Korean Sunday school for a short time that focused on teaching children the Korean language and also held Christian church services through a Korean perspective. I recall the environment to be quite hostile, and the children were overly rambunctious and fights broke out often. My mother would eventually pull us out due to the aggressive environment and several instances of bullying we faced. Despite all my mother's efforts as time went on, we became more Americanized and I lost my grasp of the Korean language. By the time I was a preteen, I spoke almost exclusively in English, and besides the occasional Korean movie I would watch or the occasional Korean song I would listen to, I was pretty disconnected from my ethnic roots in all but physical appearance. My mother would still speak in basic Korean to me so I could understand a small amount, but I was stuck at a preschool level of language comprehension. As we became older, my mother's efforts to teach us waned, probably due to the amount of resistance we put up. I recall when I was around 10, during a particularly intense Korean vocabulary study session, we were being disruptive because we wanted to play video games, and my mother put us in timeout. I turned to my brother and said loudly, "I wish we weren't Korean, then we wouldn't have to learn any of this." My mother heard me and was furious, and I was punished severely for saying that. But as angry as she was at the time, the various obligations of life inevitably got in the way of our Korean studies. My mother began working full-time, we focused on other studies, and there simply never seemed to be enough time or desire on our parts to learn Korean or more about Korea. When I was in elementary and middle school, there were not many Asian kids around and hardly any Korean kids. Most of my friends were white or black and a few were Hispanic. I did have one Korean friend from Taekwondo class and he spent a few nights at our house. He was the same age as me, but he was a third-degree black belt, and I remember admiring him and liking him a great deal. I didn't want him to leave our house, and he was one of the few friends who ever stayed more than one night in a row. Once we moved from that house in North Carolina to our house in Washington State when I was 12 years old, we fell out of touch. I tried calling him once a few years later, but our connection had been lost and we were no longer friends. Our conversation was awkward and stilted, and we never talked again after that. My years in junior high school and high school in Washington State was the first time since I had lived in Korea as a young adult that there were other Koreans around me. Washington State has quite a large Korean American and Asian American population, so there were quite a few at our school. Some of the kids were known as FOBs, which stood for Fresh Off the Boat, meaning that they had emigrated straight from South Korea recently. I didn't realize how strange it was at the time, but I seemed to naturally gravitate towards the other Asian kids in junior high school before I had any real friends. I chose to sit with the Asian kids during lunch, and I noticed that other tables were grouped by race as well. The white kids sat with the white, the black kids with the black, and the Hispanic kids with the Hispanics. There was some mixing, but the majority of kids grouped themselves by race. Even though I sat with the Asian kids, I felt uncomfortable with them because a few of them would make fun of me and I felt insecure and somewhat emasculated in the group. One day, a white boy I had become friends with through Boy Scouts sat down with us. I bonded more with him and eventually we moved away from the Asian table and would eat together outside of the cafeteria. We made several other friends who would sit outside the cafeteria with us, and I realized I hated being surrounded by people during lunchtime. I much preferred the small group we made and the pockets of privacy we would find by eating in random hallways or staircases. When our schedules changed and no longer matched for lunch, I would sneak off into the empty orchestra room and eat alone while reading a book. 3 Korean American boys from high school stay in my mind the most. The first one is Tom. I remember I tried to talk to him during lunchtime once during our freshman year, and he shouted loudly at me, "I don't care what you think!" I was startled and felt humiliated by his reaction. We had mutual friends, but after that I always kept my distance, and I got the sense that he saw me as beneath him. He had a haughty attitude I found insulting, and I was surprised when a few weeks ago I got a message from someone else stating that Tom had posted on Facebook asking for my contact information. We were never friends, and I felt uncomfortable about getting in touch with him, so I never reached out to him. I know it may seem petty to stonewall someone over things that happened when we were kids, but at the same time, I don't feel any obligation to be friendly towards him. The second person is Yoon, and he was tall, handsome, athletic, and confident. I envied his looks and charisma. One day, when we sat close to each other, I tried to tell him and a white boy named Carl sitting next to him about my father who was deployed in Iraq and how I worried about him. Yoon laughed and said, "Your dad's gonna die there, he's never coming back." I put my head down on my desk and felt like I was going to scream, and Carl said in disgust, "Yoon, that's fucked up." I felt a sense of warmth towards Carl after that day, and when I think of Yoon, I still feel a sense of deep, burning hatred. I wish him nothing but the worst in life. The third boy is Kyle, who had a thick Korean accent, was very tall and somewhat chubby, and wore thick-framed glasses. I'm sure I annoyed him because I would compare him to a panda sometimes as a joking insult, and he threatened to beat me up after school. A mixed black/white friend of mine stood up for me and offered to protect me. I think of that friend occasionally and wish we kept in contact. One day during class, I tried to speak in Korean to Kyle, and he said loudly, "Don't talk Korean to me." I never really tried to speak in Korean with any of the Korean American kids at school after that. The Korean American kids all seemed to hang out with each other, and years later in Seoul, I randomly encountered a few of them at a bar. I realized after meeting them again that I had always felt strangely alienated from their group, but at the same time any urge of acceptance I had once craved had long since faded. As divorced as I felt from Korean culture, I still seemed to gravitate somewhat towards the Korean kids at school. When homecoming came, I couldn't think of anyone attainable within my league to ask, so I asked a Korean girl to go with me as friends. I didn't find her attractive at all, and I feel bad that I mainly ignored her at the dance. Prom was the same way, and I asked out the Korean friend of a black girl that I had a crush on, because the black girl had a boyfriend, so I knew I would be rejected. In retrospect, I feel bad for both of those Korean girls because I was obviously not interested in them in any real way other than viewing them as easy options. I never consciously realized that I thought of them that way, but in retrospect, it is definitely because we were all Asian. My romantic interests have always varied in race, and I like to think of myself as being attracted to hotness, and not race or gender. If someone is hot, I will want them. It didn't make sense to me to hear people talk of racial preferences, but slowly over the years I subconsciously realized that I belong to a denigrated class. I don't want to blame my race for the entirety of my issues in dating as a teenager because of course there were other factors, but to say that it wasn't a large factor would be foolish. I recall wishing that I was black as a teenager. I started listening to a lot of rap music as a teenager and watched TV shows like The Chappelle Show and The Boondocks. Black people seemed cool and respected and desired and visible. They seemed very different from Asian people who were seen as dorky nerds with tiny penises, which is in direct contradiction to the stereotype of black men having large penises. I wanted to be seen as a scary and dangerous cool guy with a big dick. I was ignorant to a lot of the negative stereotypes that black people have to deal with, nor did I realize how society actively oppresses the black population. I have always felt some degree of attraction to the same sex as well, and I recall having the occasional gay thought while in the throes of puberty and feeling furious at myself. While masturbating, occasionally a non-heteronormative thought would flash through my mind, and I would desperately try to rationalize it to myself that I wasn't gay at all, and that my mind was just exploring different things. It wasn't until one night after eating a quarter ounce of psychedelic mushrooms and smoking nearly an ounce of weed that I was able to confront myself and admit to myself that I was not straight. At the time, I told myself I was bisexual, but now I identify as pansexual because I see it as more inclusive to trans and non-binary people. When I was 18 years old in college, I began to explore gay and trans pornography on the internet in addition to the straight porn I was already watching. I found that I wasn't really interested in masculine gay porn, but trans porn appealed to me. Homophobia is normalized in Korean and Asian American circles. I knew several closeted Korean Americans who came from highly religious families that were terrified of their parents finding out that they weren't straight. When I tried to tell my own parents that I wasn't straight, they were not accepting. I felt a vast disconnect between us and a profound kind of loneliness that I have learned to become okay with. I have learned to not talk about it with my family, but neither do I let them pretend I am straight if the conversation ever comes up. Casual erasure is common and I used to let it slide for fear of causing a scene, but now I have the mindset that it is a kind of intolerance that should be shamed. My longest relationship was with a Korean woman. We were together for 2.5 years and even lived together. She was quite liberal in most her beliefs, so was accepting of my sexuality. We had a lot of fun together, but the relationship was rocky and devolved into toxic incompatibility. I am now with a white passing American woman who is of white and Hispanic descent. We are compatible in many ways, and I find myself to be fairly comfortable. My mother would tell me that she wanted me to marry a Korean girl, and she was opposed to me being with a black girl when I was young. After my many experiences with Korean girls and other races, she became more tolerant and accepting. Despite her previous prejudice, she actually quite liked the black girl that I brought home one day in my early 20s. But I suspect she liked her because she was attuned to Korean culture and actually spoke the language. She was also a model and quite pretty, which I'm sure helped. Culture and race seem very important in society, but as I become older, I realize these things are only somewhat indicative of what a person may be like, and that a person's true nature is not hinged on where they come from or what they look like. My mother says to me now that she doesn't care about who I date as long as they are a good person and treats me well. I feel the same way about the people I encounter in my life. I do not care about much else except that they are good people. I felt a great deal of internalized shame growing up that I did not even recognize as a manifestation of the prejudice in society. Now I feel like I can see it all somewhat clearly. All the emasculations, degradations, caricaturizing, stereotyping, and racism against Asian people that I experienced led me to certain behaviors that were self-deprecating and self-hating. For so long, I wished I was someone else who was considered to be more acceptable and desirable, even if it meant being a different race. I do not wish to be anyone else but me now. I look at myself and I am fascinated by who I am. The world seems to be an incredibly precious and fleeting anomaly caught amidst the swirling chaos of a furious cosmos that yields only mystery upon mystery. I even find racism and prejudice and all the evils of human nature to be a kind of challenging riddle of reality. I find myself enfolded by gratitude and contentment to be born as I am. It is a miracle to be anything at all, and the discomforts I experienced in the past that made me feel excluded or perpetually foreign now seem to be a strange testament to the journey that has given me the strength and clarity of mind that makes me who I am today. I love being me, Timmy HAZE. I find myself to be so interesting and fun, and I love that I am in possession of this mind and this body, in this existence and in this life. I love feeling the things that I feel and living the life that I live. I am far from perfect, but my flaws hardly detract from my overall nature. I love where I came from, and I love being an American of Asian and Anglo-Saxon descent. I no longer think to myself that I wish we weren't Korean. I actively engage with my ethnic heritage and try to absorb as much of it as possible. I love being Korean. And now I only wish I had realized the joys of connecting with my heritage sooner. Chapter 15. Resilient. Fire. Tiny bites like fire. All over his body. Burning. Searing. Raging. Fire. Their tiny teeth tear into his flesh over and over again. Hundreds of minuscule, spider-like crabs swarm in the frothy water. Crystal blue water, cold and cutting. The crabs frenzy at his wounds, and the water is red as he swipes wildly at them, struggling to stay afloat. There is no way out of the water. Towering canyon walls encloses the pool on every side. He will drown or be eaten alive if he stays. He is exhausted. A single waterfall cascades down from the high cliffs surrounding the pool. It rages down over slick, black rock with a continuous thundering roar. The foolish man wastes hours trying to scale the smooth canyon walls. His fingertips are bleeding and his fingernails are cracked and broken. The man feels his energy stores are nearing their last reserves. He must get out of the water or succumb to exhaustion. The crabs will not stop until he is utterly consumed. They tear and tear and tear at him. His mind begins to turn white-hot with panic. There is no more logic left in him as he thrashes wildly, swimming to the waterfall. He grasps vainly at the torrent crashing down upon him and tries to swim up as he is pushed further down below the water's surface. He cannot breathe. He cannot see. He cannot swim up falling water. The frothing and furious waterfall sweeps the crabs off his body and he feels a brief moment of respite. The waterfall saves him from the crabs but drowns him in its fury. He is dying. He is drowning. He will die. He will drown. He is tired. His body goes limp. He is pushed down and down. 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 His limp body thuds against the sandy bottom of the pool. No! 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 I will not die! I will not drown! No! The man screams. He screams and screams and screams. A chaos of bubbles explodes out of his mouth, and they rush towards the water's surface, where they join the frothing apocalypse of waterfall meeting pool. He thrusts his arms down at the sandy floor and shoves himself vertical until his feet touch down. He lunges upward, using all of his energy to push off with his legs and back up towards the surface. The man concentrates and his blind panic becomes a focused red determination. He swipes his arms methodically towards the back of the waterfall until he breaks the surface first with his fingers, then hands, then forearms, then head. Still moving his arms to keep himself afloat, he angles his face chin down so the waterfall does not fill his face. He is at the back of the waterfall where the crabs cannot reach him. He is using an enormous amount of energy and knows he cannot stay here much longer, or he will lose himself to fatigue. How can he survive? To leave the waterfall is to become a feast for the ravenous crabs. He is already bleeding all over his body and is severely wounded. The scent of his blood attracts them to him like moths to a lantern, and he cannot survive them much longer. Even if he is able to swim back across the pool, the canyon walls are too steep and smooth. He cannot climb up the walls. But to stay here in the waterfall is to accept drowning. He raises his chin up and immediately gasps and chokes as water fills his mouth and eyes. He squints his eyes and jerks his head in several directions. He notices a craggy lip jutting from the precipice several feet above his head, the only sign of a possible handhold he has seen in the steep canyon walls. Can he reach it? He kicks with his legs and flings himself up, stretching both his arms to their full extension as he reaches towards the lip. His raw and bleeding fingers barely touch against the lip, and he falls back down and is sucked back underneath the surface by a vortex of foamy water. He can reach it, but can he hold it? He is so tired. So tired. So tired he wants to stop, to just sleep, to let the water and the crabs take him. His body is numb. He wouldn't feel their bites anymore. It would be okay to give himself up to the water and the crabs. But no, he has already decided. When he dies, it will not be his choice to die. The world will have to take him kicking and screaming and raging against it. He will fight until his body is broken. He will fight until there is no flesh left on his bones and no blood left in his veins. Until he is scattered to the point that he cannot move. He will fight to the bitter end because he must survive. He firmly repositions his arms against his sides and lifts them back up. He thrusts them back down in the same methodical way that he did before, and slowly, with great resistance, he rises back to the surface behind the waterfall. He will try again, harder this time. He flings himself up the same way as he did before. His fingers scrape against the stone lip, and for an excruciatingly brief moment, they find their grip. His torso is halfway out of the water, but then his fingers quickly slip with a painful lurch, and he falls back into the water even more violently than before. His fingers throb in agony, and he whimpers under the water. His shoulders are full of dull, pressing pain. Come on, he tells himself, higher this time. Again, he swims up. The man realizes he cannot reach high enough to get a firm grip with both hands. He must try with just one. If he uses one arm, he can use the other arm's downward momentum to get a better angle up. He is not sure how much more of this his body can take. His shoulders hurt deep inside their sockets. If he injures his shoulders by overexerting himself, then he will be unable to swim. He will drown immediately. He is scared, but his only choice is to try or to wallow in the pool until he drowns or is ripped apart. Try, he commands himself. He does the same movements as the first two attempts, but this time he flings his left arm down and juts his right shoulder and his right side up to their limit. Again, his fingers scrape at the craggy lip for a moment, but this time he feels his fingers bump the wall at the back of the lip. He has it. He has a grip. It is a weak grip, and his fingertips are white with the effort to keep him there, but he has succeeded for a brief instant. The upper half of his torso is out of the pool. The waterfall mercilessly barrages him on all sides, and his body is numb and throbbing in exhaustion. But he has a grip. Chin down and mouth wide open, he gasps, and carefully, so as not to lose his grip, brings his left arm up. He keeps his head down so he can breathe and blindly grabs at the lip with his left hand. He feels the slippery stone, and then his fingers find their place, and now he has both hands firmly gripping the wall. He moves his legs under the water, and his bare toes bump against rock. He carefully searches with them, digging them against the wall, and finds little crags that support him. He tests his weight against them and is overjoyed to find that he is able to hold each extremity against the wall. The man holds his breath and looks up while squinting his eyes to shield them against the water crashing down. He sees another small handhold slightly above and to the right of the one he is holding onto. It is far, but he can reach it. He must be careful not to lose his grip or he will fall again. He reaches out. He slips, falls. His body is numb. He has lost all physical feeling. He is beyond pain, bleeding and bruised. He tells himself, again, 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 again and again. The man knows now that he can grab the lip. He knows he can pull himself out. He does the same movements as before until he is on the wall again. He grabs the lip again and sets his feet again. He squints through the screen of crashing water carefully. He sees another smaller handhold closer, but higher up to the left. He moves slowly, so slow that it hardly seems he is moving at all. He raises his left hand and inches his fingers up, as slow as worms slithering across hot, earth-baked sun. He strains his toes to give himself more lift. Up and up he moves his left hand. His fingers take hold of the handhold. The handhold is small, just big enough for his left hand, but he has a firm grasp on it. He sees another handhold right by it. He sees many handholds above him. He moves slowly and does not fall. He moves until he can reach the next handhold. He almost slips again, but he is careful. He is slow. He knows if he is careful and slow, then he will not fall. The waterfall beats down upon him, but he does not feel it anymore. Its mighty and deafening roar has become his silence. He no longer chokes or gasps, but grits his teeth and sucks air in through his barely parted lips. He squints his eyes almost closed and widens them whenever he seeks the next handhold. He moves like this for hours, inch by inch up the cliff, foot by foot up the cliff. How many handholds are there? He does not know. Are there enough to get to the top? He does not know. Will he fall again? He does not know. What is at the top? He does not know. Will he survive to the top? He does not know. But the man knows he will move. He will move with the numb determination that fuels him to the edge of death. He will move against the shining waterfall that pushes down upon him like heaven's glorious and vengeful hammer, until he is torn apart, until he is torn asunder. He will move even as his fingers are whittled down to their bare tissues, to their fragile bones, and his skin turns ghostly white from being waterlogged. He will move even if he falls back down and cannot surface again, for he will still try and try and try to climb, even as he drowns, even as he bleeds, even as he dies. He will move to his very last breath, and he will move to his very last thought. He will move, for he will live. He must live. Up the man moves. Up the man climbs.